Chapter 30. The Dance. Toravin. The music starts for the ceremonial dance, where the king is supposed to help usher in prosperity for the year to come. But I hardly feel like I have any kind of good luck these days, except for Caleb. Caleb is all of the luck I will ever need in my lifetime. I pull him toward the center of the floor, and his mouth is pressed tight, his face a little pale. Is he nervous? Or is it the nausea again? But he faces me in the center, tilts his chin up, the metallic gold makeup around his eyes shimmering in the light of the hundreds of candles and lamps. The music hits our starting point, and we bow solemnly to each other, then start to dance. We circle, dip, spin, come together. Step back apart. Circle to the left now, then dip again, spin. I don't want to do the part where he's facing away from me, and I feel my own fears rising, because now would be the time to disrupt the kingdom again, wouldn't it? While I'm circling, stepping, dipping, spinning, and can't see any threat that would come his way. I'm straining not to look behind me and only look during the spin, when he's spinning too. But then we're turning to face each other again, and nothing yet has happened. We go through the motions of the last part of the dance, circling each other, dipping and spinning. On the last spin, Caleb wobbles, his hand going to his mouth. Oh no, the nausea. The spinning. I tense, but he does complete the spin, his fist curled against his mouth, and moves to the center again to bow to me. More shallowly than he should, but he does complete it. We've finished the dance. The music slows and plays its final chords in fanfare. Then silence. There's usually a cheer at this point, a successful dance completed for the next year. But Caleb's swaying, his fist still pressed to his mouth, obviously struggling. I move to him. His shoulders twitch, and I move faster. His eyes meet mine, a mix of desperation and fury, and his illusion drops.
Caleb. Gods, I'm going to be sick. Why now? Why is my stomach heaving now? But the nerves, the tension, the dance, the movement, all of it is threatening right now to erupt. It's taking all of my focus not to be sick, my entire world narrowed to that one single point. Don't be sick. We've finished the dance, that is done. But if I'm sick now, at this dance, which is supposed to hold all the hopes for the next year, my illusion as Caleb presses in on my focus. And suddenly it's too much. One thing too many stifling me, crowding in on me. I'm tired of the lies. I'm so tired of hiding, so I let my illusion go. Even though I'm not Irava, I'll reweave my illusion as Caleb when the nausea passes. But right now, that one pressure less is the relief I need. I breathe carefully, stand still as Toravin braces my shoulders. I feel him in my senses, lending his willpower to me. It's not what I need to calm my stomach, but the thought of it, this selfless man, steadies my nerves. I anchor myself in his gray-green eyes. And slowly, the nausea ebbs. Slowly, he sees the relief in my eyes and gathers me to him. I hear a murmur around me like the wind at night. The room was silent, but now voices are rising.
"Pregnant,"
I hear someone say. A single surprised voice rising above the rest. More voices begin to break out. I jolt away from Toravin, my whole body heating with the realization of what I've just done. I see Toravin swallow visibly, and try to pull together a smile for the court, try not to quake in my own fear of what they will do, what they will say, if they'll say, I shouldn't have this, because I'm also a man, if they'll try to use our child against us, if Nikolai will. I turn and look at the faces around us, mixes of surprise, distress, and joy. I press my hand to my stomach, turning as I take in the people around me. I see my mother, who's smiling slightly, though her eyes are tense. She knows, she understands, that I've just given our enemies a greater lever against us, but I hold my hand to my stomach, fighting back against the fear. Because yes, I do see joy. Count Voltaire is standing tall and proud, his eyes shining like Torvin is his own son. I watch Torvin see this, watch some of his knotted-up tension ease as he nods to the Count. He looks genuinely happy for the first time in a while. Torvin looks back to me, and his grin widens, then fades, then widens again. I laugh, a startled sound, not exactly mirth. But the nausea is easing back into a background noise, and I reweave my illusion as Caleb, letting my pregnancy show this time, letting my soul breathe. Gods, I can breathe. And nothing yet has happened. Torvin lifts my hand with his.
We are going to have a child,
He shouts. And the crowd around us roars, buffeting me, making my eyes sting. And maybe I've been afraid to show them because I was afraid I wouldn't have this. That their approval of who I was would only go so far, and not this far. Not so far as to embrace a man who is also going to have a child. Their next king or queen. Torvin squeezes my hand tightly, bracing against that roar, and I squeeze it back. I hadn't intended to say anything tonight or any time soon. But there's a weight lifting that I hadn't known was as heavy as it was. I stand in the growing adoration of a people who just moments ago were looking at me like I was a curse, a danger to them. They're not looking at me like that now. Or at Torvin that way too, gods. My mother said my pregnancy could also be a shield. Was this the remedy? Is the remedy to the kingdom's fears something else to hope for?
Torvin. How can I feel so much joy and so much dread at the same time? I hold our hands together and shout again, we are going to be fathers. And I feel my people's hearts coming back to me. When all night, it felt like I was swimming in a sea of strangers. I don't know if Caleb meant to drop his illusion. I did see resolve in his eyes, but he certainly hadn't meant to feel sick. But the people will forgive those signs of sickness at the end of the dance now too. It seems like much will be forgiven, the fears of the court diverted, for now. And maybe, gods, maybe, the rest of the festival can be a celebration, for everyone else at least. I have to tell him tonight. But for now, we have this moment of joy.
Chapter 31. The Nursery. Caleb. I hold Torvin's hand tightly as we walk back down the corridor of the royal apartment, stopping at his study door. We're both flushed, heady with the goodwill of the court, buzzing with their celebration. So much wine was shoved at Torvin, and absolutely none at me, which was, for a time, wonderful. Like the first days after I married him, when the court was full of giddiness at being saved from disaster, full of celebration and celebrating us, but happiness doesn't take away the dread rising in me, because now Nikolai or his agents know I'm pregnant too. Torvin pulls me into his study and looks around before we go in further. And more, his guards move inside, into the rooms, clearing them before they allow us to go further. I glance at Morgan and Chiron, who hovered dutifully at a distance all night. Morgan's usually blank guard's expression is now troubled. Tor, I say. Why are your guards clearing the apartment? Is it because of the child? Does that now warrant greater security? Will Torvin be thrusting more guards on me? But I couldn't in good conscience refuse them now.
It's just a precaution,
He says. He's tensing up again. And this has to do with what he's not telling me, doesn't it? And I've had enough of that too. He asked me to trust him, but trust goes both ways. I let go of his hand and move around to face him. Tor, what is going on? His face is so grim that for a moment I wonder if I even want to know. I don't know if I have space in my heart for more dread. I see a war playing out on his strong features, and I'm not sure he's winning. Or which side of him. He takes my hand again, then turns as his guard, Cass, comes back out to the study.
Clear, your majesties. Have a good night.
The guards file out, leaving us in silence. And mounting, growing tension, Torvin leads me toward the room we've been calling the nursery, snagging an oil lamp from a wall sconce. As he does so, he's stalling, I know. Maybe gathering his thoughts. Maybe trying to find a way to put me off again. And I'm feeling my own bitterness rising. Because whatever it is, why won't he just tell me? And I'm too tired to demand any more from him tonight. So I let him lead me into the nursery, because that's a room that's full of hope. And I want that hope again just now. I did tell the court. And despite everything, oh gods, despite everything, that does feel good. I hold my stomach, looking around the unfinished space. The sheets of wallpaper that still need to go up. The crib, which was pulled from palace storage. Torvin's when he was younger. Or maybe Elsira's. There were 2 cribs, as they were both twins. Neither of them knew which crib was which. Bile rises in me again. This time like a bile from my soul. When I first came to the palace, I was full of my own secrets. And Voltaire kept telling me to tell Torvin, and I did, eventually, when I had to. But how much pain would I have saved both of us if I'd just trusted him too? Because trust goes both ways, and I'm holding secrets from him again too, with good reason, but those reasons are feeling flatter by the second. I wet my lips. Torvin, I spy something shimmering in one corner of the room, hovering at the edge of my awareness. I've been distracted, but now my senses snap back into focus, expanding, searching. This room feels wrong. It feels wrong. I take a step forward.
What?
Torvin asks, gripping my shoulder, steadying himself. His eyes are wide and scared. There's an unreality weaving here. Torvin shakes, physically shakes.
Where?
He asks, his voice tight with fear.
Where's the anchor point?
But that's what I saw in the corner. I reach for it, and even still across the room, I pluck it away from the wall. Unravel it enough to feel reality seething again beneath it. And that reality has an air of malice about it. Torvin stiffens, and I see where he's looking. I'm still holding the threads of the unreality weaving, but I quickly start to unravel them. It's not a complex weaving, not like what was in his father's bedchamber, but I watch as Torvin reaches for something in the crib. Something I hadn't seen before, which the unreality weaving had kept hidden, or maybe told my eyes it was not worth seeing. A folded and sealed letter. What is it, I ask? He holds it a moment before he breaks the seal, and his breath goes out. What does it say? Who is it from? I almost have the unreality weaving unraveled now, and I'm moving toward him, trying to see. Torvin doesn't move. His breathing is fast and heavy. I finally see the words scrawled across the page. You told him. Told me? I ask. Or I told you? Who is this meant for? What does it mean? Because he obviously knows what it means.
I didn't.
He says, shaking his head.
I didn't tell you. I didn't tell you yet.
He turns to me, swallowing, his face painted with anguish, with terror. Nikolai. No, I don't need to ask who this is from. What I know is catching up with what I'm seeing. The unreality weaving. Nikolai was here, in this room, in our apartment, in our nursery, and he's been threatening Torovin, hasn't he? That's what Torovin hasn't told me. Because this obviously isn't the start of the conversation, but the middle of it. Or maybe the end. Let me see it, I say. He snatches the paper out of my reach.
It's a trap,
he says, and I focus on the letter and the sense of unreality that's in his hand. I examine the weaving, then unravel it. Torovin hisses as the letter catches fire. He drops it. I catch it in the air with my weaving, quickly examine the threads of a reality of heat around it, and then unweave those too. The letter falls to the floor as ash. I see the panic in his eyes. I see what I was trying to protect him from. I was trying to keep him safe, but he was suffering all along. I move to him, press my hands to his cheeks, until he focuses again on me.
Caleb. I'm sorry.
We will get him, I hiss. We will get the bastard. He will not threaten you. Or me, or our child. He stares at me a moment, and the panic starts to retreat, and fury starts to replace it. How long has this been going on? How long has he been carrying whatever this threat is? I asked Voltaire what was happening with Torovin, but I don't think he knows about this either. It is just like Torovin, exactly like him, to try to carry all of this himself. I pull him tightly to me, and he grips me back, shuddering.
I can't protect you, Caleb.
And I'm still struggling to protect myself. I just outed my pregnancy in front of the court because I couldn't hold myself together. I'm struggling to protect him, too, and Nikolai knows that. He already knew about my pregnancy. And that turns my blood to ice. Tell me, I say. Tell me everything. Chapter 32. Powerless. Caleb. We take off our crowns, because it feels profane somehow to be wearing a crown when I feel so powerless. Torovin says he needs to show me, not tell me, so I follow him back down to the common areas of the palace, and almost forget that I'm still showing my pregnancy. So we have to stop several times, and while late night and tipsy courtiers congratulate me. Again, my face feels like my smile will be permanently baked on by the time we get to one of the meeting rooms beside the Great Hall. Torovin takes a lamp off the wall to bring in with us and locks the door behind us. And there's another pressure inside my soul that needs to come out now. I found mind control weaving in Sabella's mind, I say. Torovin stepped a few paces into the room, but he hasn't gone any further. He turns to me, and I see his anger rising again, this time aimed at me. And maybe I want to see that more than the fear pulling the light from his eyes. Yes, be angry at me. Be anything other than the man who's fading fast, going back to the broken state I found him in when I first came to the palace.
When?
He asks. After the reception. It was Sabella who was weaving and lost control. Kian tried to help, but that went out of control too. I think she was following a suggestion to weave, or at least a suggestion of danger that she felt she had to stop. From
Nikolai.
Torovin says, his voice going flat. I nod. He stares at me, his eyes burning.
You didn't tell me.
Then he pinches the bridge of his nose.
Because I wasn't telling you. Gods, Caleb. Gods.
He turns and strides to a random place on the left wall, the lamp's flame flickering wildly as he walks. So, I follow. He yanks off a panel on the wall and pulls a small wooden box out of an opening inside. "Give me the lamp," I say, and take it before his quick movements blow it out and we're left in darkness. I place it on a nearby table. Torvin slides the lid of the box open and pulls out a folded stack of papers. No, a stack of letters. I start to reach for them, but he yanks them back from me, like he did with the letter in the nursery. "They're all from Nikolai?" I ask.
Yes.
He pulls one open and shows it to me. In the dim light, I can just make out, "I will kill him if you tell him." I'm already on edge, already wrung out, but the adrenaline surge hits me again now, making my heart race. I look up to meet his eyes, but he's not looking at me. This is why he hasn't told me. Because Nikolai said he'd kill me if Torvin did. Fuck Nikolai Metrial. He knew exactly where Torvin was most vulnerable. He's messing with everything we hold as sacred. I hold out my hand, and I can feel the unreality weaving on the letters even from here. Slowly, he hands me the open letter but holds the rest of the stack back, still away from me. "How many letters?" I ask.
5. 5 days. I don't know where they're coming from. The last one was in my study today. That one said that he would kill you and my heir.
I stiffen before my hand reaches the letter, then steel myself and grab it. I feel the unfolding of reality instantly and weave it away from the letter, like pulling a poisonous snake off my arm.
Caleb!
I hear a pounding on the door. One of the guards asking if we need help, but all my focus is on unweaving the trap away from me. It's unreality, and it's not. It's another kind of weaving that I've never seen before, like it wants to burrow into my skin, to rewrite me, like I haven't been able to do to myself for so long now. Oh no, I do know what this is. It's not that different from how I wove Morgan earlier today, but it's so different. It's aiming straight for my soul. I find the threads that are holding the weaving together, a mix of regular light reality threads and sinewy soul magic. But they're intertwined tightly with the light threads, and I'm able to catch them, hold them, and start to unravel them. I will not be rewoven into what Nikolai thinks I should be, whatever that is, whatever that means. I can unweave this trap, and after a few minutes and Torvin striding toward the door to keep the guards from kicking it in, the trap is unwoven. The normal weaving threads easing back into reality, and the sinewy soul threads, with nothing to hold on to, fading. I'm on my knees on the floor, panting. That was just one letter. Just one. The guards rush in as Torvin opens the door. Morgan and Revayan come straight to me.
Sire,
Revayan asks, kneeling down.
are you injured?
I shake my head and stare at the paper fallen on the floor, straining to find any remaining danger. Then I try to search within myself as best I can, to see if any of that weaving did get inside me, attached to me, whatever it would do. I don't feel anything, though. Nothing feels out of place except the dissonance between who I am right now and my body beneath my illusion. And that's all too familiar. Torvin strides back to me.
Caleb!
He pulls me up. He's still holding the letters, but back behind him, as far away from me as he can.
I'm sorry.
He says,
I'm sorry.
like a mantra. Don't apologize, I growl. I reach for the letters.
No!
He trips back, away from me. They have to be neutralized.
Not when it almost drained you, Caleb. Or killed you. Whatever it was trying to do.
I am exhausted. And I don't know if I would have unwoven that trap as fast as I had if I hadn't woven Morgan's reality earlier. I look up at Morgan, and his brows draw down in concern. His reality is still holding. I take a shaky breath. But I still would have unwoven that trap. I know I would have. And maybe that's what these letters are, Nikolai's attempt to neutralize me. So that when he actually attacks in his full strength, I'm not a threat to him. But the threat of the letters still remains. You told me, I say finally, looking back to Torvin. And I'm not dead. And that letter in the nursery. Nikolai assumed that Torvin already had. He stares at me.
How many people knew you were pregnant?
But he shakes his head then.
No. Aldrich knew. He said he could feel the possibility of another life, so Nikolai could have known.
Aldrich knew? Gods. He hadn't said anything, but... Oh, gods. Nikolai was in our rooms, and I outright drew a map for my apprentices of how to get around the guards in this palace. I taught them how to become as close to invisible as it was possible to get. Did Nikolai catch one of them and use them? Did he pull information out of them? I push up with Morgan's help and start for the door.
Caleb!
Torvin follows.
Where are you?
My apprentices. I glance at him. They know the guard rotations, the palace blind spots. I have them out, spying to try to find any signs of Nikolai.
You what?
He comes around me before we reach the door. I promoted them, I say. They're court mages now. I glare at him and he glares back.
You don't have that authority to...
I'm a master mage.
You should have told me.
He roars.
We are supposed to make these decisions together.
He's still holding the letters. He looks at them and his face crumples, and I'm watching all the careful willpower my husband built back up over the last months crumble away again. I catch his arm. Tor. This is what he wants. This is what Nikolai wants. He's attacking where we're weak.
You're not a weakness, Caleb.
Yes, but he sees your love for me as weakness, as something to exploit. And my apprentice is God's. He's exploiting that too. He's trying to hurt me through them. He's trying to hurt us by making you keep this from me. Because we can't fight him if we're not in harmony, Torvin. We can't. That's how we unraveled his storm. That's how we beat him in the council chamber.
You beat him,
he says, and strides back to the open wall panel, shutting the letters inside the box, shoving the box inside the wall, but then carefully placing the panel back on. His temper running out. He leans his head against the wall. My apprentices will have to wait just a few moments more, and I tell myself I don't even know where they are. They might still be out among the palace guests. When Torvin needs me right now.
You defeated him, Caleb,
he says as I approach.
I was losing.
But you won't lose now. He turns back, looks past me to our guards.
Please.
Yes, sire.
The guards hastily retreat, leaving us again in our private silence. Torvin spreads his hands wide.
Maybe Aldrich was right. Maybe I'm just fooling myself that I have any willpower at all.
I grip his hands, bring them back to me. No. Torvin Braze, you followed your father's plans and made them your own, because you knew it was right. Despite everything, you did that. You were seeing it through. You are changing this kingdom for the better.
And what good is it if the people are resisting that change? The common people don't want it.
Nikolai doesn't want it. I snap back. Your mother doesn't want it. Do you know what they do want? His arms twitch like he wants to pull away from my grip, but I hold fast. They want to break you, Torvin, because they know that's the only way they can control you. And you don't have to do what your enemies want. And that finally gets through. He stills, breathing heavily, looking away from me. And I know his wounds are deep. He has been healing, yes, but it hasn't been a year yet since he lost his father. It hasn't been 6 months since he found out his mother was why he lost his father, since Nikolai tried to control him, and maybe that left deeper scars than I'd thought. Maybe, in my own private troubles, I haven't been paying attention. As much as I'm not close to my mother, at least I have her. She came to me, she sought me out. She's trying to support me as best as she can. I know that, and Torovan only has me. And Voltaire and Elsira. But none of us are his parents. I know he sees Count Voltaire as a father figure, but that's still a distant figure. I don't think Torovan's told him about this either. And our enemies know exactly where to throw and twist the knives. His mother is one of his enemies. I press a hand to my mouth as my stomach surges again. Gods, not now. That pulls Torovan out of his reverie, though, and he exhales.
Do you need a bucket? I think there's a wastebasket.
I shake my head and slowly lower my hand. Torovan rubs his face again.
How do we find Nikolai? How do we flush him out?
I bite my lip. I sent my apprentices. He shakes his head. Torovan.
They're not ready, Caleb. And you sent them against Nikolai.
I sent who we have. Would you rather I go myself? Which I was still planning to do anyway. He makes a face.
I found weaving on the doorway of the Acrian delegation.
I blink, then frown. Unreality weaving? Do you think the Acrians are behind these threats then, not Nikolai? But I found the signs of mind control weaving in Sabella.
No, not the letters. Or the mind control, gods of all the seasons. No, that is Nikolai, but...
He opens his hands.
We're out of time, aren't we? And we can't have loose ends that we don't know about. We can't afford them. I want to talk to the Acrian delegate. I want to know why there's a weaver among them, if they're so against weavers. If it's not something meant to throw us off from Nikolai. I want to know what place my mother has in Acrial, and I want to know if they support Nikolai.
And you want to just ask them?
We don't have time for diplomatic games, Caleb.
I sigh and feel the roundness of my belly and think about the letter that was left in our crib. No, I say quietly. I want to go after Nikolai with all I have right now, but I'm following where Torovan is going with this. It's easier to follow the leads we do have than the ones we don't, even if they might not lead straight to what we're after. They're still a part of the whole. Every thread in a weaving is important. One thread ignored could mean the entire weaving unravels or blows up. But I want to check on my apprentices first. They usually report to me by now, but I haven't been in my study. The ball. Torovan starts for the door. Can you still make an illusion around yourself? I ask. He looks back.
Yes.
I think we'll want that when we go to the Acrians. Because still, even now, we have to think about how this looks, how everything looks. Maybe I bought us some time with the court by showing my pregnancy, bought us more goodwill. But I know us going officially to see the Acrian delegation, knowing how the Acrians feel about weavers, might look like we're giving in to those beliefs. I touch the space on my chest where my weaver's medallion should be, and I'm regretting not wearing it now. Of giving in even that much. Torovan pauses, considering, then nods. And he's woven someone else around him before he's reached the door. Despite everything, I break into a grin at that. My weaver.
Chapter 33. The Delegate. Torovan. It's not nearly as late as when I walked these corridors the night before, wrapped in my illusion then too, and I've used the illusion of the palace servant again. I'm more than a little paranoid that we'll run into the man, but we don't. Caleb has assumed the illusion of a man I don't recognize, Dark brown hair, a curly mess. Clothes that are well made but a little shabby, disheveled as if he was at the ball earlier too. And despite all of the fears driving me just now, I can't help but watch my husband work with a warmth in my chest. He's good at this. I can't think of any illusion he could wear that I wouldn't find appealing, that I wouldn't want to back him to the nearest wall and kiss him until our lips are both bruised. But the letter in the crib, and the letter he just opened, with threads I could only just see writhing out to attack him. I should have helped him, given him my strength, but I just stood there, frozen. How can I call him my husband if all I do is stand by when he's in danger? Yes, I caught the dagger at the feast, but I haven't yet caught the hand that threw it. As we near the stairs leading up to the administrative offices, I spot Valterre coming out of his. His eyes glaze past me but lock on Caleb with recognition. Oh no. Then come back to me and look between us. He falls into step beside Caleb, leaning in. So whoever Caleb is now is either a real person that Valterre knows, or an illusion Caleb's used on their sometimes palace adventures before. I haven't had time to fill Valterre in. Well, that's not true. I've decided not to. Not yet. He glances back at me again, then takes the lead ahead of Caleb, apparently inviting himself on this mission. And maybe it's not a bad idea. Whoever Caleb is supposed to be, he doesn't have nearly as much clout as the Prime Minister of Barella. And a Prime Minister can more easily talk to a foreign delegate without controversy than a king. It's Valterre who knocks on the door to the Acrean suite. And it is late, yes. Very late. Though the ball has wound down, the celebration has carried over, I suspect, into the upscale taverns and socialite clubs in the town, and into various meeting rooms and nobles' quarters. Am I glad that we added to that celebration tonight with Caleb's pregnancy, with the promise of an heir? Can I still be glad after we found the letter in the crib? The weaving is still over the Acrean's door, and the woman who opens the door is still dressed. I did see her at the ball, though only on the sidelines. She's tall and severe, her black hair bound up tight. She reminds me in her demeanor of my mother, and I haven't yet spoken to her directly, but she very well may know my mother, as one of the lead Acrean delegates. She might be here on orders from my mother. But how a weaver fits into that, I don't know. Is it a taunt? Is it a threat? They had to know that other weavers might see it. Other weavers meaning Caleb or me.
Prime Minister Valterre,
The Acrean delegate says, drawing the words out in her rolling accent.
May we talk privately?
Valterre asks.
It's a matter of some urgency.
all of you?
She asks, narrowing her eyes at Caleb, then me. Then her head tilts, as if she catches what's going on. She steps back inside.
My colleagues are still out.
She says.
We may talk here.
The suite inside isn't large, a tight sitting room which looks to lead to several small bedrooms. She waits until we are all inside, and Valterre's closed the door, before she says,
I am Lady Denya, if you do not know. Your Majesties.
I straighten, unweaving my illusion. Valterre isn't surprised, so he did know who we were. Beside me, Caleb unweaves his too, then reweaves his own illusion as Caleb again.
Congratulations.
Denya says, glancing at Caleb, who's still showing his pregnancy.
I did not have the chance to say.
Thank you.
Caleb says quietly, and looks to me. And I take a breath, because no, we don't have the time for niceties, But this does need to be delicate. And if Valterre knew all the details, he could navigate this better than me. But he doesn't. Not yet. I focus on Lady Denya, who's watching me steadily. "You have a weaving on your door," I say, and I hope it won't be a relations-breaking insult. She tilts her head back.
I do. Yes, I put it there.
You're a weaver?
Caleb blurts. I feel my own temper rising past my fears. Yes. Are you a weaver? Acreans are kidnapping weavers at the border,
I don't know about that.
Denya says.
I know that my government sent me, along with the others, to continue our friendship with Barella.
She says friendship like Acreal hasn't been pushing Barella away for decades. Valterre spreads his hands.
We mean no offense at all, but we have our own reports that say Acreans are not friendly to weavers. So if you are a weaver, and you're showing us you are, we want to know why.
She turns back to me, her lips thinning.
Dowager Queen Zinara Braze has set up her own court within the Acrean court, though that's not yet widely known outside it.
She pauses for me to nod that yes, I've heard those rumors from my information network. And now she's confirmed them.
There are a number of those in the Acrean court, myself included, that do not like this, or her leanings.
You've met with my mother? I ask, and have to keep myself from asking if she's well, because I don't want to know that. And I do. She's still my mother, even if I've had to write her out of my life completely, and out of anything I'd call love.
I have seen her sitting with the Queen in the palace's more private meeting rooms,
Denya says.
but I have not spoken with her. She tends to favor those who oppose my political views.
And what are your political views?
Valterre asks.
Do you oppose weavers too, even if you are one? Because those reports are well documented that the Acrean queen and her court have high contempt for weavers, and elementalists too, though I think that's to a lesser degree.
I believe the sentiment toward elementalists will eventually reach the same contempt for weavers.
She says.
And no, as you can obviously see, I don't agree with that. Superstition and suspicion of anyone who can use magic has long been a part of Acrean culture, but only lately has it risen to the point of restricting magic altogether. I was included in this delegation because even while it is known by the court that I am a weaver, I have never shown my weaving in court. I do not wear a medallion.
This with a glance at Caleb's chest, where his medallion would be if he was wearing it.
And I have a long reputation of diplomacy.
Denya goes on, as if this is a given. But she was the one who publicly mocked Barella when Kian's weaving got out of hand. She doesn't seem to like us, but she wanted to signal us, didn't she, by putting that weaving on her delegation's door.
I want to know what's happening in Barella,
she says, turning to me.
and I want resources to stop Zinara Braze from further steering our kingdom in a direction we don't want to go.
Ah. You want an alliance then? I ask. Not between Barella and Acreal, but myself and your political faction.
I thought you didn't like how Barella treats its guests.
Caleb says. I nod in agreement with that not-so-subtle jab. Denya scoffs.
Your weavers were out of control.
Because they were pushed.
Caleb fires back, crossing his arms. What about Nikolai Metriel? I ask, watching Denya's face for her reaction. But Denya frowns.
I have heard of Lord Nikolai Metriel's actions, yes, and how he tried to overthrow your own court. I thought he was defeated.
Stopped? Yes, I say, but not defeated. His family is a powerful merchant noble family. He has been threatening us throughout this festival, and I'm still watching her when I ask. You didn't hire the man who tried to kill my husband? I see Valterre shifting, annoyed that I asked that outright, but Denya's gaze on me grows appraising, maybe appreciating that I'm not dancing around this. She seems like an overly direct person herself. She reminds me less of my mother now, and more like Lady Seema of my own court.
No, I have no wish to see either of you harmed. But I'm not the only member of our delegation, and I am the only member from my own political faction.
I nod.
But you believe that attempt was tied to Nikolai Metriel?
She asks. Yes. And any information you have on his ties to the Acrian court, or to anyone in your delegation, would be helpful to me personally, to find my husband's attacker. We believe he is in this palace, and we must find and stop him. Denya steps back, folding her hands together, looking troubled.
I would tell you what I know, but I have little to tell. As I said, I have heard of him, but do not have personal ties to those who deal with him or the Metriel family. Though Metriel trade caravans are well known in Acriol as reliable sources of food and goods, we can't directly oppose the Metriel family in Acriol without fear of shortages.
She hesitates, then goes on more slowly.
Some of our other main sources of food into the country, from the north, were met with blight this last year, so we have more dependence on merchants from the south than we'd like. And that is not something I should have told you. That is given as a sign of my wish for cooperation between us.
I glance at Valterre. He gives a slight nod. He'll look into that bit of information. And my mother? I ask. How far has she influenced the Acrial throne? I have never met the Achaean queen in Zana. She ascended 3 years ago, replacing her aging father. She's old enough to be my mother, but has never been much in the public eye. And she's never, as the rumors say, been in good health. I don't know about her personality, but that's the kind of person my mother could fixate on and make her own, if Queen Inzana let her.
We fear her influence is only growing,
Denya says.
which is why I wish to speak with you here.
She pulls a small card from her pocket, with an address handwritten on the back.
You may send to this address, and it will reach the right people. Be circumspect.
I take the card, slipping it into my own inner coat pocket. And this is something. Maybe this is the first shred of hope I've had in how to fight my mother's influence since she escaped 6 months ago. And even if that's not helping fight Nikolai right now, it is something. So not everyone in the Acrian court is on my mother's side. Not everyone wants to be.
And be warned,
Denya says.
there are many in Acriel who do believe that all magic and magic users should be purged from our kingdom. That sentiment is growing, despite my faction's attempts to stop it. It's well known that Zinara Braze despises weavers, saying that weavers stole her kingdom and are controlling her son.
She looks between Caleb and me.
She has vilified Caleb Verandre Braze in the public discourse greatly, but I don't see any evidence that her claims are true.
Her look intensifies, as if she's looking through us, and I start, even as I bristle at her, my mother's accusation. My mother's accusing Caleb of actually controlling me with mind control magic. Exactly what she herself was trying to do through Nikolai. And Denya's looking right now with more than her eyes. You can see soul weaving? I ask. Mind control magic?
Yes, we had a problem years ago with a young man who tried to control his village by mentally enslaving them to work for him. We contained that incident as best we could, but the rumors of it have greatly hurt the crumbling trust in weavers. But yes, I was one of the ones who brought him down. His attempt to control me was not a pleasant experience.
No, I agree. If we are to confront Nikolai Metriel in the open, she holds up her hands.
I cannot help you in your own internal affairs.
Even if it's to stop a threat against us?
Caleb pushes.
And you're asking for our help with your kingdom too?
Denya shakes her head.
I can lend no public aid. Privately, through information, I will do what I can.
I share a look with Caleb, and I still don't entirely know what to make of this. Denya seems sincere, but I've trusted sincerity before. I turn back to Denya. Is there anything you can tell me that will give leverage over my mother's supporters here? Because though some of them fled with her, I don't think they all did. That's been a growing worry too.
She came with some of her own retinue.
Denya says.
They are popular in the court. Beyond that,
She spreads her hands, though she doesn't exactly look regretful that she doesn't know more.
beyond that, I could not say.
I want to ask more, but I've been in enough council sessions by now to know when someone is done talking. So I nod. Thank you, Lady Denya. I appreciate, and Barella appreciates, your help in keeping our kingdom safe. It's an official sounding line. I know it as I say it, and her mouth tightens ironically. But she nods. Because keeping Barella safe from my mother is also a priority, even if not my highest at this moment. And time is still running out. We don't know when Nikolai will escalate. He's already escalated his threats. I start for the door, but see Caleb reweaving his illusion around himself, and I have to stop to reweave mine, which is more than nerve-wracking with Denya, a foreign weaver, watching. But when I meet her eyes, she nods again, as if we are still all just doing business.
Thank you for your time.
Valterre says, before opening the door. We're silent on the way back to his office, and I know that's where we're going. Because he has questions, and he deserves the answers he does. But they will have to be quick. We're not 2 steps inside Valterre's office, Caleb closing the door behind him, before I hold up a hand. And as quickly as I can, tell him what we know. Valterre's face grows grimmer and grimmer. His hand starts tapping at his side, his own impatience with the situation, with the time it's taking to explain.
So now we need to find the apprentices.
He says.
Gods, Caleb, I wish you'd told me. Tor, I wish you'd told me.
But he sighs.
All right. I know I can't parade around the palace with you and not draw attention, and I can't weave myself into someone else. So, let me know as soon as you know more. All right? Please?
Caleb, looking a little chagrined, nods. We will, I say. Then Caleb and I are out and headed back toward the mage's quarters. We pass a young man hurrying down the corridor as we walk out, looking distressed. I frown, then stop as he knocks on Valterre's office door and pushes inside. Caleb looks to me, and I back to him.
Kian,
He says, then hurries back toward Valterre's office, and it is Kian inside when we come back in. He's unwoven the illusion he was just wearing. He whirls, and I just barely sense the magic he's already preparing to release on us, whatever that might be.
Kian,
Caleb says, and drops his illusion again. The young man freezes.
Caleb, I couldn't find you, so I thought I'd come here, if Lord Voltaire knew where you were. It's Arya. Sabella and I have been looking for the last hours, and all during the ball, but we didn't see her this morning, and we haven't all day. Then we started to get scared.
Arya, the apprentice who lost control of her magic in the Great Hall just before the festival started. Like how Nikolai couldn't control his magic. Kian's still talking, but Caleb's looking over at me.
if she's missing, it's not because she wants to be.
Caleb says in a low voice.
It's because he has her. Or coerced her.
I meet his eyes.
I trust my apprentices.
Caleb's watching me intently, and I know he's willing me to trust them too. Wanting me to,
Trust me.
he says,
Trust my judgment. Trust me for once, Torvin.
and that stings. I do trust him. But I haven't been lately. I haven't been able to. Or is that only what I've been telling myself? All right, I say. We'll search for her. For any signs of her. Chapter 34. The Search. Torvin. First, because Caleb says it might get better answers, we pull our illusions back around ourselves. I'm not willing to let Caleb out of my sight, and he doesn't seem willing to let me out of his either. So we go together. While Kian goes off again to search on his own. We ask the staff if they've seen Arya. We ask any guests we see, though most at this hour are either drunk or besotted. We get the master key set from my guards and unlock every closet and locked room we can access, though we can't go into people's private quarters without a reason. I think about disturbing Aldrich too, but in the end, let him sleep. He can barely hold his illusions anyway. After the first hour, we meet back in the mage's common room. Sabella joins us, and we find in short order that none of us have found anything. So we set out again, and come back after the second hour, and then Caleb and I go back out as ourselves, with our guards this time. I don't want people to assume that there's trouble, but there is. And I'm watching Caleb growing more and more agitated. It's the dead of night before we stop searching. And we're back in the mage's common room again. Caleb's pacing, restless, his hair a mess from running his hands through it. Spectacles slightly askew. He sees me watching, stops, and stretches. And I sigh. I'm exhausted. I know he's exhausted. And I'm trying to gauge the urgency. And I'm trying to weigh the politics. I'll order a full search of the palace in the morning, I say.
And what if that's too late?
Caleb asks.
Tor, something happened to her. I know something happened to her.
Something might have happened to her the night before, if you haven't seen her since then. Kian, restless on a chair near the hearth, says,
I'm going to keep searching.
Yes, do that.
Caleb looks to Sabella, who's hunched across from Kian, her face in her hands.
I'm not sure that I can stay awake.
She says.
I will try.
Caleb rubs his hands together. The night air in the palace has grown chill.
Gods, no, go sleep. We all should sleep. And maybe this is what Nikolai wants too. Wants us all exhausted. Oh gods, we should all sleep.
I'm not sleeping.
Kian still insists.
I'm fine. Just, I need to sit for a little more.
Fine, keep searching when you can.
Caleb says.
Tomorrow you'll rest during the day.
He braces his hands on his back, and I know it's hurting. I feel a twinge in my own back, and I ache to be able to ease his pain.
Be careful, Kian.
Caleb says.
I know.
And despite Kian saying he needs to sit, he pushes up again and reweaves his illusion on the way to the door. He is loyal. He is unfailingly loyal to his friends, and I know he's hardly ready to be the palace mage that Caleb just made him. But maybe he's readier than I'd thought. I move behind Caleb, kneading at his shoulders, resting my cheek against his hair. We can't do more tonight without causing chaos. Caleb leans back against me.
Nikolai is toying with us. Again. But he's playing with her life. Gods, Tor.
He turns against me, leaning into me, bracing himself. He's at the end of his ability to deal with this, as am I. Gods, as am I. Caleb told me to trust him, but it's been in the back of my mind these last hours of searching that he told his apprentices how to get past the palace guards, and that Arya is gone. The day Nikolai's letters have become a threat found in our nursery. Unless that threat was there all along. We haven't been in the nursery since the festival started. We've both been too busy. How are we going to care for the child when it comes, if we're always so busy? How did my parents... I swallow, and I'm swaying on my feet, and Caleb is too, both of us holding on to each other, keeping each other upright. I slide my hand down his shoulder. Bed, I say. And he's probably not wrong that Nikolai wants us to be without sleep, wants us distracted and unfocused. Caleb pulls back to look at me, his mouth pinched tight with worry. But he nods, slips his hand into mine, and lets me guide him toward our tense guards by the door. We're quiet on the way back to our apartment. Quiet as the guards move in ahead of us to clear the rooms, though Caleb's hand tightens in mine.
Clear.
Cass says, coming back into my study.
Sire, I'm stationing 2 men on the other side of your study door leading into your father's apartment.
I nod. We will be as fortified as we can be tonight. And though I'm still bone weary, I don't know how I'll sleep. And tomorrow. Tonight, the court found a reason to celebrate again. To celebrate the coming of an heir. The harvest feast is about renewal and abundance for the year to come. What better abundance than a child on the way? What better omen of the year to come? How can I break that renewed hope by ordering a palace-wide search for an apprentice weaver? To remind them that there are still enemies among us. And I'm afraid. I'm very much afraid that they won't look to Nikolai as the threat, but Arya, to all of the apprentices. But we've all spoken to enough of the staff tonight that I know the rumors are rampant already. I sigh deeply, too exhausted for a moment to move. The guards leave, taking up their places for the night. Then we're alone. Caleb doesn't move toward the bedroom yet.
Tor. If he has her.
I know. He turns to me, letting go.
No, you don't. I'm afraid for her. Yes, I'm so afraid for her. But if he turns her against us, if he can control her, Torvin, she's so strong.
Caleb, I know. And that's been churning in the back of my mind too, a quiet and rising panic. I can't tell Caleb that I'm still afraid that Arya might be a traitor. I can't do that to him. But if Arya left on her own will or was taken by Nikolai or our other enemies, does that make much of a difference if we have to face both Nikolai and her in a fight? If he ends up controlling her? Is she strong enough to withstand that attempt at control? I wasn't. Not on my own. Caleb drops his illusion, but his body language doesn't change. I know when he's Caleb and when he's not, and I now understand the drain wearing an illusion can be.
I told Morgan I'll train him to be a weaver,
he says, and finally heads toward the bedroom. Morgan. I blink. My guard? Is now the time, Caleb? You should wait until after the child. Until life is less complicated, less dangerous. But it won't be less. It just won't be.
Now is the time,
he says firmly.
We need more weavers, Torovin.
He pushes into the bedroom. One of the guards left a lamp on a table beside the bed, and I can see the strain in Caleb's neck, the pinch between his brows. his hand on the back of his neck. He turns to me, just looking, like he's lost, like he doesn't know what to do next, even just here, even now. I pull him close and he wraps his arms around me. I haven't let go of my vigilance with my weaver's senses, and I know he hasn't either. I know we're both thinking about the unreality weaving in the nursery. Nikolai could have been in our bedroom too. Is there anything here? I ask quietly. I can't feel anything, but his senses are so much more honed than mine.
No,
He whispers. Then,
but everyone knows now.
about his pregnancy.
Torvin, we're losing in every direction.
It was good to tell them, I say. I'm glad we told them.
I didn't mean to. Not yet.
I know. And we're quiet a moment, holding each other in the mostly dark, mostly cold. The small hearth in the bedroom dimmed, too. Barella will have its heir, I say, and the people are glad of it, and glad for you, and glad for us. That's good, Caleb. I know that's good. But I'm trying to brighten a dark room,
The mage trial is supposed to be tomorrow.
he says.
Should I still compete in it?
I don't know. I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I have little hope that Arya will show up on her own. And I have a growing sick feeling about what will happen because of it. We might not have need of a mage's trial. We might have a trial of our very own. We'll see, I say.
Chapter 35. Fire. Caleb. I sleep restlessly, and both Torvin and I wake early. We're quietly getting dressed when there's a knock on the bedroom door.
It's Morgan.
I hear through the door.
Kian is here to see your majesties.
I move to open the door. We're dressed enough. And I want to know what Kian has to say either way.
Not in the bedroom.
Torvin growls, pushing out past me, tucking in his undershirt.
Morgan, bring him to my study.
Yes, sire.
I'm pulling on my coat when Kian comes into the study, looking haggard, his eyes dull. You found nothing, I say. He shakes his head.
No, I'm sorry, Caleb. I looked all night.
No gods, Kian. You did well. He straightens a little.
What should we do today? Will you call in the guards?
I look at Torvin. And though sleep is still fogging my mind, it's still clearer than the night before. I know ordering an all-out search will send the palace into a panic. I know that. But still, I'm going to ask. I open my mouth.
Oh,
Kian says, and reaches into his coat, which is rumpled now, still what he was wearing from the night before.
someone asked me to give you this on my way up here, Caleb.
He pulls a folded sheet of paper from his coat pocket, sealed with black wax. I start, and Torvin lunges to snatch it from Kian's hand.
What?
Kian stumbles back a step, but then Torvin shouts and trips backward too, shaking the letter in his hand. It flutters down while a weaving surges out of it and writhes up Torvin's arm. Koss bangs back in from the corridor door with Morgan and Reveillon on his heels. But there's nothing they can do. I throw my senses wide and grab the weaving halfway up Torvin's arm. It's like the trap on the letter from yesterday, normal threads mixing with sinewy soul threads. Except this one is starting to catch fire while it winds up his arm. Shit. Torvin's scrabbling to grab hold of it. I can almost feel his effort, but he's panicked. I wrestle the weaving away from him, out into the air in front of him, and carefully and viciously begin to unravel it.
Who?
Torvin gasps.
Who gave it to you?
Kian
Kian stammers.
what was...
He doesn't know about the letters, about Nikolai's threats. We hadn't told him or Sabella. We'd been fully focused on Arya, and, well, it had seemed too private, too raw, too close after finding that letter in the nursery. Something not to trust anyone with but Voltaire. It's from Nikolai, I say, still focused on unweaving the interwoven threads of the trap. Quiet. And they all stay quiet, though the guards move to help Torvin. And I can't spare a look for the damage on his arm. I can't think about it. Then the last of the threads comes loose. The normal threads of reality snapping back into the whole of reality around us. The soul threads shuddering before they start to fade. I crouch with one hand on the floor to brace myself, panting. And finally look up to see scorch marks all up Torvin's sleeve. Morgan is trying to roll up his sleeve, and Torvin's fighting him. "You're not fine," I say, launching up. He glares back at me.
What does the letter say?
I look down at the floor between us, and the letter, the seal partially broken, is still lying on the floor, singed on one corner. That hadn't burned. Last night, Torvin handled the other letters he had just fine, and they'd only attacked when I'd touched them or tried to weave them. This time, though, I think this letter was meant for me, with the trap tuned to him. This was meant to make me watch while Torvin suffered. My hands curl into fists, then uncurl again as I stoop to pick up the letter.
Caleb.
The traps are gone, I say. I straighten slowly as I unfold the paper. I have what you want. Come alone, or your weaver feels my wrath. I look up at Torvin. He stares back at me.
Well?
He asks. I read the letter out loud, and he swears. Then hisses as Morgan dabs at one of the rapidly blistering burns. Voltaire should look, I say, seeing the burns, and then quickly add, he needs to know about this. Which is also true, but I don't want to bring one of the palace elemental healers into this, and have more rumors of misfortune during the festival. And not without knowing who to trust. But Morgan's head snaps up.
I'm trained to help with wounds and burns.
He turns to the other guards.
Can you get a basin and water and bandages?
Cass looks to Torvin, who bites out,
Go.
Cass and Revain retreat, and Morgan looks to me, looks to Torvin, looks to Kian. Swallows.
I have elemental healing,
He says.
Let me lessen the wounds, and I can heal them completely when they're wrapped.
Is Morgan from a noble family that he feels he has to hide this? I don't know his background. But he knows Voltaire is also an elementalist. I saw him move to quickly cover for my slip in asking for Voltaire. How does Morgan know about Voltaire? And if Morgan knows, does Nikolai know? What else could Nikolai use against us? I raise the letter again, trying to read it through the haze of my pounding heart. This letter was meant for me. Nikolai wants me to come. He has what I want. Arya, and he'll hurt her if I don't come alone. Or does he mean he'll hurt Torvin? Is Torvin your weaver to Nikolai?
Yes, do it.
Torvin says to Morgan, who moves to grip his arm. Torvin hisses, but then lets out a breath. Morgan must be doing something to calm the pain. Torvin stabs a glare at me.
You can't go to Nikolai. You can't even think on it.
He has Arya, I say.
You don't even know that. This could be another mind game.
Of course it's a mind game. I shake the letter, flapping it in the air. It's all mind games. All of this is mind games. That's his battlefield, Tor. It always has been. And your mother's. He grunts as Morgan shifts his grip on Torvin's arm. Then Morgan lets go.
Does it feel better?
Torvin clenches his hand as he looks down, releases it again. There are still red marks on his arm, but they're not as angry as they were.
Good enough.
Torvin says, and rolls down his scorched sleeve. He'll need another shirt. I have to go, I say.
He didn't even say where, Caleb.
Torvin starts toward the bedroom, and I follow. We all do.
I'll go with you.
Kian says.
No. Neither of you are going.
Then you're just going to let him have Arya?
Kian asks, his voice cracking, and I see the tightening set to Torvin's shoulders. I grip his arm before he turns into the bedroom doorway. I know what he's thinking. And no, I will not let him do what he's thinking. No, Torvin. Gods, you can't go. If you're even thinking that...
Caleb, if you leave, this palace is defenseless. Nikolai will take it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I stare at him, because no, I can't. I told my mother as much. I know it's true in my bones, either Nikolai or the Dowager's people. The Acrians have a weaver in Lady Denya if she wishes to act. She's more an enemy under the truce of a mutual cause than an actual ally. Or maybe the Dowager Zanara has other weavers here, set to attack and overwhelm the palace if I'm not here. Or they don't even have to be weavers, elementalists, or people with knives, or Nikolai could still be here himself, with a controlled Arya. He's not wrong. I can't leave. I meet Torvin's eyes. But you can't go. He heads into the bedroom, yanking open his wardrobe doors.
I'll take Kian.
He glances to Kian, and Kian nods quickly.
I'll take Aldrich and some of the elementalists. I'll take a troop with me. 2.
He looks up, and I see something more in his eyes now. A need to fight back, to have a direction, to prove himself. He needs this, as much as I need to find Arya too. But is he strong enough to face Nikolai, even with all of that? It's a trap. Of course it's a trap. It's a trap if I go, it's a trap if I stay. It's a trap if he goes, or if he stays. And I need to get Arya back. She can't be controlled by Nikolai, and she's my apprentice. God's. My responsibility. If anything happens to her, if anything more happens to her, Nikolai must be stopped. We have to find where he is. We have to know either way. We have to go to him or draw him out. We have to fight him. And now, do I have to choose between my apprentice and my husband? Another impossible choice. But we have to confront Nikolai. This just can't go on. Torvin knows that too. His gaze on me is steady. Whatever Nikolai planned, there's a chance the trap will be sprung outside the palace, and there's a chance it will be sprung within. That Torvin might be attacked if he goes, or I'll be attacked if I stay, but if we do nothing, then the threats continue, and Nikolai chips away at us piece by piece by piece, while we slowly lose our willpower to our fears. And no, this is not a good plan right now. I wet my lips. But Nikolai was here in our apartment. That unreality weaving was in our nursery. That letter was in our child's crib. This can't continue. It can't. Torvin's not the man he was 6 months ago. He's stronger than that. Even if he's had his moments of faltering, he's strong. I know he is. I know him. And I love him. And this is about more than Arya just now, too. It's about making a show to our people, to our enemies, that we're fighting back. The court united again with us over my pregnancy, over a future heir. And maybe they shifted to celebration again, but the threat of an enemy in our court didn't just go away. And the people have been slowly giving in to Nikolai's influence. That is the threat they don't know, and don't yet understand. That is the threat we have to stop too, before it swallows our kingdom whole. But that can end today too. I brush past Torvin into the bedroom and grab my Master Weaver's medallion where I left it beside the bed. I loop it over my head, and it settles over my heart. Okay, I say. I'll have Sabella here with me. She isn't strong, but she is steady,
I'll leave as many of my guards as I can,
he says.
and your guards stay with you.
I nod. And leave me the master elementalists. There are 3 left in the palace. And the palace has its own garrison of soldiers. And it has me. And though fear gnaws at me, though fear is threatening to close up my throat, I know we must do this. I know we can. Torvin nods, and I move to help him pull on his coat over his still injured arm.
Sire,
I hear Cass call from out in the hall.
we have the basin. Morgan.
Morgan, who's listened to all of this with a grim set to his face, steps back into the hall.
It wasn't as bad as I thought. We don't need to clean the burns. They faded rapidly. It was more of an illusion of danger.
Cass looks at us, his jaw jutted to one side.
Huh, okay. Sire, you don't need the water?
No, Cass. Get Valterre. He should be here. Then we must talk. Quickly, now.
Cass salutes and hurries out again.
Chapter 36. Reasons not to do this. Torvin.
Have you found her?
Valterre asks as soon as he enters my study. Caleb is Irava now, and she's restlessly moving around the room, not quite pacing. Kian fidgets in place near the hearth. He still hasn't slept, and he won't get sleep anytime soon. And Morgan, I asked Morgan to stay. He did ease the pain in my arm, though the burns are still throbbing, a dull ache. A reminder that my enemy won't stop until I defeat him. I didn't know Morgan was an elementalist, though I understand why he hid it. His family is high nobility, and even though few people in the palace know his heritage, it's still frowned upon for a guard to be an elementalist. Magic is seen as volatile. Guards are supposed to be steady, and so are kings. No, we haven't found Arya yet. I move around my desk and hand Valterre the last letter. He takes it, eyeing the singed corner warily.
What's this?
Just read it. And I'm glad I changed my shirt, because I know he'd be alarmed at the scorched sleeve. Valterre reads the letter, then looks up at me, then at Irava. He folds the letter carefully, and I know he knows one of us is going to ride out to face Nikolai. And he also knows it can't be Irava, and not just because she's carrying the heir, but because she's carrying the safety of the kingdom. Right now, Barella can afford to lose me more than it can afford to lose her.
What can I say to talk you out of this?
Valterre asks. Should you talk me out of it? He pinches his lips tightly. He once told me my kingdom needs a king that actually rules. And I have been ruling. I have been doing all I can. I have been giving my kingdom all I have. Maybe too much. So much that I haven't been giving my wife all she needs too. Haven't been giving her enough of my time. But now, I have to give more of myself, to both my kingdom and my family. I will not let the man who killed my father keep threatening everything I love. Visions of cutting Nikolai down with a sword, with a dagger, with my willpower any way I can, fill my mind. And I keep them there, letting them harden my resolve.
This is what Nikolai wants.
Valterre says.
It's obviously what he wants.
I glare him down, and I want him stopped. But Valterre is immune to my anger and glares right back.
And if he tries to control you again, he will.
I'm taking Kian, I say, nodding to where Kian is sitting rigidly by the hearth, not quite trying to be invisible but not daring to interrupt us now. And Aldrich, and most of the rest of the court mages. I'll leave the other master mages here with you and Caleb. I'll take 2 troops.
And if he controls them too?
Valterre asks, and I see his own panic rising. He was there when we faced Nikolai before. He was there when Irava and I wove a storm. He knows what I'm facing, what we're all facing, and Nikolai hasn't been here visibly, no. But his presence has been everywhere this last week. In the attempt on Irava's life, in the letters he sent to me, in the letter in our child's crib, and the letter that just tried to, what, kill me? In the soul weaving Irava found in her apprentice's mind. And now, he's kidnapped a member of my court, a powerful weaver, now a court mage, and someone Irava cares about deeply. He's poisoning the hearts and minds of my people slowly but surely. This won't stop, I say, until I stop it. Valterre glares at me a moment more, then sighs.
Okay. Where are you supposed to meet him? Is he going to send further instructions?
I assume he'll expect us to head to his family's estates.
He expects one of you. It says to come alone.
Valterre rubs at his eyes.
And assuming that's not the trap, and he wants to get you away from the palace? What if he attacks here at the palace instead, with Arya already under his control? Which is why Irava needs to be here.
I nod tightly, not looking at Irava, not paying any attention at all to the clenching of my heart. Because she hadn't seen the dagger that was thrown at her, and I was the one who caught it. But I'm leaving now, and if another dagger is thrown, I won't be here. You'll have the master elementalists, I say. You'll have Morgan and the rest of my guards, except Cass and Drain, who will stay with me. You'll have the soldiers in the palace garrison, and Sabella, Irava's other apprentice, too. Valterre straightens.
So he wants us split up, that's obvious. His plan is probably changeable, depending on what we do.
Then we hold strength in 2 forces, I say, pressing down on my desk, trying to anchor myself, trying to steady my resolve. I need action. I need to get into motion, or I will talk myself out of going. And this will be a battle of wills more than anything. My will to protect my family and my kingdom must be stronger than anything.
And the Harvest Festival?
Valterre asks.
I'm sorry, Torvin, but we still have to consider that if you leave now, that's not going to look good in the eyes of the people. Especially to go after a weaver, who they already fear.
So then we make it look good, I growl. They know someone tried to take Irava's life. We say I'm riding out to defeat the assassin, that assassin being Nikolai.
And when they use that as an excuse to fear weavers even more...
Valterre! Irava finally moves. She stands beside me, holding steady.
We can find 1,000 reasons not to do this. But those reasons won't stop Nikolai from tearing us apart, or killing us anyway. Valterre, he was in these rooms.
Shit,
Valterre says, pinching between his eyes. He shudders in a breath and looks between us again. Looks like he wants to say more, but then shakes his head until it turns into a nod.
All right, fine, yes. You'll have to address the court before you go at breakfast. They'll already be in the Great Hall. No. Do that in the courtyard, in your armor. Make an absolute festival show of it, Torvin. The people will be moved by that, especially after your announcement last night. Both of you. Yes, make this about protecting your future child. Your wife. Or husband, if you're Caleb at the time.
He nods to Irava.
Okay, we can leverage this.
Yes, I say. You control the narrative. Control it while I'm gone. While Irava holds the palace as queen in my absence, support her.
Of course.
And manage the delegates. I pause and quietly gather a sense of the guests who might be willing to fight if it comes to it too. If that's where the real trap is. If Nikolai's planning to take the palace.
I assume the mage trials will be off for today,
he says.
If you'll be taking most of the palace mages with you.
Irava blows out her breath.
Yes. Gods. But maybe watching their king ride out in force to take down his enemies will be spectacle and gossip fuel enough.
She shoots a sideways look at Valterre.
And we have to make sure the people know there's a difference between Nikolai's weaving and ours. I thought they did know, but those lines are blurring in the people's opinions lately. According to my apprentices, who've been gathering information on it.
She nods at Kian, and he straightens, nods back. Valterre sighs.
Right. Okay. I'll call off the mage trials after you start making a visible show of pulling your forces together, Tor. And I'll see what I can do to start seeding opinions in the other direction. More than what I already have been doing.
I nod in agreement to all of that. And I know this is what I want to do. And yes, I'll have to gather my forces, the troops I'll take with me, the elementalists. I'll have to talk to Aldrich, because he won't be happy about this either. I have to address my people. I have to do all the things expected of me and do them well, but for a moment, my mind blanks. This is what I'm pushing for. This is what needs to be done. It doesn't mean I'm not still terrified. I feel the burns on my arm throbbing with a low but persistent pain.
You have the will,
Irava says. I start, meeting her eyes beside me, and take a breath. I nod. I know I have the willpower. I know I do. Because not having the willpower to defeat Nikolai is not an option. I glance at my arm, tugging my sleeve to relieve some of the pressure on my skin. Valterre, please start preparations. Alert the town's garrison that we'll be taking 2 troops, and that left only the palace garrison to defend the palace, after I already sent 2 troops to the border to Acreal. And I'm beginning to understand the trouble at the border now, too. They want us divided, and Nikolai and my mother must still be working together. But there's no helping any of that now.
Tor, what happened to your arm? You're favoring it.
Valterre steps closer, but he doesn't quite reach out.
I can heal the rest now,
Morgan says, pointedly. Valterre shoots a startled glance his way.
You healed him? What happened?
Morgan's eyes flash, his hands flexing at his sides. And I haven't missed that Morgan looks a little different now, and I know Valterre hasn't either. Either Caleb already taught him some weaving, enough to weave an illusion around himself, or Caleb wove an illusion or reality around Morgan too. I watch Valterre's eyes narrowing, an anger of familiarity. I've seen signs of tension in their interactions before, but usually ignore it. Whatever is between Valterre and my guard is not my business, unless it hinders what I need to do. I hold up my arm. Morgan? Valterre turns his narrowed look to me.
What happened, Tor?
He nods at the letter, which he set back on the desk.
I noticed it was scorched.
Morgan carefully rolls up my sleeve and lets out a small sound. I look down to see the burns much angrier than they'd been before. Valterre hesitates, glancing briefly over his shoulder at Kian. Kian, I say, will you go tell the guards to alert the town's garrison that we'll need 2 troops? Then come back. Kian shoots up off his chair, his nervous energy finally finding an outlet.
Yes.
He runs out before I can say more. Valterre huffs a not quite laugh, glares at Morgan, then turns back to my arm.
I can fix it,
Morgan says through a tight jaw. Valterre regards him for too long a moment, then steps back. and I'm growing impatient with this. I need to get on the road. To get into motion. Morgan leans over my outstretched arm, gently holding it steady, and I feel my arm warming, the pain easing. I watch as the red patches blister, then peel, then new skin grows in, tender but not burned. Valterre watches too, and I almost hear his silent critique of whatever is going on. But I just need my arm uninjured. I don't have time for whatever other feud they've got going on. Morgan inspects my arm, the heat cooling now, and pronounces it healed as Kian bursts back in.
The guards are alerting the garrison in town,
he says. I tug down my sleeve. Kian, I say. In the top right drawer of my desk are court mage medallions. For weavers. Grab one, please. Kian nearly runs for the desk, until a look from Irava slows him. And despite everything just now, I hide a smile. Meet Irava's eyes, and her troubled gaze softens. Kian has been wanting this medallion since the moment he started his training. He pulls one out and skips back around to me, holding it up.
This one?
They're all identical. Yes. I don't have to ask him to put it on. He loops it over his head, lets it settle over his heart. Looks up to Irava's medallion, then back to his. I give him the oath of a court mage, and he repeats it and beams, then turns to show Irava. Valterre, his arms folded now, has resumed glaring at me. But Morgan has finished, and it's past time we all get moving. Morgan, if there's trouble at the palace and you can help. He knows in which way, I mean, with his elemental healing.
Of course, Your Majesty.
I glance at Valterre, but he doesn't at least protest that. Irava steps in front of me, looking into my eyes, then reweaves her illusion into Caleb. His brow furrowed, his lips parted, and it's that look again, studying me, like it might be the last time. I tuck his hair back, trace his jaw, trace his lips. He reaches up to run his thumb across the stubble on my cheek, the friction sending a jolt straight down to my stomach. I kiss him, fiercely. He is who I'm fighting for. He and the life he holds within him. This is why I must go, and this is why he must stay. Then I pull back, and he does too, his expression closing. As I know mine is, I turn. Morgan, tell Cass, I want my armor brought to the battle room and have my horse and the mounts we'll need prepared. I glance at Caleb. We'll get Aldrich and the mages. Valterre, have everything ready. Provisions for 10 days on the road.
Yes, sire.
Morgan hurries out, but Valterre lingers, and Kian too, rubbing his fingers over his mage's medallion. Valterre moves closer to me too, and I could almost bear that look from Caleb. I've seen it before, I was braced for it, but I don't know that I can take it from him. Kian, seeing us all draw in, huddles closer too. I don't have my father anymore, and I don't have my mother. Not that I ever really had my mother. My sister, I will do my best to keep my sister safe with everyone else in this palace. I'm riding out for her safety too. But Valterre is also my family. Even Kian, I know he is a part of Caleb's family, the family he's carved out here. And Sabella too, who is likely waking up now, if she's not already. And Arya. And I understand that. I understand needing to protect family. I'll bring her back, I tell Caleb, and he gives the smallest nod, his eyes hardening.
You have the will, Tor,
he says. I nod. So do you. Stay safe. One more kiss on his lips, but not passionate now, not lingering. A kiss, goodbye. Then we're all moving for the door.
Chapter 37. The Speech. Caleb. The preparations have been made. The palace is stirring with the rumors of what's happening, and now people have gathered in the courtyard outside the palace. I still get smiles and congratulations just by walking with my pregnancy showing. But now the mood has shifted to a different kind of anticipation. Morgan and Reveillon stay close by my side as I follow Torvin out to the palace courtyard. The mid-morning sun catches on his plate armor, on the intricate etched and enameled patterns. Torvin's armor is absolutely the armor of a king, and that king is about to go to war. I'm wearing my crown too, and one of my best coats. This morning must be about ceremony as much as it's about urgency.
Caleb.
I turn, seeing my mother approaching, and though I'm tempted not to let her close, I nod to Morgan, not to stop her. She's wearing her crown too.
Caleb, what is going on?
But she'll have heard the palace rumors too, that the king is riding out to take down the enemy who tried to kill his husband and his unborn child. I touch my stomach, and a wave of heat goes through me, a queasy disconnect between what's happening now and the world I grew up in. I feel conspicuous with my pregnancy showing, more vulnerable than I should be. I throw my senses wide, looking around. Is this feeling because I'm sensing mind control weaving, but I don't feel anything? Just the cool autumn breeze whipping my hair in the too bright sunlight.
Are we in danger?
My mother asks, a little too loudly. I turn back. No. Not right now. I don't know that.
Because yes, we are. Every moment we are. I am.
I lean toward her. He's going to rescue one of my apprentices, who was taken by Nikolai. She gives me an incredulous look, but at least she lowers her voice to ask,
Who, by your own admission, you barely won against before? You, Caleb, not Torvin?
I stare back at her. I know people are watching us now. I've stopped while Torvin's gone on with his guards toward his waiting stallion. And no, I'm not wearing the heavy ceremonial crown just now. I did draw the line at that. But the lighter daily crown. I almost never wear a crown at all if I don't have to, and the court knows that. My mother looks around her, and she gathers herself and steps back. She doesn't have to agree with what we're doing here, but she doesn't know everything going on. And I'm not about to tell her about the letters. I'm not. I spot Voltaire coming out from a palace side door, and he sets himself on a path to meet me. We're both heading again for Torvin. He's just mounted up, and his huge war stallion, nervous from the rustling energy of the crowd of courtiers and festival guests, dances back a few steps before he regains control. He looks down at me, his face stern. His helmet is secured behind him, not yet on, and he's pulled his dark hair back into a tidy battle braid. His court mage's medallion is shining over his plate armor, higher toward his neck than his heart, with the bulk of the armor pulling it upward. But the effect is the same. This king is a weaver king. He's a battle mage, and he's going to war.
The rest of the provisions are being loaded,
Voltaire calls up to him.
We'll have everything ready within the hour. The mages are being fitted into their armor now.
I have armor too. Every court mage does, in case those mages are needed to defend the palace. Not that that happens often. And right now, I'm not wearing mine. Because that was another hasty discussion between Torvin, Voltaire, and me on the way down to get Master Aldrich. I need to show the palace that all is well here, that I am holding the authority I have with ease. Torvin needs to show them that he'll fight for it to remain that way. If Nikolai is playing on the level of people's perceptions, we must play that game too. Torvin nods to Voltaire. His horse dances backward again, and I step back a few hasty steps so he can turn his restless stallion in a circle. Around us, his 2 guards are mounting their own horses, and Kian bounds onto his own. As an apprentice, he doesn't yet have palace-commissioned armor, but as the son of a general, he has his own. Torvin rests one hand on the pommel of his sword. And maybe Barellan kings aren't encouraged to carry swords in their palace, but that doesn't mean they don't know how to wield them.
People of Barella!
Torvin shouts, and I hear the small catch in his voice, the nerves. I pray to all the gods that he'll make this speech what it needs to be.
Our enemy has invaded our palace and our hearts. He has sought to turn us against each other. He has tried to kill my husband and my child.
He looks to me, and his look is scorching and raw. He's wrestling with his horse again in his own tension.
He has tried to kill me. Nikolai Metrial has sent threats, and he set dark weaving traps. He is our enemy. He is not a weaver at all. He's not fit for the name. He is a soul mage, and that's all he will ever be. So we ride now to rescue a court mage he has kidnapped, and to end this tyranny for good.
He's straining for words. I know him. I know he thinks he's faltering, but he's doing so well. He surveys the crowds, which are mostly silent. Looks back to me.
I will return with Nikolai Metrial,
he says, like a solemn promise.
That will be my gift to our child's safety.
I swallow hard. I didn't know he would say that. There's a beat of shocked silence. Because despite everything, the Metrial family still holds high sway in this kingdom. It's why they've been untouchable. But then there's a rumble among the courtiers gathered, and then a roar. I catch my mother's eye again, and she jerks her head toward Torvin, then looks pointedly back to me. I suck in a breath, then do my best to pitch my voice to Carrie. And I'll keep the kingdom safe until you return. Safe for our people, and safe for our child. I press my hand over my master weaver's medallion and bow the slightest bow to my husband. He presses a gauntleted hand over his medallion and bows back to me. And the crowd roars, stomping, the flagstones trembling beneath my feet. Valtaire steadies me.
We still have an hour yet,
he says into my ear with some dismay.
The supplies aren't ready.
But Torvin dances his stallion around again, then, with his guards and Kian kicking into a gallop behind him, thunders out the palace gates. I hope he's going to the garrison in town to wait until the mages and the rest of their supplies catch up. I know he won't ride out ahead of his small army. But that was the right exit, it was. I spot someone hurrying toward me, let through by the guards. Elsira. Coming not from the palace, but the town. She's dressed in trousers and leather hunting gear. She was out on a hunt?
What's happening?
She gasps.
Torvin, gods of winter, Caleb. He's in armor. Is it our mother? Is it...
I grip her arm, surveying the roar around us. They're still cheering after Torvin, but some are focusing back on me. I let go of Elsira and step forward, raising my hands. Our best defense is our festivities, I shout. We won't be holding the mages' trials today, as many of our mages are riding out, but I welcome you all to the Great Hall for ongoing celebrations, of which no doubt palace staff will scramble to provide. I turn to Valtaire and mouth, rain provisions, and he nods. There are alternate plans for bad weather that will be enough for today, and I'll have to be on and visible all day. Have to be. In the absence of Torvin, I am the king in Barella. My hands are still up, and I shout, let's show our enemy what we think about threats in Barella. We still carry on. That gets another roar. And people turn to go back into the palace now that the show of Torvin riding out is over.
Caleb?
Elsira says, and she looks near tears.
What is happening?
I loop her arm in mine and start for the palace. Valtaire hurries ahead to start giving orders, and Morgan and Reveillon fall in ahead and behind us with Elsira's guards. Nikolai threatened us, I say. He's taken Arya, and Torovin is going out to meet him.
What?
I squeeze her arm, and she gives me a baleful look.
You didn't tell me.
She hisses, and I swallow. Because no, we didn't tell her any of this. We didn't think that. I swallow again to settle my stomach. I know what it's like to be a princess in my mother's household. Overlooked and disregarded. I'm sorry, Elsira. We have to be at the festivities today, both of us. But let's go to my study. Catch you up. She nods, her lips pulled tight. Chapter 38. The Secret. Caleb. I managed to fend off my mother again, saying I need to discuss family business with Elsira. And she does understand that, even if she is also my family. Elsira's calmed to a deadly chill by the time we reach my study in the mage's quarters and pass through the common room, which feels far too empty. Sabella's coming in from the direction of the mage's quarters when we arrive, though. She eyes my crown, then Elsira, and bows.
I'll stay close,
She says. Thank you, I say with feeling. We filled Sabella in on Torovin riding out earlier after we told Aldrich. And when I have a spare moment, I'll give her a court mage's medallion, too. The court will need to see that, to know she has official approval, and she needs to know that, too.
We should be meeting in Torovin's study,
Elsira says as she looks around my cramped space, tugging off her leather gloves. She levels her gaze at me, glances up to the crown, but then she shrugs and sits. And as quickly as I can, I tell her all I know. She gets more hunched as the details go on.
He was in your rooms?
She asks, gripping the arms of her chair. In our nursery. She pulls a face that's all rage.
I will kill him. I can't believe.
She shuts her mouth. She said it often since finding out just how rotten Nikolai and her mother were. She once defended him to me. Elsira looks away.
I will kill him,
said with absolutely no inflection. And I believe her, if she ever has the chance. She waves for me to go on and stops me again when Torovin makes his speech.
He shouldn't be going. He shouldn't have left you, left us, and he shouldn't be going to face Nikolai without you.
I know.
Then why did you let him?
Because there's no good answer. Because I have to be here. Because what if the trap isn't an ambush out there, but an attack on the palace here? It's what I keep telling myself. I sit back in my chair, then decide I can't sit still another moment and get up to pace to the window. The sky is clouding to the north where they're going, looking like the day will turn to rain. And that will not be a pleasant day on the road. Not that today was ever going to be pleasant.
Caleb.
I turn at the tone in Elsira's voice. It sets the hairs on my arms on end. What? She opens her mouth, closes it again. Elsira, what is it? I can't take any more disasters today. No surprises, none. She hunches her shoulders, then says in a rush,
I'm an elementalist. I haven't told anyone, so please don't. Not anyone. Not Torovin. I can, move the earth elements.
She holds up her hands. And I take a step back. I'm so unprepared. But your royalty. Her smile is bitter. And she doesn't dignify that with an answer. You're sure? I ask. She rolls her eyes.
Gods, Caleb, of course I'm sure. Are you sure you're a weaver?
I wave incoherently, trying to pull my thoughts in this new direction.
I want to help,
she says.
If it comes to it. I'm not very experienced yet. I only figured it out after she left.
Gods. I've heard of that happening sometimes where someone has dormant elemental abilities but only manifests them after trauma. Does anyone else know? I ask.
No, please don't tell Torovin.
I won't. Of course I won't, but but she took 3rd place in the archery competition, and I hadn't seen her do anything with a bow until a month ago. I thought I just hadn't been paying much attention. And she's suddenly interested in hunting. I rub at my temples, upsetting the crown. I make a face and start to lift it off, but Elsira shakes her head.
No, you need that now. That's your armor, Caleb, if Torvin has his. Don't take it off.
I'll have to sleep.
You know what I mean.
She sits back, looking tired, and I face her across the small room. What can you do? If it comes to it, I ask. We should be having this conversation with the Master Earth Elementalist still in the palace. He's older than my grandfather, but I've seen him move the earth in calculated, terrifying sweeps in practice.
I can make the ground shake, sometimes. I can nudge things of the earth.
She chews on her lip. Like arrows, I ask.
Huh. So, and I can make stone go a little soft, but I haven't found anything useful to do with that.
She's been teaching herself, and I know what that's like. To have a magic you know won't be approved of. But I wanted to be a weaver. She certainly didn't ask to be an elementalist, not when she's a princess. A part of me wonders just what the Dowager Zanara would think now if she knew her own blood might carry elementalism. But she'd probably blame it on her late husband. Okay, I say. And when you're doing what you're doing, can you be precise? No, that's a bad question. I know where you placed in archery.
I would have placed first,
She says, carefully folding her hands in her lap.
I didn't want to look too good.
I believe her. Elsira is the heart of this palace, but also part of its strength. She did not fall apart when she found out about her mother. She lifted her chin and carried on. She's been helping Torvin with the work of shifting more power to the common people, helping make education plans, talking with various council members about logistics. And she's steady and doesn't make waves. She's far too easy to overlook. I have to do better. I'm sorry for not bringing you in on all of this. We only knew most of it last night, but I half expect her to shrug it off, but she nods.
Thank you. And Caleb, use my skills if you have to. If it's worth exposing my being an elementalist, do it.
If it's worth showing that not only is there a weaver among the Barellan royal bloodline, but an elementalist too. I make a face. This has to change. We've changed a lot, Elsira. But this prejudice against magic you're born with,
I know,
she says.
We have to defeat Nikolai first. And my mother.
She gives me a level look.
I want to be there when we take down our mother.
I won't let Torvin say no. She almost smiles at that, then pushes up.
Come on. Back to the Great Hall, you have to be the king, and I have to be a princess.
She slants a look at me.
I'll be close too. And watching. If Torvin hadn't caught the dagger, well, I saw it. I was going to try. And I've sort of got that too. I've been practicing the last few days, since the first feast.
She pulls a dagger hilt from her belt, which looks ordinary from the handle. But the blade itself is dull and blocky, like it was only partly formed. She did this with her magic?
I practiced today until I can sharpen or dull a blade. Mostly. It would still hurt if it hit you and it's dulled, and might still cause injury, but it wouldn't kill you. Not with the blade, anyhow. It's something.
She shrugs and puts her dagger back in her belt and marches out. Okay, one more elementalist. That's one more we have to defend the palace if we need to. Shaking my head, I hurry to catch up.
Chapter 39. Riding Out. Torvin. I wait in the town with the cavalry garrison bustling with last-minute preparations. I wait until the mages ride down with their battle armor and their nerves. I wait a bit more as extra horses are tied to our company as relief mounts, though we'll be riding hard. And then it starts to rain. When he arrives with the rest of the mages, Aldrich, to his credit, doesn't complain. He has never been anything close to a battle mage, and I know he's had his aches lately. But in his light mage's armor, he does look regal. He does sit tall in his saddle. He holds my eye and nods. He will ride out with me despite his age, despite his lack of practice as a battle mage. He'll stand with me, and for that, he wins a little more of my respect. And then, with my shout and a scattered cheer again from the people gathered in the town, we set out on the road north. The send-off bolsters my spirits enough that for the first few miles of the ride, at least, I'm not thinking about how we're riding into a trap. We ride through rain on and off all the first day, and the need for action numbs into the steadiness of hoofbeats on the road toward Nikolai's family's estates. The clatter of our column echoes off low hills around us, the clank of plate armor that's growing heavier by the minute. People still out working the unharvested fields for a late harvest stop to look up at us as we pass. There are a few scattered cheers near the palace, people who might have heard some of what's going on at the palace. But there are less cheers the deeper we ride into the countryside. Will Nikolai even show himself? If I don't come alone, will he even show up at all? That is the fear that gnaws at me as we camp outside a small village with a post station to freshen our mounts. I don't exchange my stallion, though. The short night's rest will be enough. We camp in coffin-sized tents as it drizzles throughout the night. And every time I close my eyes to sleep, I see Caleb back in the palace. Caleb under attack, because I left him there. Because I thought coming to Nikolai and taking much of the palace's defenses with me would be a good idea. Did I make the right choice? Leaving him to hold the kingdom while I chase after what might be nothing more than bait? But the next morning, with my breath misting in the crisp autumn air, I look ahead at the road stretching toward Nikolai's family lands, through autumn gold fields, and my resolve, again, firms. Riding beside me, Kian shifts in his saddle, his young face set with a determination that's growing less fierce the farther we go, and settling into an anxious exhaustion. He's been quiet since we broke camp, but I know from Caleb that he always asks questions, always wants to know what's ahead, and always wants to dive in. So I'm not surprised when he asks,
"So, am I just a court mage now? Or can I say I'm a battle mage?"
I glance aside. "Do you want to be a battle mage?" He rustles his heavy armor, and I get it. There's all kinds of glory in the old stories about battle mages winning the day. What they don't talk about is the days on the road, the chafing of the armor, the weariness of riding in that armor all day, the cold and damp nights, the travel rations, the fear of what's ahead. Not that I have much more experience with any of this than Kian, but I can't let my own inexperience show.
"I want to help people,"
Kian says.
"And I want to protect the kingdom."
He straightens in his saddle, which, at this point in the road, is a losing battle.
"So, yeah,"
he says, more brightly now.
"I want to be a battle mage, if that's what I need to be."
I look aside again, and this time meet his eyes. I've known his father, the general, for years, and Kian from a distance. He was too much younger than me to be a peer growing up at court, not like Voltaire. But he's a court mage now. And even if we had to rush that, and even if he's not completely done with his training from Caleb, he has the heart of a battle mage. I think he's ready. Well, as ready as I am anyway, which is probably not nearly enough.
"So, can a single weaver really turn the tide of a battle?"
Kian goes on.
"Like, did that actually happen when a weaver held off an entire army for 3 days by making them think they were fighting in a swamp with his illusions and constructs. They kept sinking into mud that hadn't been there before.
It's true as far as I know, I say. Aldrich, who's been riding in a lull behind us, calls up.
And a battle weaver can change the weather, reshape the battlefield, create illusions of more forces behind them than there actually are, or make their own forces camouflaged.
But that was hundreds of years ago. I know from what Caleb's told me that much of those techniques have been lost to time, along with the soul weaving, because soul weavers used that destructive magic too.
Caleb could do it,
Kian says. And with that, I hear the silent, and if Caleb's my teacher, so can I. I hope he carries that confidence straight to whatever we're riding into. I hope I do too, and I start thinking through all the ways I can use what I know in an actual battle. I haven't thought it through much before. I've been so busy trying to move the council, move the people, move the kingdom in the direction I want them to go. I've been so busy running into the fact that wanting change isn't enough. The people have to want it too. And I'm finding that's going to take more than telling them they can have it. That's going to take showing them why it's good, and that they can trust that this change will last, when so many of the nobility have failed them before.
You caught a dagger,
Kian goes on, and I blink, focusing back on him.
That feels like a battle mage skill.
Behind me, I hear Aldrich's huffed-out cough. What? Kian turns around.
If you can catch daggers or arrows on the battlefield, that could turn the tide too. Can you teach me how to do that? I've been wanting to try ever since.
Of course, I say. Though that was more instinct than anything. I'll have to work out what I actually did.
Oh, well, I saw what happened. I saw that you grabbed the blade inside a...
Cass, riding ahead of me, holds up a fist.
Ahead.
He stops, and we all stop, rolling back through the column, as a bend in the road reveals two figures standing in the road ahead of us. I squint in the mid-morning sun, then still as I see them. One is a man with brown hair dressed in a fine blue coat. Even from this distance, I can make out Nikolai's arrogant posture, the way he stands like he owns the world around him. Beside him is a young woman, long black hair loose around her shoulders, the hem of her red skirt obviously muddy even from this distance. My gut tightens. Did he drag her here? Did he abuse her?
Arya!
Kian gasps, his horse dancing sideways as he fights the urge to spur forward. I hold up a hand to keep our column stopped, my mind racing through possibilities. This is too convenient, too exposed. Nikolai wouldn't just stand in the open unless he was confident about the outcome of this encounter. And is it actually Nikolai, or an illusion? I throw my senses wide and try to sense ahead, but the distance is far. Steady, I say to Kian. And I don't say that we still don't know if Arya is here with Nikolai willingly or under coercion, because despite Caleb saying to trust him, that he knows Arya, we can't afford to assume. My hand is still out, waiting to see what Nikolai will do, but he seems to be waiting for us to come to him. And should I just attack now? I'm struggling to reach that far with my senses. Could I reach that far with my weaving? Can he reach that far with his? But then, we were just talking about battle mages, and I know it's possible for a weaver to influence an entire field of battle, not just the people immediately around them. When we get through this, I will need to start training. We approach carefully, I say. I signal to the guards, and our formation shifts subtly, still advancing, but ready for combat. The elementalists spread out slightly, going off the road to either side, giving themselves room to maneuver, room to see. I see fire crackling, air gathering between their fingers. Slowly, we advance. Nikolai raises one hand in what might be a greeting or a warning. His voice carries clearly across the distance between us. That's likely some form of weaving, too.
Torvin! How unexpected. And you didn't come alone. But now that you're here, we can talk.
His reasonable tone makes my skin crawl. This is the man who murdered my father, who tried to control my mind, who's been terrorizing my kingdom for months, and he wants to talk. What do you want to discuss? I call back. How you've been threatening my husband. But will he hear me? My voice feels thin and thready, carried on the wind. We continue riding forward, slowly. This is a trap. Of course, this is a trap. How you kidnapped an apprentice of my court, I continue, despite not knowing how to make my voice carry farther. If Nikolai can't hear me, at least my own people can. I'm calculating if I should try to do something like how I caught the dagger in the Great Hall, with constructs of air, except could I hone them tighter and sharper? Could I make them into blades? Could I slice his throat where he stands? Do I dare try that for the first time just now? We are closer now, though, and I can feel the sense of Nikolai's reality ahead, still faint from the distance, but there. It is actually him, not an illusion, a ghost on the road. And it's actually Arya, too. And part of me is relieved, so intensely relieved, that Nikolai is here now, and not at the palace where Caleb is. Caleb is safe. That's all that matters. I can fight whatever happens today, knowing he's safe.
Actually,
Nikolai calls.
I want to discuss your family's safety.
I draw a long breath and let it out again. We're all still moving, slowly, forward. And as we get closer, I see Arya looks more defiant than controlled. Her chin raised, her shoulders set in a line of stubborn resistance. Her cheek is bruised. Gods, if he did lay hands on her. Well, I was planning to kill him anyway. But her defiance now, does that mean she's not under his control? She's looking defiantly at me. Or is she controlled completely? Or was Caleb wrong? Was Arya Nikolai's agent all along?
Arya!
Kian shouts, his horse dancing as he strains to hold it back. Or hold himself back. Then he spurs forward. Chapter 40. A Battle of Wills. Torvin. Kian! I yell. But he's already riding at a fast gallop for Arya, shifting in the saddle like he means to scoop her up without stopping. Shit. In his armor, he's more likely to hurt her or be hurt himself. Kian has read entirely too many stories. I glance to Nikolai to see the air shimmering with threads of void, of darkness, of control. I can see them this time. This time, this fight, I have the willpower and the training to see them, and they're like Caleb described. Like tears in reality, not reality itself. Mind control threads. Nikolai isn't even bothering with Kian. He's aiming the threads straight at me. I don't know if it will stop them, but I weave the air in front of me, trying to build up a hardness, a shield. If I stopped the dagger aimed at Caleb by hardening the air, can I stop these threads too?
Torvin,
Aldrich calls.
He's not aiming at you. Widen the shield. Take my will.
I feel his willpower thrust at me and scramble to hold both it and my shield, to integrate his strength into mine. I've practiced this with Caleb, But, as with everything else, I haven't had as much time to practice as I'd like. But Aldrich's willpower bolsters my own just as Nikolai's threads reach me and move past me, slipping aside, aiming for my guards. Aiming for the soldiers and the elementalists. I watch Cass ahead of me twitch in his saddle as if struck. A court mage with fire crackling between his fingertips turns toward me but doesn't hurl it. There's an intense strain in his eyes. He's fighting against his own will. The fire within his hands grows brighter. But he's not throwing the fire yet. How long will that hesitation last? Can I hope that my people will be able to hold Nikolai off? We all know this is what we're dealing with now. He's not taking anyone by surprise this time. I try to widen my shield, as Aldrich said, to protect Cass. Will Nikolai's desire to see me harmed overtake my people's desire to protect me? To protect each other? To take down this mage who's standing against us? The elementalist hurls the fireball at me. I jab my heels into my stallion's flanks and surge forward, away from the fire, and lean into a gallop toward Nikolai. I take my woven shield with me. Ahead of me, Keon's off his horse, frantically defending himself against Arya's weaving. But at least she's weaving normal reality, not trying to weave his soul. Nikolai watches me approach, not moving, not showing anything like fear. He's just grinning at me, his sun-tanned cheeks pinking in his excitement, the hoops in each ear glinting in the mid-morning sun. I draw my sword, and two things happen at once. Where there was just countryside a moment before, the ground around the road rolling down into the fields, now there are people. More than 24, all armed and charging straight for me. I'm looking everywhere at once as I'm suddenly surrounded. I didn't feel these people. Are they illusions? But no. No, I sense them now. He was hiding them beneath an unreality weaving, wasn't he? Nikolai isn't just skilled at mind control weaving. And how have I forgotten that in these moments now? Nikolai is a battle mage, and he's warring against me. The second thing that happens is Nikolai launches an attack of his soul magic straight at me. My woven shield has faltered, and I don't have time to deflect. I'm reining in instinctively, trying to gather my mind and my will again to weave another shield. But between that moment and the next, Nikolai's threads reach me. I feel them in the air and know what they are. The threads trying to enter my mind, slipping through the cracks in my fear. My fear rises to terror. Vaguely, I hear someone shout. Keon, maybe. I watch Nikolai's new fighters not engage me directly, but swarm past me, toward the mages behind me, toward my guards, and Aldrich. I'm still holding Aldrich's will, and I think, through my haze, that I probably should release that. I just managed to wrench his will from mine and send it back to him. But Nikolai wants me to turn and fight with his new forces, to use my weaver's abilities and senses to slaughter my own people. He's trying to show me that I want that too. My horse turns back the way we came, takes 2 steps forward. Then I pull back the reins and stop it. Of course, I don't want to fight against my own people, but what if this is the only way to stop Nikolai? To fight my people? Number. No, that doesn't make sense. I'm panting, straining. Because yes, it does make sense. All the sense in the world. I jerk my stallion's head around again, back toward Nikolai. That makes sense. Nikolai is my focus. I must stop him. I must take him down. To protect my husband. To protect my family. I stop again, holding the reins tightly in one hand, keeping my nervous mount from moving forward. Caleb knew I was walking into a trap and didn't stop me. He knows how weak I am. He wants the kingdom for himself. I shake my head. No, gods. No, these are Nikolai's thoughts. Nikolai's lies. How can he think I'd believe them? I urge my horse forward again toward Nikolai, but stop a few steps later. Caleb knows I'm not strong enough to rule my kingdom. He hasn't taught me all of what he knows because he knows I can't handle it. He didn't tell me what he knew about Nikolai being in the palace. He knows I can't handle anything at all. No. I brace against this, my whole will surging up because it's not true. Behind me, Aldrich shouts,
"Give up, Torovin. You don't have the will to fight him."
Gods. I gave him back his will, but it was too late. Or maybe not enough. Nikolai has Aldrich now too. I was a fool to bring Aldrich with me. He might have resisted Nikolai before on the day we fought Nikolai in the council chamber, but he's never been that strongly willed. He shouldn't have given me his willpower, but maybe he always would have broken. And maybe Nikolai thinks Aldrich's words will be the words that break me. Like Aldrich is someone I actually respect. But it stiffens my back. Because it's not true. I spur back into a gallop, charging at Nikolai, making riding straight at him my singular, final focus. I raise my sword, then drop it, yelling, as fire hits the blade. One of my elementalists is charging at me, his hands upraised and gathering more fire between them. My horse shies, stumbles, starts to fall. I have enough wits left to jump clear, trying to roll, but the armor is heavier than I thought, and I land hard. I hit my shoulder, crying out at the crack of pain in my arm, and I lay, stunned on the ground, trying to catch breath that isn't there. I watch the battle going on to one side. Nikolai's people against, well, only some of mine. Some of mine are fighting with his people. The elementalists are scattered. There are bodies on the ground. Some of Nikolai's people, some of mine. More of mine. I find Nikolai to my left, closer now, but I came closer to him. Kian is struggling against a binding weaving that Arya has around him, and I see the thick soul weaving threads that Nikolai has between himself and Arya, and that almost feels like a relief, and proof that Caleb was right, that Arya didn't come on her own will. Is that anything to hope in now? Nikolai starts toward me, his mouth tight in concentration. I finally pull in breath again and struggle to push up, falling as I try to put weight on my left arm. Is it broken? No, I don't think so, but it's still not good. I push up anyway, standing to face Nikolai. My sword is gone, lost somewhere behind me. My horse is up again, but galloping away from the fighting into the fields. Barellan war horses are trained for magical attacks in battle, yes, but not this much chaos, not this much fear. Nikolai's not trying to weave me now. He's just approaching.
"I'll kill them all,"
he says.
"Or you can come with me. I just want to talk."
This doesn't look like just wanting to talk. You tried to control me, I say, and my voice comes out hoarse.
"You were attacking me,"
he says. He's close now, and I'm calculating if I have the strength to lunge at him, if I have even a chance at taking him down. Then I remember that, yes, I am a weaver, and weave the air in front of me into the blades I was thinking about before, shoving them toward his throat. Nikolai raises one hand to stop them. He doesn't try to unweave them, just puts a shield of reality around himself. He grimaces, his eyes sparking. then sends his soul weaving toward me again. My knees hit the ground beneath me. How had I ever thought I could face this man? Even with all the forces behind me, with Kian, with Aldrich, with the court mages at my back and the soldiers, I'm not strong enough. Maybe not even Caleb is strong enough to face him. Nikolai's grown in power. Or maybe I've just grown weaker. Maybe my trying to change the kingdom has only exposed my own weakness. I'm a failure. I'm hardly fit to be a king. I stand up. No. He's in front of me now. No! It's not true. None of that is true.
You told Caleb about the letters?
Nikolai asks.
Then you are weak, Torvin. You don't care for his own life. You don't care if he dies.
Of course I shake my head and try to sort through the tangle running through my head. I know it's his mind control threads. I know it. And I try to find then within my thoughts. Try to grab hold of them. Try to expel them. My mental hands slide off, which is what Caleb described when we fought Nikolai before. How he defeated Nikolai, the only way he defeated Nikolai, was by sharing a truth so potent that Nikolai couldn't show it to be false. By showing me who he really was, all of who he was. But I'm here right now, and I don't have more of myself to show. I'm all of myself here, fighting with all of my will. And it's just not enough. Not enough to defeat the man who murdered my father. How could I have even thought to try? So foolish. So stupid. I close my eyes, baring my teeth.
It's better this way,
Nikolai says, and it's almost gentle. Is it gentle, or am I hearing it as gentle? He moves behind me and snaps something cold, metallic around my wrists.
I just want to talk,
Nikolai says again. And what if it's true? He hasn't killed me yet, though he has killed some of my people. But if we're in a battle, that's reasonable, isn't it? No, it's not. I can't imagine I want to hear anything he has to say. Not after the letters, not after my father, not after he tried to control me before. I feel a tightness around my arms, my chest, and see his threads of reality binding me. Normal threads, but my thoughts slip away from trying to unravel them. I look back to where the fighting is and see my people, too many of my people, on the ground. And those still fighting, quickly being outmatched. Some still by my own people. I look to Kian, who's fighting within Arya's bonds, unsuccessfully, and Aldrich, who's standing rigidly, fighting his own inner battle. At least he's still fighting back.
See?
Nikolai says.
It's no use to fight. Just come with me. I just want to talk. Your family is safe. Your weaver is safe. His child is safe. That's all you want, isn't it? That's all you care about. So I'm telling you they're safe, if you come with me.
Nikolai pulls me toward him. Toward, I see now, 2 carriages coming down the road ahead of us.
Tell your people to stop fighting,
he says calmly.
We just want to talk. They stop fighting and your family stays safe.
I turn back to where my people are still fighting. And this is wrong. I shouldn't tell them to stop. But I shouldn't tell them to keep fighting either. I know we're outmatched. I know I made a mistake in coming, in thinking it was possible to fight Nikolai at all. But I shouldn't tell them to stop. So I gather my will, gather just enough to shout, "Run! Run!" I see one of the elementalists start, see me, freeze. "Tell him!" I shout. "Tell him what happened!" Nikolai cuffs my cheek, and my head whips to the side. I stumble, my hands bound, unable to check the damage, but manage to stay on my feet. And when I look up, I see some of my people breaking off, riding off if they're still on their horses, or running for some of the lingering horses if they're not. And that small bit of triumph wells up in me, enough to break through enough of Nikolai's fog that I turn back and butt his head with mine. I see stars, and he staggers. I surge forward, but trip within his woven binding and fall down hard again on my shoulder, crying out, "It's no use. I failed. I am a failure. I'm too much of a failure to ever be a good king to my people. A good husband to Caleb. A good father. I couldn't stop Nikolai before. How could I have ever thought I could? I thought I would be enough, that I'd learned enough, that I wanted to protect my husband and my child and my kingdom enough, that all of that would be enough. But no, I don't have the willpower. I close my eyes, shuddering. "Caleb," I whisper, "I'm sorry."
Chapter 41. Holding Court. Irava. It's evening of the day that Torvin rode out, and the palace is festive. The courtiers have been festive all day. They've treated him leaving to fight Nikolai like a trial of strength he's already won. And I'm wearing my crown all day. I'm holding the burden of a kingdom. I'm watching the people look to me to set the direction and the tone. And I'm starting to understand. Yes, I've been beside Torvin while he's at council meetings, or while he's talking with ministers or delegates or traders or generals. I've listened while he rants about this minister or that delegate who are making problems for him, and then I've gone off into my own world of being a master mage and training my apprentices and leaving him to his work. But I've spoken to so many people today who wanted reassurances of Torvin's success, and that he'll return triumphant before the end of the festival. I've had to carefully fend off people who thought that if Torvin told them no to something, that they'd be able to get a yes from me. I finally pulled Valter to my side halfway through the day, letting him take half of the answers, because my head was full. So very full of all the people and all their problems and all their joys. I'm still getting congratulations, too, and even that is wearing thin. Maybe especially that, because I'm not wearing an illusion right now, none at all. I'm myself as Irava, and my pregnancy is showing, and that is terrifying. Right now, I'm sitting at the high table for the night's feast, sipping grape juice as the people eat and roar in laughter and gesture to each other. It feels utterly wrong with the worry churning inside me, and yet I smile, because the kingdom needs to see it. And I'm starting to understand that too. Torvin's been carrying this weight for months. It's been carving him into the person he needs to be, and pulling him away from the person I want him to be. But being a king is who he is. It's who I am now, too. I'm sitting in Torvin's place at the table, and everyone to my right is shifted a place over so there's no gap in seating. Elsira to my right, Valter to my left. My mother beside Elsira, and she mostly has kept her distance today, though I know she still wants to talk. But I think she sees that my visibility in the court, that holding the crown steady, is more important just now. Valter leans in.
Lady Seema wanted to call a session of the council for tonight, but I fended her off. They don't like that Torvin acted without them, but I know, and you know, and he knows that if it had taken a council vote, it would have taken a week to act.
Gods of all the seasons, I can't handle a council meeting tonight on top of everything.
But we'll have to meet tomorrow,
he says.
I could pause that for a night, but not more.
I nod, and my eyes are still on the festivities happening around us. But my mind is with Torvin, on the road, thinking through every possible detail and danger I can imagine, and how he might deal with them, how he might deal with Nikolai. In everything he's learned these last months of coming into his own as the king, has he gained advantages over his mind and his willpower that Nikolai can't exploit? I've played so many scenarios through my head that they're blurring together. Nikolai trying to control Torovin again, and Torovin holding steady, and Torovin giving in, and Torovin prevailing with the numbers of his force, the strength of the elementalists behind him, the strength of his troops. Kian striking down Nikolai before Nikolai can have a chance to control anyone. Arya breaking free from Nikolai's hold and cutting him down herself. Nikolai striking first and with overwhelming force, and Torovin failing. I get to that version, again and again, and run it all through again, stubbornly shifting to different outcomes. Because I know my husband, and he's stronger than he thinks he is. I don't know the scenery. I don't know where the confrontation will take place. I don't know if it's happened already or will happen soon. I don't know if it will take him all the way to Nikolai's family's estates, but we've heard nothing yet. So whatever happened or will happen, it's not happened close. Valter's hand closes around mine, and I look up. He doesn't give me reassurances, and I don't give them to him. But I keep my hand in his, that's reassurance enough just now, and nibble at a buttered roll. And maybe I can hope that Torovin will be home before tomorrow, and he can deal with the council meeting. Yes, I'll cling to that. But I'm the master weaver. I should be riding out to face our enemies. And he should be here to face his rivals in court. These are our places we've carved out for ourselves. Yet he's riding out, and I'm holding court. But maybe I'm stronger than I think, too. Maybe willpower isn't just the will to protect or defend with magic, but defend through the everyday and ordinary, too. Carrying on in the face of danger is a powerful illusion.
The 5th and 6th garrisons are on their way in toward the palace,
Valter says in my ear.
I got word before dinner.
We'd decided that this morning. We need more troops at the palace. Even if they aren't ultimately used, they'll be here. I nod.
And the combat trials are tomorrow. It's traditional for the king to fight in them. And I know that's not practical, Irava. Even if you weren't pregnant, you're not trained for physical combat. I'm sorry.
Do the rules say anything about using magic? He pauses.
Everyone just assumes that a Barellan king won't have it. And there have been a few elementalists who've fought in the trials. I don't think it's against the rules.
He dabs at his mouth.
But there was a soldier who was secretly a fire elementalist being booed for burning the arm of his opponent.
Valter looks at me askance.
Mages are always set apart. Always.
I meet his eyes. I do know. And do I really want to remind the people right now of how lethal weavers can be? Torovin hadn't done that in riding out. He'd reminded them of how lethal a king can be, with his armor and his sword and his family's history.
I was going to suggest,
Valter says,
that you have a champion fight for you. It's not typical, no, but with everything going on.
I'll fight,
I hear behind me, and I look back to see Morgan, his cheeks splotching as if he's only now realizing what he said. But he pulls himself up and says more formally, with a short bow,
It would be my honor to fight for you, Your Majesty.
He's not looking at Valter. Pointedly so, I think. Valter is very pointedly not looking at him. What is between these two? I saw how Morgan protected him earlier, used his own magic when I'd slipped, and almost revealed Valter's magic to Kian. I can trust Kian, but Kian sometimes blurts out whatever's in his head. Morgan protected Valter's secrecy at the expense of his own. Because no, guards really aren't supposed to have magic either, though I offered to train him in weaving. And he accepted that offer. Are Morgan and Valter acting weird around each other now because I wove Morgan into his own body? Yes, I say to Morgan. You may fight for me in the combat trials. Morgan grins as if this is a great reward.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
And maybe his need for this is more than to help in this moment. Maybe he wants to test himself, to put his new body through its paces. I know he feels stronger. I know he needs to expand into that feeling. I know. I shrug my shoulders, reweaving my illusion as Caleb around me. If I can find a spare moment, maybe I can just think about reweaving my reality around my growing child. Just think about it. Just think it through. Maybe.
Chapter 42. Weapons. Caleb. Torvin's not back that night, and he's not back when I wake at dawn. And the great hall the next morning, and the people's expectations of me, which I'll have to carry again today, have never felt more imposing. The mood of the court today, maybe picking up on my own nerves, is more subdued than the day before. Are the people realizing that their king, after all, is human? That there's a chance he won't win this? But I can't think it. I don't dare to think it. And still, I feel like I'm holding my breath. We all sit to breakfast, Valtaire, Elcira, my mother, and me. And it's starting to feel rote, like this is the only thing holding back the kingdom from the chaos of panic. The four of us, showing everyone that everything's still fine. I spot Sabella sitting at a table near the left center of the hall. Good. I'd said the day before about her joining in the palace meals again, and she'd been hesitant about the mood of the court, but agreed. And I see a noblewoman next to her smiling shyly and chatting as she arranges her napkin. A small tension inside of me eases at that. Sabella's been worried that the court won't accept her as a court mage because she used to be palace staff. But she's wearing her mage's medallion now. And maybe everything will, in the end, be okay.
Council meeting in a turn of the glass,
Valtaire says.
This might be a long one.
I'll come too,
Elcira says, leaning around me.
I want to know what's happening in the kingdom. I want to be a part of it.
Valtaire raises a brow.
As is fitting a princess.
But he turns and gives Elcira a tired smile. The staff lays out the first course for breakfast. My nausea is less present today, thank the gods. But I'm still not hungry. Not when I'm thinking about Torvin, and Kian, and even Aldrich, and the other court mages, wherever they are now, whatever they're doing now. I take a dish of steaming porridge from a platter, heaped high with sliced berries on top, and pour milk around the edges.
When your council is finished,
my mother says past Elcira,
I would like to meet Caleb, if your schedule allows. I have thought of calling in mages from Galenda, a strictly diplomatic mission.
By which she means they won't be here to help officially, but they'll be here if I need them. But they're not here right now. We have more weavers in Barella too, and maybe it's time I call them in too. Torvin hadn't wanted to cause panic before, but maybe that time is here, and maybe it won't be panic this time, but playing into the heroics that Torvin showed when he rode out. Weavers coming in to protect their kingdom. I know my mother's help won't come without political strings, though. I know it won't, so I nod and say, we'll meet with Lord Valtaire as well. He knows the logistics of the kingdom best. My mother's mouth twitches, but she nods. There's a scuffle among the people eating, and I look up, my alarm spiking, my weaver's senses always more open now, going wide. It's probably just an argument, and I'm trying to find the source of the raised voices when a hand grips my arm and pulls me out of my chair. I twist to see Morgan.
Get down, Your Majesty.
But it's just...
Weapons are drawn.
What? Around me, my other guards, and Elcira's guards, and my mother's guards are pulling all of us down, while others are drawing blades.
Don't you move.
Someone I don't recognize shouts, and the hall, eerily, goes silent. Let me up, I growl at Morgan, who's still holding me firmly down.
Sire, I can't.
Let me up, and I carefully weave air into the barest space between his hands and my arms, pushing him apart from me. I stand, and my mouth parts as I see people with daggers rushing to grab nobles and dignitaries. Gods, is this an Acraean attack? Lady Denya said her people might not share her own views, but I spot her at a table to the right near the front of the hall. She has a knife to her throat, too, and she's watching me with a steady, compressed fury. A man I've never seen before walks up the center aisle of the hall, his boots echoing on the floor in the sudden hush. He's well-dressed, dark hair pulled back in a neat tail, moving with the confidence of someone used to command. But there's something wild in his eyes. What is going on? I call out, because I have to say something. I have to do something. The man keeps walking, pointing a long dagger directly at me in challenge. Morgan's hand grips my shoulder, ready to pull me back again at any moment. I don't shake him off. Is this the man who threw the dagger on that first night? I can't tell. There's no way to tell. Cold sweat washes over me. Could this be Nikolai? Here and not meeting Torovin on the road? Is this man's appearance an illusion? He stops, waving his dagger around.
We are liberating this kingdom,
he declares, his voice ringing off the stone walls.
We're liberating this kingdom from the tyranny and the danger of the weavers.
His accent, it's light, but I recognize it as from north of the palace. Could it be from Nikolai's district? Nikolai himself doesn't have that accent. My stomach churns. No, I don't think this is Nikolai. The man's waving around that dagger in a graceless manner, and this whole thing, his other conspirators holding knives to the throats of nobles, this isn't Nikolai's style. Nikolai likes to control from the shadows. But yes, it is his style. Is this man being controlled? This is a rebellion. People from our own kingdom who have been turned against us. The man turns again toward me, glaring at me with the burn of hatred. He holds the dagger out again, pointing toward my head. Morgan pulls me back again before I can look for soul weaving.
Your Majesty.
But it's Revayan who stops him, who pulls Morgan away instead and gives me a grim nod. Morgan wants to protect me, yes, but my job is protecting this kingdom right now. And I am this palace's main defense. I can't be that defense by hiding behind a table in the middle of a coup. I squeeze my hands into careful fists and then release them. I count at least 20 men and a few women with daggers, all dressed as courtiers. But I think very few of them actually are. And with so many people coming in and out of the palace during the harvest festival, no one would think to check. But that's 20 daggers at people's throats. Could I neutralize all of them before anyone's killed? I see Lady Seema at one of the tables nearest the high table, her head tilted back, glaring at me with steel pressed to her throat, too. And gods, Sabella. There's a dagger at her throat. I look back to the man in the center who seems to be waiting for my attention to continue his little act. He smiles.
Good. Now let's discuss the future of this kingdom.
Chapter 43. Your attention is required. Caleb. I don't know what to do. My ears are ringing, my pulse kicking to a gallop, my eyes going everywhere, seeing every dagger and every face that wields the dagger watching me, just waiting for me to make a move. And every face with a dagger pressed to their neck watching me too. Praying that I don't get this wrong. Pleading with me with their eyes, or trying to urge me on with their rage. I can weave without holding up my hands, but it's harder to get precise movements, and I need to be precise. I absolutely must be precise, or it will be so many lives on my hands. And if the Acrean delegate dies here today, could that be the start of a war? Is that what this is about too? I don't know. But I know I can't fail here. Voltaire stands back up too.
There is no tyranny of the weavers,
he calls out.
You are acting against your rightful kings.
Morgan's still near me, tensed, just ready to spring and pull me down again, though he's keeping a respectful distance now. I almost wish he wasn't. I turn back to the man in the center. We are kings first, I say. But yes, we are weavers. And by being weavers, we have kept this kingdom safe.
You're on the wrong side of this, Weaver,
the man says, pointing his dagger at me again.
You shouldn't have come to Barella.
Morgan moves closer, and that's a reassurance at my back. Reveillon is not stopping him now. And what's the right side? I ask. The side where Nikolai Metriel controls the court and the king? Is that the only weaver you support?
We don't support any weavers,
the man shouts, and turns as his other conspirators echo in agreement.
We support the natural order of things and reality only as we see it.
For God's sakes,
Voltaire says.
You're doing exactly what Nikolai Metriel wants. You don't see that, but he wants you to think that.
I brush Morgan's arm behind me, and he immediately pulls me down.
Hey!
The man shouts. I grip Morgan's shoulder and lean to whisper in his ear. Can I make an illusion around you that you're me? It won't change your reality, then I'll look like you. I pull back and his eyes flash. He nods. And I do it.
Your Majesty,
the man calls.
Your attention is required at this meeting of your people.
I finish weaving the illusion around Morgan that he's me, and he touches his face, his fingers going through the spectacles. I pull his arm back down, lean in again. Say your guard pulled you down, apologize, then taunt him for waiting until Torovin left to spring this.
I don't...
Shit, I forgot the voice. I fix that, weaving the illusion of his voice into mine. I push him upward, and he stands, tottering a moment before he regains his balance. My mother beside me stares at me. She doesn't ask what I'm going to do. She only nods. So I reweave my illusion around myself into Morgan and stumble upward, trying to look shaken, like I was just fought off. I approach Morgan again, but he senses it, turns, and shouts,
Back off.
Good. Gods. Good. I stumble backward and almost actually trip before Reveillon catches my arm. I look to both sides of the dais that the high table sits on. And no one but the guards here are armed. The conspirators group hasn't yet dared to approach the guards, the cowards. No, they're just holding the nobility hostage. But the cloth on the table is thick enough you can't see through. No one but those behind the table saw what I just did. Morgan, gripping the table with a death grip, starts stammering about Torovin and courage and how these people are idiots. That could be better, but it's what I have. I need eyes to not be on me as I try to weave in this room, as I try to get a sense of how to take all of the attackers out without anyone getting hurt. Elsira, still on hands and knees behind the table, lunges at me before I step off the dais and catches my ankle.
Morgan,
she hisses, though I know she saw who I am.
Where are you going?
Not far, I say. Then pause. Be ready. She swallows but nods and turns to peek over the table again. I don't know what she'll do or can do in this crowd, but she's a weapon no one else knows I have. I ease past Reveillon, who makes a show of pushing me to the side, like I just endangered the king. Voltaire's joined the actual Morgan in hurling insults at the leader now, and the man in the center is fully engaged in this battle. I move toward the side of the dais. And finally I can see the full hall again. Nothing yet has changed. I ease past the end of the table toward the wall, aiming to take up a guard's position here. A few eyes flicker toward me as one of the only things moving in this hall right now. One of those who turns is the man holding a dagger to Sabella's throat. He tightens it, and I watch her tilt her head back to keep from getting cut. Oh, gods. I have to be so careful here. Sabella's eyes meet mine, and something hardens in her expression. She knows I'm not Morgan. She knows it's me. Maybe it's the sense of the child, as Torvin said Aldrich could feel. More than one set of possibilities within me. Maybe she just knows me, but I watch her face subtly change, and then I feel it. This hall should be teeming with fear, with anger, with the ice of terror, with the determination of those holding their captives, all of it. But my sense of reality around me feels muffled. I've been too distracted to feel it before, but I sense it now. There's a weaver here who can weave unreality. Is Nikolai here after all? The man in the center shakes his dagger at Morgan and marches forward. That man, I decide, is the distraction. Revain steps up and pulls Morgan back now, with two distinct armored clanks, as something Morgan's wearing beneath his illusion, maybe his sheath, clanks with Revain's sheath. Oh no, did anyone else hear that? My guards are moving forward now, moving to intercept the man marching on the high table, but he holds up a hand and shouts. The people holding their hostages throughout the crowd holding them tighter. I need to break this fight and break it now. I open my weaver's senses as wide as I can, trying to find the anchoring thread of unreality. I feel toward the corners of the room first, but it's a large room, full of so many people and their possibilities, even if they're muffled right now. I'm struggling to find anything solid and defined in this chaos. I pull back, then try to let my thoughts spread wider, to take in the room as a whole, to find where the unreality feels most concentrated. There's a point, yes, and I follow it slowly toward its center, toward Sabella. I watch as her hands twitch, and though the unreality weaving is still active, it covers such a large area that I can still feel something beneath it. With my senses wide open and knowing what I'm looking for, I see the ghosts of threads around her. Threads like numbness, like void, like reality hollowed out and twisted. I know that feeling too well from fighting Nikolai. I felt the ghost of that feeling inside Sabella's mind. Oh gods, the threads coming out of her are delicately touching some of the people holding daggers. Not all of them, maybe half. The threads are subtle, precise. She's not controlling them completely, just influencing their will. Sabella knows how to soul weave. And for a moment, my entire world freezes on that thought. Is it possible that she's still being controlled by Nikolai? Is it possible he got to her again? Or that I didn't fix all the traces of mind control I found in her? Or is it possible that Nikolai was never in the palace at all?
It's not your palace,
Morgan calls from the high table, fighting Revain off, to rush forward and brace against the table. His voice, my voice, wavers slightly. But he's pulling this off better than I'd hoped.
And who would you have as your king? Someone who can't fight your enemies? Someone who can't protect you?
Someone in the crowd, one of the people holding the knives, shouts back,
"They are controlling us. Torovan is making the nobles give up their power. Surely that is evidence of mind control."
Oh, these poor, deluded fools. I watch as Sabella thickens her dark threads toward the speaker, reinforcing their conviction. Sabella, my apprentice, my friend. This woman I trusted with my secrets. I gave her a court mage's medallion last night. She's wearing it today. She's a soul weaver. And now, I have a better idea of what I'm facing. But she knows who I am, and she hasn't tried to call me out yet. What does that mean? Can that possibly mean she's not working with Nikolai on her own will? Can I hope that? But I don't dare hope. And from the mind control threads, I can see that some of the attackers are being influenced by her, but others aren't. Some are here by choice, believing their own rhetoric. Others are being nudged, their fears amplified until they act. I can't defeat dark weaving directly. I learned that fighting Nikolai. But I need to act before this gets worse. From my new vantage, though it's not the best vantage, I count the visible daggers again. I counted 2 more before that I don't see now. But then I could see better from the high table. But I couldn't weave from where I stood while everyone was watching. I do my best to fix in my mind where the other daggers were, where my blind spots will be now. I push my senses to their limits, trying to pinpoint the greatest points of fear, of malicious intent. And I do think I find the other 2 attackers with their hostages. The leader is moving toward the high table again, shouting something I'm no longer trying to follow. I have to act now. I don't move my hands, but I mark every place where the daggers are, narrow my eyes in focus, and shift reality over each of them, pulling down the threads to weave the daggers into flowers. The effort, so many points of focus at once, drains me quickly and I sway. But I know it worked when I hear the shouts. Chapter 44. The Symphony. Caleb. The conspirators who once held weapons are now waving around flowers, petals scattering to the stone floor. Morgan looks at me, his eyes wide, then quickly holds up his hands like he's actually weaving the transformation. The hall erupts into chaos. Many of those who'd been held hostage stumble away from their stunned captors, or turn to attack on their own. Some of the captors, though, think too quickly and try to wrestle them back under control. But the guards around the hall, who hadn't dared to move before, now rush in to grab the conspirators. I focus on Sabella, whose attacker abandoned her completely. But then, she was never really under his control. He was under hers. I'm readying a binding weave, but she stands and hurls her own binding at me. It's a traditional weaving, not soul weaving, and I deflect it easily enough, but gods! What if she hurts my child? I step back, my hand instinctively moving toward my stomach before I catch myself. I'm still supposed to be Morgan. I should probably be rushing in with the rest of the guards, but I'm slowly freezing up, backing until I feel the cold stone of the outer wall. This isn't the same as the fight with Nikolai. I can't give everything I have. Everything isn't mine to give anymore. And Sabella was my friend. She was my apprentice. I taught her. But how much did she already know? She's soul weaving. I don't want to hurt her, but I have to stop her. My throat closes as she points directly at me.
There. That is actually the king. Take him before he kills us all.
I freeze. Would the people actually believe that? That I'd do that? That I would kill them all? But she's sending out soul threads again to reinforce her claim. Some of the conspirators in the chaos stop, turning to charge back at me with their fists raised where their daggers used to be. Some of the nobility turn too, caught in the fray. They turn toward attacking me. I react without thinking, weaving a glass wall out of the stones in the floor in a half circle around myself. My attackers run into it hard enough that I wince. I'm still staring at Sabella through the distorted glass. This woman I trusted, who I brought into my training because I believed in her. I have to make a choice. I can't protect her if she's being controlled, but I have to protect myself and my kingdom. I can't let this kingdom fall today. Not to this. Not now. My throat burning, my eyes starting to burn too. I drop all my illusions because I need my full concentration for this fight. I point at Sabella through the rough glass. Sabella is the soul weaver. Guards! Revean draws his sword without hesitation and rushes towards Sabella, his blade flashing. But Sabella stops him with a soul thread, freezing him in place like a statue. I lash out with the full strength of my binding weaving again, but Sabella deflects it, slips away. Her control has always been formidable, but now I don't find her willpower lacking either. That must have been a feint all along, or maybe, like Nikolai's weaving, something in her normal weaving is lacking. while her soul weaving roars out in strength. Any hopes I have that this isn't what it looks like, that Sabella isn't a dark weaver herself on her own will, are fading fast. I trap Sabella inside more walls of glass as she tries to back up. She weaves them into paper and smashes through them. People are scattering now, realizing this is a fight between weavers. Chairs scrape against stone, voices rise in panic, and someone screams near the doors as the crowd surges toward the exits. Morgan, whose illusion dropped when I dropped mine, dashes to my side. Sabella hurls spikes at me, jagged constructs she's weaving from the air. They shatter my reality construct wall, scattering glass across the floor around me. I unravel her spikes into harmless flowers before they can reach me. My mind is still on the flowers. I can't send the spikes back to her, though. I don't want to harm the people still around her, though the area is rapidly clearing. But the fighting continues all around us, guards chasing the conspirators, capturing some. I hear another scream. I glance, but I don't see the leader. But then, that man truly wasn't the leader. The leader here is Sabella, or maybe Nikolai, wherever he is. And I'm increasingly certain that's not here. But are there any other mages or weavers among the panicking crowds? I don't know. Sabella's are the only soul threads I see. I weave another wall of reality in front of me again to buy time to think. And if we win today, do we really win? The people are seeing a fight between weavers. They're seeing my apprentice betray us. They're seeing that weavers will all lose control or betray us in the end. Even my fighting now, it's desperate. And I don't know that it's enough to turn the fears. And why? Why would Sabella do this if she's not being controlled? She's not nobility. Why would she be fighting on Nikolai's side? Sabella shatters my wall of reality again. "Morgan!" I shout. "Dagger!" I hold out my hand to him, and he unsheathes his dagger from his belt and gives it to me. I stride past the fallen glass, unweaving it into dust, my dagger in one hand, my other outstretched to unweave Sabella's attacks. My energy is draining fast. Then Sabella turns and hurls a spike past me. I hear a cry and whip around. Morgan staggers, the spike jutting out from his shoulder in a crack in his armor. No, no. She does not get to hurt my people. But before I can rush forward, before I can even think about gathering the courage to take her down, Sabella hurls her next attack at me. And this time, it's her soul threads. I shudder, stiffening, reaching for the slippery tendrils, unable to touch them. I am failing. I am failing at everything I am. I'm not the man I should be. I don't even have my illusion around me just now. I'm not a protective father. I'm battling here, putting my child in danger. And I sent Torvin into a danger that I should have faced. I didn't even see my apprentice was working with my enemy. Oh, gods, I didn't see. But Sabella is crying. Even through the rush of thoughts that I know aren't mine, I see tears streaming down her face. Even as her face is contorted in rage. Is there hope? Can I have any hope at all that she's not in her heart my enemy? I take a step forward. I am not a failure. She bares her teeth and sends more threads at me, shouting, screaming, pushing me back with the force of her fury. I stumble, fall to one knee, and feel someone else beside me now. Reveillon. Broken free with Sabella's concentration all on me now. He starts to drag me backward on the cold stone floor, but I'm the one who takes my dagger and slashes his arm. It startles me. I didn't think. I didn't even think. And I stare at where my blade carved a deep furrow into his leather armor. Did it go all the way through? Did it pierce his skin? Reveillon stares too, then looks up at me with burning eyes.
She's turned the king. Sabella's turned the king.
Turned me, he means. Sabella is controlling me. I need to stop. Gods. If she takes all that I am, if she takes all of my power, if she takes... I open my mouth, then hunch down as I feel more of Sabella's threads worming into my soul. I can't breathe. I can't think. Torvin. He's not here. And how am I this weak? How could I face Nikolai before, but not face my apprentice now? Or his apprentice? Sabella crouches in front of me and no one is stopping her. Reveillon is frozen again. And I'm fighting. I'm fighting. What? I have failed at everything entirely. What is there left to fight? I don't have the will to stand against our enemies. Torvin didn't trust me. Sabella was plotting against me. My mother doesn't even trust in me. She wants to drag me home. She'll certainly take me home now. I can't pull myself around me. I can't have the body I need right now. I need to... I shut my eyes, breathing as Sabella's threads burrow deeper into my soul. Nearer and nearer to my child.
Just give in,
Sabella screams. But I listen to the symphony that is my soul. Like I did with Morgan. Like I did with Sabella even, before. My symphony now is jagged, 100 instruments out of tune. And they're all screaming. And my child, those possibilities still safe inside me, will feel that screaming soon. Might be feeling it now. My muscles tense in my strain, and I react with everything left in my soul. She will not take my child from me.
Just give in, Caleb.
And she will not turn me against those I love. She can't use me like this. I fold myself around my child, then pull everything else through the symphony I know I should be, reweaving my body around my soul, anchoring in my body, shoving the threads of my soul back into their harmony, forcing Sabella out. I blink, panting, my hand tight to my stomach, for a moment desperately searching the possibility within me to know that it's still safe, but it is. The child is there. The child is well. The child isn't even disturbed. Their own harmonies as steady as before. I gasp out a silent scream, then look up, my hazy vision resolving again into the world around me. Sabella stares, tears tracking down her cheeks, her eyes wide. Then she scrambles back as I launch up, screaming, forming a dagger of glass in my hand, slashing at her.
You can't have me. You can't have my child.
She freezes, goes completely still, stops fighting. Reveillon and a bloody Morgan close in, Morgan holding his injured arm to his chest. I weave a binding around Sabella, and now she does start and tries to fight it. But her weaving can't cut through mine. My will is stronger, centered as I am inside myself. I wove myself. I wove my body. I am myself. I am myself, and the child is still fine. More guards close in now, and with her hands bound, Sabella's attempts at weaving aren't nearly as effective. The soul threads thrash out but don't attach. The guards they hit pause for a second, then shake them off. I tighten my binding weave around her throat, watching dully until her eyes lock back on me and she stills, her glaring eyes still streaming.
Caleb.
I shudder and turn to see Voltaire. He's beside me now, gripping my arm.
Can I?
He asks. I know he wants to look within me to see if I'm injured. If the child is okay. Did he see what I did to reweave my body? But he'll be able to feel what I did. I know the child is fine. I can feel the child is fine. But still my fear shoots up into my chest, blooming into heat. Yes, please, I say. But I clamp my jaw down on more. I won't ask him out loud. I won't expose him, even in my fogged thoughts just now. But he nods and his eyes go distant as he senses with his elemental magic. We'll take her to the weaver's cells, I tell the guards, my throat tight and hoarse. I loosen my hold on Sabella's throat, but only just enough for her to breathe. I have to follow them down to the cells. I could knock Sabella unconscious, but that's always risky, and I don't trust myself to handle that just now. But even still, I want her awake. I want to know why. Why would she do this? I want to examine the threads of her mind and see if she's still being controlled. I want to hope. I still, even now, want to hope. She begged me to give in like her own life depended on it, like everything depended on it. Voltaire grips my arm more tightly.
You're fine. But you need to rest, and I need to know what you did, and we probably need the healers.
I look to him, fighting for breath. Then take in the chaos around us. The guards have herded more than a handful of the conspirators together in one corner of the great hall. Now they're holding them at sword point. And the doors are open. Most of the courtiers have gone out. Your parents, I say with a start, turning back to Voltaire. Were they among the crowds? I didn't see them.
No, they've been taking breakfast in their rooms, thank the gods.
I nod. Have any of the conspirators escaped? I feel the weight of the crown I'm still wearing. It hasn't fallen off. I carefully adjust my spectacles, which did go askew, and run my hand down my swollen belly. I'm not under any illusion now, though I'm fully Caleb, and showing as pregnant.
Caleb!
Voltaire insists. Toravan's still not here, and in his absence, I'm still the king. And even if I feel shocky, even if I don't have words right now, I have to say something, have to show the people that they will be safe. My mother? I ask Voltaire, but I spot her standing behind the dais with Elsira. Elsira, who's looking entirely stricken. Had she helped in that fight? Had someone seen her? I wet my dry lips. I have to tell the people that I will protect them, but there are bodies on the floor. This was not a full victory today. Still I call out, "People of Barella!" And the guards, the courtiers, yet in the hall, slow. I flex my hands and realize I'm still holding the glass dagger. I drop it, unweaving it before it hits the stone floor. I'm almost waiting for the clatter that doesn't come. Sabella isn't fighting her guards anymore, she's just watching me. Her whole body radiating anger. I look up to the other waiting, expectant, scared faces. They didn't win, I say, and realize just how tired, how breathless I really am. I'll protect you. I will always protect you. Then, because I know I'll need to sit soon or lie down, and the feeling is growing in urgency, I wave at the guards holding Sabella. Go! Chapter 45. Handle it. Caleb. My willpower feels scraped raw, like I've been fighting for hours instead of minutes. The child shifts inside me, and I press one hand to my stomach, trying to steady myself. And panic rises above the exhaustion. Yes, I can feel the child is fine. Voltaire even confirmed everything's fine. I know that. Their harmony feels in sync with mine. More in sync now that I've pulled my own harmony into tune. But what did I actually do? I feel the way my clothes brush against my skin as we walk down to the cells beneath the palace. My body is definitely a man's. But where my child is, my body is still holding apart, holding my child safe. I will be able to bear this child and birth them. I probe the inner threads of my body, searching it all out, until I look up at the guards' agitation ahead. Sabella is starting to fight them again. I gave her just enough room within the binding weave to walk. But she's straining at the binding again now. I narrow my eyes and tighten my grip on the binding again, making it barely loose enough to breathe up top. I'm still hovering between the rage of her betrayal and my own private, desperate hope that it's not as bad as I think. that there's somehow a reason she'd do this to me, to all of us, to the kingdom. Voltaire is walking beside me, staying close. Somewhere in all of this, he holstered a dagger to his own belt, and he's gripping the hilt with deadly intention if Sabella breaks free, if anyone else tries to attack us. And will there be more attacks? Was this one wave among many? I hear another sharp inhale ahead and expect to see Sabella causing more trouble, but it's Morgan, who'd stayed near Sabella. He drops back, a hand pressed to his shoulder. He stops to look at it. His hand is covered in blood. Gods, in everything that happened, I'd almost forgotten that Morgan was wounded. I hold up a hand to stop the guards. Voltaire catches Morgan's arm, looks between his eyes. And Morgan, reluctantly, meets his. Voltaire half turns to me.
Are you all right to go ahead? I need to...
Yes, handle it.
Caleb, just secure her. Question her after you rest.
I have to know if there will be more attacks.
Gods, Caleb! We're braced as well as we can be. I'll question her after I do this. You have to rest.
She won't talk to you, I argue back, but she might talk to me.
We don't know anything right now,
he says, probing at Morgan's wood.
We can't assume anything.
And will Torvin come back to this mess? Will he search for Nikolai on the road and not find him? Because Nikolai's still here, lying in wait for the next round? Or did Torvin find him? Was the trap that they both were a trap?
You can't protect anyone if you pass out, Caleb,
Voltaire snaps.
Get her in the cells. Rest. I'll find you when you wake. The faster you recover, the faster we're protected again.
Frustrated, I grip his arm and let go. I check the binding I'm still holding on Sabella. She's turned around ahead of us. She hasn't been watching, but I know she's been listening. Wake me if there's more trouble, I say.
Yes, I will.
Reveillon drops back and gives me his arm, and I'm barely standing now and struggling for breath. Whatever I did, everything I did, it took all I had, and keeping Sabella secure now is taking more than I have. I see Sabella into the cell, keep her bound with my weaving until her hands can be bound properly in tight iron mittens, a blindfold tied around her eyes, both of which are standard for weavers. The weaver's cell is isolated, the walls immensely thick, and one of the master elementalists has already been called down for the first watch. There will be no less than 10 guards at any time. The guards will have to feed her, give her drink. They'll probably wait until I wake again. So even though I'm swaying, I say, "Give her water now." I'm still holding my binding on her as one of the prison guards approaches, glances at me, then carefully tips a flask against Sabella's lips. She splutters but does manage to drink. "Okay," I say, "I will come back. Wake me at any sign of trouble." I think to stay a minute to try and ask my questions, but I'm struggling to keep myself awake now. So I carefully let my weaving binding on her go. Sabella shudders, but she doesn't attack. She stumbles a step backward until the back of her leg reaches the cot. My hands twitch, and I know the precautions are dire. But she just tried to overthrow the kingdom, to kill me or take over my mind. The cell is at least clean. There's a cot in one corner and a waste bucket with a lid. There are no windows, but the barred window on the cell door and the corridor beyond is torchlit. I hesitate at the door, watching Sabella sit slowly on the cot. Her bound hands awkwardly in front of her, looking exhausted. And despite my own exhaustion, I ask, "Where is Nikolai?" She looks up, but she can't see me through the blindfold. She might still sense the threads of me with her weaver's senses, though. I tense, but she says nothing. And she doesn't try to weave. Is he in the palace? Is he here? Is he controlling you? She drops her chin again and scoots back on the cot to slump against the wall, her short hair falling over the blindfold. I step away from the door and look at the guards. I mean it, send for me the moment there's any sign of trouble.
Yes, sire.
Elsira catches me on the way back through the palace, trudging up toward my apartment.
I'm sorry.
She says, coming close, speaking low.
I'm sorry I didn't help. I could have helped.
I wrap my arm around her as Torvin does, and she leans into me just a moment.
I froze up.
She says, her voice tight with anger. Anger at herself.
I won't freeze again.
I'm tired enough that I hardly have the energy to muster up a response, but I squeeze her shoulder as we enter the corridor for the royal apartments. I have to rest. Hold down the kingdom with Valterre until I'm up.
I will,
she says. She still looks like she wants to say more. Reprimand herself more, maybe? And if Torvin comes back while I'm... She huffs out, her gaze shifting from her own inner battle to take me in.
Yes, of course I'll wake you.
But I see her concern now. I'm not sure she actually will, but she leaves me to my rest. The apartment I share with Torvin is silent, chilled. I haven't seen Morgan or Valterre again, so it's Reveillon and Chiron who clear the space, then Reveillon who hesitates before helping me out of my coat.
Your Majesty,
he says.
Call with any need.
My mind is buzzing enough that I'm not sure I'll actually sleep, and it's still only morning. But I'm out before my head hits the pillow. Chapter 46. Someone to steady us. Caleb. It's evening when I wake, only the afterglow of sunset coming from the windows. I lay in bed a long, hazy moment, startled at the feel of my body, stretching into it. It's mine. My body is mine. Can I weave myself back and forth between my realities now? I don't know. I don't know exactly what I did. I push up with a start, trying to blink myself awake. I wove my reality during the fight. And now I'm remembering the reason I was sleeping during the day. The rebellion, the coup. I'm still dressed from this morning, if rumpled, but head out for the corridor anyway. I find Morgan with 3 other guards outside the door to Torvin's study. He's changed into fresh clothes and armor, all signs of his injury gone. Torvin? I ask.
He hasn't returned yet,
Morgan says.
Lord Valterre wants to see you when you wake, and the kitchen is only waiting, and they'll send up a meal.
I hesitate. Do I go see Valterre now? Or I should call him to me. Gods. Yes, I'm still the king. But I need to see Sabella. Morgan looks to Reveillon, and they silently fall into step ahead of me, the other 2 behind. Valterre will have to wait. Sabella is lying on the cot in her cell when I arrive, but sits up when she hears us. I motion to the cell door, and the prison guards reluctantly open it. I grab a wooden chair that's set outside and carry it in. Secure the door behind me.
Sire.
A small protest. But the eyes of the guards are angry. Their palace was attacked too. Their king and gods. Valterre had said he'd try to talk to Sabella. Maybe I should have seen him first. A lot could have happened in the hours I was asleep. Has anyone else been here? I ask. Valterre?
He was here. The prisoner didn't talk.
Okay. Well, that answers that question. Sabella is sitting at the edge of the cot, listening as I set down the chair and sit heavily. I'm rested now, but my body feels like I've been running for hours. My stomach growls, but I need answers before I eat. I have to know. I have to know if Sabella was under Nikolai's control, if she still is. There wasn't another attack in the palace, or my guards would have told me. But will there be? I'm going to search your mind, I say. She says nothing. So I take a breath and carefully, from across the room, do my best to look. It was much easier when I was touching her head before, but I still manage. Then, after a few moments, pull back, letting the threads of her mind go. My heart sinking. Nothing. No signs other than what I saw and fixed before. Unless I didn't fix it. Unless I only broke her more. But no, I can't think that. I know it's not true. What Sabella did in the Great Hall, that was all her. The letters, I say. Were they sent by you? The weaving in the nursery? She says nothing. Does he have something over you? Nothing. Is he going to meet Torvin? Will Torvin find him? Or is Nikolai in the palace now? Nothing. Sabella, give me a reason to understand anything you've done. Please, you were my apprentice. She hunches, but still says nothing. And she's not even braced. She knows I'm not the kind of person to question someone with force. I had to check her mind for signs of control, yes, but that's the worst I'll do. That's the worst I'll let myself do. And I know she's not the kind of person to give up who she's loyal to. But I know now she's not loyal to me. So I stand and carry out the chair. I'll have to figure out what to do about her later. Or more likely, Torvin will. No. This one will be my decision. She's my apprentice. Torvin will understand that need. I might not question her with force, but she did attack the palace, attack my people. Attack me. My throat tightens. I carefully set the chair back in its place outside the cell. I wince as the door clangs shut, the guards locking it again. She's had food and water? I ask quietly. The guards don't look happy about giving it to her, especially having to work around her hands in the mitts, but they nod. I rub my face, then head back up to find Voltaire. Who, a guard tells me when we reach the main floor again, is already waiting in Torvin's study, but it's my mother who finds me on the way back to the stairs, and I know I can't fend her off forever. I know that.
Caleb,
She says, looking me over with a critical eye.
I've sent back to Galenda for 3 of our weavers and 3 elementalists.
I breathe out. It's what she'd been talking about before Sabella's attack. Who? She names some of the mages in Galenda's court that I know, one I grimace at, and a few I don't know. But I nod. Is this the right move? But we need help. And yes, I'm going to ask Voltaire to call in the Barellan mages too. But will it all be too late? It will take almost 2 weeks for any mages from Galenda to arrive.
They'll only be visiting the court, of course,
My mother goes on.
to learn from its master mages, purely an exchange of information.
She smiles tightly. And the one name I grimace at, a weaver who I swear illusions himself every day to be the most handsome he can be, and uses that to every advantage, is not someone I'm looking forward to exchanging anything with. But he is a good weaver. I've studied his public weavings and used some of his techniques in my own weaving, and I can't afford right now. Barella can't afford right now to turn away help. My mother follows me into Torvin's study. I glance at her, but don't ask her to leave. Voltaire and I both grew up in palaces and around rulers, but neither of us were trained to be kings. And my mother might try to bend everything she does to benefit Galenda's interests. But she's ruled for half my lifetime. She does know how to handle a crisis, and I can't afford to turn away help, no matter if that help is from my mother. Voltaire looks up from sorting a mountain of papers at the desk.
Would you believe the nerve of sending a complaint about the safety of the court to a king who's already ridden out to defend it?
He asks, jabbing a finger at the offending letter. But he rises, seeing my mother, and braces against the desk as he stands.
Queen Savine, Caleb. We've rounded up some of the conspirators, but at least 5 that we know of got away. I questioned Sabella.
I know, I say. I just did as well. She said nothing, but I did check. And she's not under Nikolai's control. Voltaire frowns, but then sighs. No other signs that we'll have another attack or attempted coup or whatever that was. One of the conspirators was killed by a guard. And there are injuries, some of them severe, but no one else has died yet. There is that. I've been doing all I can to control the fallout, but many of our guests have left this afternoon. He glances to my mother.
Will you be leaving soon, Your Majesty?
No. I'm not in the habit of abandoning my allies when they have need.
There's steel in my mother's voice. And she nods to me. Voltaire steps out from behind the desk and waves me to it, but I hold up my hands. I need to eat. My voice goes hoarse and I cough to clear it. Voltaire crosses to the door and leans out, snapping to the guards to bring up a meal. He comes back a moment later. Then he stands in the middle of the room, regarding me.
We were attacked here, but not by Nikolai,
he says. And I know what he means. I thought about it before I had to rest.
I didn't send riders after Torvin,
he says, and I slowly nod. He made that choice while I slept. And if I hadn't slept, I might have been tempted to go myself, to ride hard after Torvin and the others, because I'd barely defeated Sabella on my own. Barely. But though the situation has changed, the level of threat hasn't. Sabella might be Nikolai's only apprentice or accomplice or whatever she is, but the palace here is still under threat and I can't leave, even if Torvin is still likely riding into a trap. And can I say for certain anymore that Arya isn't with Nikolai too, can I? Can I assume anything to be true? The doubt, the punishing doubt that chilled me during my fight with Sabella worms its way back in. Because how did I not see this? How did I not know? I've seen Sabella every day for months, and I shouldn't have slept after that battle. Not and left everything to Voltaire. But then, maybe that was best after all? I'm hardly fit to run an entire kingdom. I'm just a princess who became a king because I fell for a king. It's not anything I've actually been trained for. I'm a weaver. I'm a mage. I belong with my apprentices and in my studies, but I have failed at all of that. I open my mouth. I'm going to step back as much as I can. Let Voltaire run the kingdom. He is trained for that part at least, and he's good at it.
No,
Voltaire says, watching me.
You don't have the luxury of self-pity just now.
His voice is hard and brittle, which isn't like him. Then I realize he's saying it to himself as much as me. He presses a hand to his forehead, bracing himself. I can't set all of this on him. I can't.
My father,
he says. And yes, that tone would have been Count Voltaire's.
He was giving me advice this afternoon. He was upset that he wasn't there to help with that attack. Gods,
he sighs.
His advice, though even he didn't like it, was to wait for Torvin to return. And I agree. I don't want to send word and distract Torvin's resolve. I know that's important to his willpower. So, we have to wait.
The delegates, I say, moving reluctantly toward the desk, are they leaving too?
Most of them. But the Acrian delegation hasn't made any move to leave yet. Whatever that means.
I doubt it means anything good.
May I suggest,
my mother says carefully,
that you not make any more public fanfare about this? Go to dinner tonight. Your guards will be on watch. The court that remains will need a show of normalcy now, more than anything.
She eyes the weaver's medallion still resting over my heart.
Wear your medallion.
Dinner,
Voltaire says, looking at the sloe glass on the side shelf.
I just sent to the kitchens. But a public dinner is still possible, I think, if the staff have finished cleaning the Great Hall. Kitchen staff has just been sending up meals as requested, but like I said, many of the guests have left.
But your court remains,
my mother says.
And they are the ones you need to show loyalty to now.
She looks up at me.
I have been fortunate not to have an attempt on my life as a queen. But I have prepared, of course, what I would do in that instance.
I nod and look down at the mess of papers on the desk. Can the complaints wait? Voltaire huffs a sigh and nods. I hold out my arm, and Voltaire, smiling a bit wistfully, takes it. I think we both need someone to steady us just now. Gods of everything, I want to go after Torovin. With all I am, I want to go after him. It's dawning on me with a creeping, bone-gnawing dread that if I was almost not strong enough to defeat Sabella, if she made me turn on Reveillon, even, if she knows my weaknesses that well, that she can so easily exploit them. How is Torovin supposed to stand against Nikolai at all? Or was it because Sabella knows me so well that she could play so heavily on my guilt? The palace is quiet, the few courtiers we come across subdued and nervous as we make our way downstairs. We'll have to check on the staff, then see what can be done about a proper dinner. Something like my mother said to show we're carrying on. And maybe we should have sent the guards or palace staff ahead to do this, but this feels important too. Even if we're still not sure the palace is safe. If there's another threat, I'm still the most potent defense we have. We're nearing the great hall when a man strides toward me from the palace entrance, followed closely by 2 guards. He's wearing the medallion of a court mage, and his face is covered in blood. Chapter 47. The Messenger. Caleb. The man coming toward me has a cut on his forehead, one half of his face smeared with dried blood. But I know him. Oh, gods. Ronnie! I rush toward him. My elementalist friend, who rode out with Torovin and the others. Where is Torovin? Ronnie is shaking, very obviously exhausted, and Voltaire swears, shifts to help catch him as his knees give. I follow Ronnie down to the floor, the stone cold and unyielding. Gods! What happened? You were attacked? By Nikolai? He's nodding.
He turned our own people against us and the king.
Ronnie looks up somewhere between Voltaire and me, but he doesn't meet my eyes.
He told us to run.
My stomach goes to ice. And where is Torovin? Now he does look up.
We couldn't fight him, Caleb. We weren't strong enough. None of us were. He was inside our heads, gods. I threw fire at Drayan. I burned my best friend, and he...
Ronnie shakes, but draws in a shuddering breath.
We had to get away so we didn't continue to attack. I rode ahead of the rest. My horse was faster, though it went lame before the gates. I'm sorry.
How many with you?
Voltaire asks. Ronnie focuses on him.
8. Me, 2 other elementalists, 5 soldiers. Most of us are wounded. They're not long behind me, maybe at the gates now.
I look up to one of the guards who came in with Ronnie. Go. Look for the others. He hurries off. And Torovin? I ask, clenching my hands together. I'm still kneeling on the floor, but I ache to launch up, grab my horse, and not stop until I find him.
Nikolai has him, and the other young weaver, and Master Aldrich, and if there was anyone else left alive.
And Arya, I ask, forcing out any sentence that's not about Torovin. Did you see her?
She was with him,
Ronnie says darkly.
She was fighting with him.
The look he sends to me is angry, accusing. Like this could have been avoided if I'd only gone with them. Or maybe seen what was happening with Nikolai's influence before, and maybe that's all true. But I know now that if I had ridden out with Torovin, the palace would have been lost. And now I have a choice. I rise slowly, steadying on my mother as she gives me her hand up. I meet her eyes. She wanted me to go back to Galenda. Will she stop me now? Her eyes fall to my stomach, and no, I don't just have myself to think about it, but I have a whole kingdom to think about, and I won't let Torovan stay in Nikolai's hands. I won't let him be controlled. Will I be strong enough to stand against Nikolai on my own? I barely defeated Sabella, but I did. My body now is my own as Caleb, and I still am Caleb right now, not Arava, and I've already revealed my pregnancy to the court. I don't need an illusion. I can bring all I am to bear on this. Everything. Everything but what I need to give my child. Who deserves safety, yes, but who won't have that until Nikolai is a threat no more. Valter's mouth is pressed tight and grim. He knows what I'm thinking. And what if I ride out too? And there's yet another weaver ready to attack the palace. I can't assume at all that Sabella was Nikolai's only apprentice. I turn to Reveillon. Go. Get Elsira. Meet us in the second room beside the great hall where Torovan hid the letters. Because it's closer than Torovan's study or my study in the mage's quarters. And because I don't think Ronnie can take much more before he collapses entirely. We make it to the meeting room where Ronnie slumps into a chair. It's Voltaire who eases the full story out of him because Ronnie has decided he's done looking at me. I understand why when he says that Drayan was killed in the attack. And I understand the anguish in his eyes. Drayan, an earth elementalist, was more than a friend to him, maybe more than a crush. Even if from every interaction I'd seen with them before, I don't think Drayan returned the same love.
I don't know where Nikolai took them,
Ronnie says finally, exhausted.
I don't know if they're all alive yet, those that were left. I don't know, but I want to go back. I want to destroy that bastard weaver.
That enemy of the king,
Voltaire corrects quietly. Ronnie stiffens, bows his head. And this is bad. If even Ronnie is repeating these prejudices against weavers.
Forgive me,
he says tightly.
But I want to go back with you.
We all jump as the door to the meeting room bangs open and Elsira hurries in.
I want to go too,
she says. She's fastening an archery guard on her forearm. She has an unstrung bow already strapped to her back. I stand. Elsira, no, you have to hold the palace. She's still fastening the guard.
Caleb, I am going with you. I won't let Torovan.
I move in front of her, brace her shoulders. If we fail, Barella needs a queen. Elsira stills. Her eyes are burning, and I know she wants to protest. But she was raised the daughter of a queen, too. And maybe I don't have the experience or the training to rule, but I still understand necessity. I glance up to my mother. I can't help it. She nods. But she doesn't say anything. She's here, but I have the dizzying sense that she's here to support me as a king in Barella, not try to command on her own just now. Elsira closes her eyes.
Gods, Caleb. Don't fail.
I won't, I say, though not with as much confidence as I'd like. I turn to Voltaire. Voltaire, who can we spare? He starts ticking off the resources we have left, and it's not much. Ronnie fills in who he thinks from his party are well enough to return, and it's maybe half. We have a few older master weavers. We have my guards. Torovan left me the majority of the palace guards, but some of them must stay at the palace. We can't leave the palace entirely defenseless, and we'll be leaving the palace without a weaver. Gods, we'll be leaving the palace with Sabella in a cell. I think briefly, ruthlessly, if I should order her execution, just to keep her from escaping and causing havoc. The weaver's cells hinder escape, yes, but a determined and strong weaver could get out. And Sabella's not weak. It's impossible to hold a weaver for long without another weaver to help confine them, or at least deter them from trying to escape. I sent down a master elementalist while I had to rest, but that was temporary. I was always going to have to keep an eye on Sabella. But I almost throw up at the thought of execution. No, I can't do that. I can't think about it. I still can't look at her. and not see my friend? We'll leave Master Garden, I say. A water elementalist, but not an adept healer. But of the court mages that are here, he could deal with Sabella the fastest. And he's the most stubborn of the master mages. I can only hope that he wouldn't be controllable. I have another thought. Voltaire, your father. We need people like your father to help guard Sabella. People who are least likely to be swayed. Voltaire snorts.
Yes, that would be him.
I'll take my turn.
My mother says, surprising me. She raises her brows at my look.
I can fight. I have learned that.
And if she is controlled? But then, my mother is as stubborn as they come. And I don't have many options. Okay, I say, a little shakily. Find more to help. And leave the injured elementalist near the cell as well, where they can help if needed. I hate to do this, Voltaire, but he holds up his hands.
But we're at war.
I'm taking Morgan and Reveillon and Chiron and Icelan, my 4 guards.
Take the remaining soldiers of the garrison,
Voltaire says. No, you need them. And Voltaire, I meet his eyes. The leaner we travel, I think, the better. I'm the one who needs to stop Nikolai. If I take as many as I can with me, he'll only turn them against me and have more for me to fight.
That's true,
Ronnie says.
Less will be more here.
And he shifts, like he's not even sure he should go.
But I want to.
Yes, you're going, I say. And he nods.
Gods,
Voltaire says.
Fine. Will you ride out in the morning?
Now, I say. Tonight. And I start for the door. My focus narrowing to a single burning point. Find Toravan and defeat Nikolai. Whatever that means. Whatever it takes.
Caleb!
Voltaire heads after me. Catches my arm to stop me. He lowers his voice.
No, there was nothing wrong with the child. But I know your energy isn't fully back. I know what this morning took out of you.
He hesitates. And I know he's going to offer to give me his strength. Like he did that day when Toravan and I wove the vortex. I grip his arm back. No, his whole body is taut, poised. His fingers digging into my arm. But finally, he takes a step back.
Both of you come home,
he says.
I'll go and start the arrangements. Caleb.
He bites his lip, and I wrap him in the tightest hug I can manage. He crushes me back.
Both of you come home,
he says again. Then lets me go and strides away.
Chapter 48. The Room. Toravan. I've been laying on this bed for what must be hours, staring up at the ceiling of rough-hewn planks, trying to think through how to get out of this disaster. The room they've put me in is comfortable enough. Better than a dungeon cell, certainly. There's a bed with clean linens, a wash basin with fresh water. There's even a change of well-made clothes folded on the single chair, though I doubt it would fit me well. The windows are too narrow for escape, set high in the thick stone walls, but they let in enough light to tell me it's afternoon now. Maybe I should be grateful that Nikolai's people aren't trying to beat me or starve me, but it feels like a cell would be more clear. I'm not sure what Nikolai wants with me. He hasn't tried to control me again, that I know of. He said on the road that he just wanted to talk, that my family would be safe if we talked. But then his people brought me here, and he hasn't come, or brought me to him. Nothing else has happened, and it's starting to drive me mad. I don't know what he's done to my people, to the elementalists, to my guards, to Aldrich. I don't know how many got away, And I don't know what he's already done to my mind. I don't know if I'm already doing what he wants. By not what? Not pounding on the door. Not screaming at him. Not demanding the answers I need. Well, I did that at first. I screamed until my voice ran hoarse. I hollered, I threatened, but no one came. I tried to run through my mind how I felt the first time he tried to control me in the council chamber, and how I felt afterward, and compare that to when he had his soul weaving in my mind on the road, and now. I felt the difference on the road. Yes. I knew his soul-weaving threads were in my mind. But right now, I can't feel anything different. Has he gotten good enough that I wouldn't feel it if he didn't want me to? That first time in the council chamber, I hadn't known he was controlling me at first. I'd felt rage, yes. So much rage. But then, my life had been built around rage. This time, his lever is my guilt. And I still feel that in waves so intense it's painful. Whatever else I am now, I know I'm also bait to draw in Caleb. And that is my worst fear. That Caleb will come. That if I'm locked in this room, he'll be alone in facing Nikolai. Or maybe he will have Sabella with him. But will even that be enough? How do we fight an enemy who uses our very souls against us? And I don't want Caleb to see me like this. I'm disheveled, but not injured. But I'm in a cage. I can't leave this room. I did test the lock. And I know that Caleb can get through locks with his weaving, but I've been too busy to ask him to show me how. Why would a king need to unlock the doors in his own palace? And suddenly, I am tired of laying down, tired of inaction, tired of the walls of this room, tired of the gnawing fear. I sit up and swing my legs over the edge of the bed, running my hands through my hair. My fingers catch on tangles, which for a moment feels like the straw that will break me. Of all things, my snarled hair. What would Caleb think of me now? A king who can't defend his kingdom, who went down on his knees on the road, who can't get out of a locked room with all the magic at his command, who is brought low by the lack of a fucking hairbrush. I squeeze my eyes shut, just breathing. And if Caleb comes here, the palace will be without a weaver. Will Nikolai wait until Caleb's here, then ride back to take the palace? That thought consumes me for moments in a trembling, vicious fury. And I realize I'm losing hope that Caleb can defeat Nikolai at all. He'll either be locked here with me, or worse, probably in a weaver's cell. Or dead. No, that can't happen. That can't happen. I won't let it. Somehow. I will find a way to protect him somehow. But that Nikolai hasn't put me in a weaver's cell tells me how little of a threat he thinks I am to him. And I sit, exhausted, in the utter ruins of my failure, as a husband and as a king, until I can't stand myself anymore, and get up. Because I'm not going to gain the willpower to get out of this by telling myself I can't. I have to focus on what I can control. I pull to me every lesson Caleb's ever given me on focusing my willpower. And I move to the center of the small room, raising my hands the way Caleb taught me. I close my eyes and reach for the threads of reality, feeling for that familiar sense of possibility, of potential waiting to be shaped. I start with something simple, a small falcon construct, which has become easy and familiar. The falcon takes shape slowly, my willpower threading through reality to give it form and flight. It's less sure than I usually can manage, and clumsy compared to anything Caleb could make, but it holds together. The falcon circles the room once before I let it dissolve back into nothingness. It's something. It's a weaving that I can do. And it's better than laying here doing nothing. But it's not good enough. Not nearly good enough to face Nikolai. I can't defeat him with semi-illusory birds. I try again, this time attempting the blades of reality that I tried to hurl at Nikolai on the road. But the weaves almost fall apart in my hands, and I have to scramble to keep them steady. I manage, but I end up panting in the middle of the room, my brow prickling with a cold sweat. I don't have the concentration just now, consumed as I am with everything else. But I won't do Caleb any good if I blow myself up. And then I spend a solid few minutes wondering if I could blow myself up, if Nikolai's near me, if that's a last resort solution. Could I give my life to save my husband's? To be able to save Caleb, at least, from whatever Nikolai has planned. But that's a terrible idea. Even if I defeat Nikolai, there's still my mother to deal with too. And if Caleb is the best defense this kingdom has against Nikolai, I'm still the shield it needs against my mother. I close my eyes, trying to steady my ragged breathing, and then try again. This time I manage to weave the blades of reality into existence without my weaving falling apart. But it's too much to hold yet, and I quickly unweave them. And that's the problem. I haven't practiced as much as I should. I've been able to act instinctively, out of surprise, but deliberately controlling anything is hard. Controlling it while my will is weighted with my fear feels impossible. I'm like Caleb's apprentices, all with their weaknesses. Arya with her lack of control, or Kian rushing headlong into a battle he hasn't assessed yet. My weakness? I've been too busy to train, but I've also been avoiding Caleb these last months, as he's been avoiding me. If I'm being honest with myself, I don't like to see him folding in on himself, and I haven't known how to help him. Maybe I can't help. Maybe we just have to wait these months of his pregnancy out. Just wait. And maybe I've been too patient. Maybe I haven't shown him I desired him enough when he's Caleb. I don't care what shape his body is beneath his illusion. I just want him. But he cares what shape his body is in. And I don't know enough to help him fix that. I can turn the direction of a kingdom, but I can't help my husband feel comfortable in his body. And I'm part of the reason he feels that way. I shouldn't have agreed to try for a child, for him to carry that child, even if it was something I wanted too. But then, that was also his choice. Should I have tried to take that from him? I bare my teeth and weave the blades of hardened reality again. How did Caleb get so powerful? Is it just raw talent, or something more? Can I somehow increase my power now? Can I focus my will? Can I find a way past the fear? Caleb defeated Nikolai before by laying out a truth that no one was expecting, a truth that Nikolai couldn't subvert and twist. But where can I find that within me? I've never not been who I am. I was a prince, my father's heir, and now I'm a king. I'm a weaver, yes, and I'm a court mage. I am not my mother's son. I am Caleb's and Irava's husband. I will be the father of our child. What among these truths can I embrace more of? I'm already all of these things, and I can't let Nikolai take them from me. I must find a way. I have to defeat him before Caleb comes, before Nikolai has a way to control both of us without his threads. threatening us with each other. Because that's the pit that's been yawning within me. That's what he did with his letters, with his threats in the crib. I'm not sure that I could stand against that kind of threat again. The door opens with a soft creak. Chapter 49, Strength of Will. Torvin. I drop my hands and spin to face the door, tensing for a fight. Nikolai's slipping in, like he interrupted something sacred, and I feel my face burn knowing that he saw my weaving. He grins, like we're friends. He did tell me he just wanted to talk, but of course I can't believe that. This is the man who killed my father and tried to control me, who just tried again this morning. He's cleaned up since our battle. His brown hair is neatly combed, his clothes fine but not court wear, the sort of thing a high noble's son might wear to an informal dinner. He looks younger than I remember, almost boyish, though I know we're of a similar age, and that look of innocence somehow makes it all worse.
Torvin, don't let me interrupt you.
I watch him warily. I'm done. He shrugs, sauntering toward the cabinet along one wall. I checked the drawers. They're full of blankets that smell like they've been in storage for years. Well, at least I won't freeze to death in this room without a fireplace.
I hope you found the accommodations acceptable,
Nikolai says. What game is this? I track him around the room, every muscle in my body ready to spring. His smile widens.
I just want to talk. Remember?
Then I spread my hands. I don't know how to play this. I don't know what he wants. If you wanted to talk, why did you threaten my husband? He shrugs.
To get your attention. I did.
He's acting casual, but I'm noticing the little signs of tension in his stroll around the room. The stiff way he holds his neck, the restless movements of his hands on every object he comes across. Is he weaving? But I don't see it if he is. He's trying to play his head games again, even if it isn't weaving. Nikolai turns to face me, looking between my eyes, like he's searching for an answer I haven't yet given him. You were in my apartment, I say. He smiles.
Was I?
You left a letter threatening my child, Nikolai. You just turned my forces against me on the road. Why the hell would I have anything to say to you?
Ask me what I want.
I splutter, shaking my head.
I want your kingdom.
He goes on, not waiting for me to ask, and his smile widens. You can't have my kingdom. My fingers twitch. Do I even dare to think I can form my blades again now, with my hands down, when I was struggling to before? And he just came out and said it. He's not even denying it. He wants my kingdom for himself. My hands twitch again, but then I can't move them, and I see Nikolai's weaves now binding them, holding my hands to my sides, holding my fingers tight together. Nikolai's grin widens into the viciousness I remember. He's done playing whatever game he started here.
I thought once I might catch your eye. Be your king.
Caleb told me he saw that, though I only had eyes for him.
2 powerful weavers ruling the kingdom together.
He goes on. I try to probe at the weaves on my hands with my mind, but I need my hands to pick the threads apart. A chill is slowly creeping up my spine, and with it, the rising, relentless panic. Is that why you tried to kill Caleb? I ask. Something, anything, to interrupt the rising panic. He shrugs, and he's not answering my questions, while I fear I'm very much answering his. I need to hold myself together. But this man, This man holds me between rage and terror, and he knows it. He's using that to his utmost.
Caleb has his purpose,
Nikolai says. And what is that purpose to you? He stops in front of me, facing me.
I have decided that the path to power is not to control you. It's to control those you love.
And that I've already figured out. I am barely restraining myself from lunging at him, even if I know I can't move my hands. Even if the weavings binding my hands to my sides will probably make me fall. It would be something. Nikolai is not afraid of me. He knows he can best me in a fight between just him and me. That is achingly obvious. You're still working for my mother, I say instead, watching his face. Another shrug. He steps closer still, and I can smell cloves on his breath. Bitter wine.
I'm going to raise your child.
My throat closes. What? He nods as if we're discussing the weather.
It's not uncommon for noble households to foster children for alliances. Like your marriage, it's political. This is what's going to happen, Torvin. You foster your heir with me. I will care for that child as my own. See? Your family will be safe.
The casual way he says it, the friendly tone, makes it somehow worse than if he's screaming threats. I lunge for his throat, in my mind, but in reality I sway, then start to fall as he locks my legs together too. I crash onto the hard floor on my shoulder, the same shoulder I bruised in the fight on the road. I clench my teeth to stop a cry, but can't stop the pitiful half-moan that escapes.
Allies don't attack each other,
Nikolai says, stepping casually back before he releases me, struggling and trembling on the floor. I must increase my strength. This monster is not going to raise my child. He will not raise my child. I roll, and with my hands now free, weave my blades in the air, pushing hard for his throat. But Nikolai flicks up a hand and weaves hardened air in front of him. My blades shatter against it, and he smiles.
Aren't you going to ask how I learned about the child?
You must have seen it. I growl, shoving up, my hands tightening back into fists.
I haven't been in your palace since I left. Your weaver's apprentices are loyal to me.
I swallow. Does he mean Arya? But he said apprentices, plural. No, he's trying to get into my head again. I face him, tensed for him to retaliate against me, because he hasn't yet. He's only restrained me, and I rack my thoughts for what I can do to attack him right now, to attack him effectively. But what if what he said is true? What if it wasn't just Arya who betrayed us, but Kian, too, or Sabella? What if it's one of my guards? What if it's Elsira or Valtaire? Gods, no. How can I even think that? What if he got to them? What if he got to any of them? I know how desperate I've been with his letters, and that threat hanging over Caleb. What if I wasn't the only one he sent his threats to? Fear is paralyzing my soul again, and I think he must have done something to me, to make that fear rise up so sharply. Or maybe that fear's been there all along. My mother, after all, murdered my father, by the hands and will of this man. Who says he's going to raise my child? Not asking, telling. And can I stop him? Is Caleb on the way even now, coming straight into this trap? Nikolai's too strong. He's just too strong. And now I'm struggling to breathe. I close my eyes, which is desperation enough with my enemy in front of me, and shake my head. No, I won't let him in my head like this. No. he can't have the strength of my will either. And holding out against him isn't giving in to fear.
Consider it.
Nikolai says, moving toward the door.
I'm sure your husband will see the wisdom in it. What parent wouldn't want their child raised with every advantage? And I do have so much to offer.
The door bangs shut behind him before I can call him every name rising up within me, and I'm too proud to shout them at a closed door. I hear the locks, click and slide shut again. Then I sink back onto the bed, my legs unsteady. My hands are shaking now, and I lock them between my knees. He wants our child, not just to hurt us, not just as leverage. He wants to raise our child as his own heir, his tool, his weapon. Is this how my mother takes back the kingdom? How long will it take, again, for Nikolai to control me and make me a puppet? How long will Caleb truly last? How many hearts will Nikolai poison? He's not saying he'll raise my child in the palace. So does he want to gather his own court, to move the center of power in Barella from the palace to his own estate? I don't know his plans, but all the horrible implications of them rattle out through my mind. Our child, growing up with him as a parent, being taught to hate us, being taught to control us, growing up believing that power comes through control and cruelty, learning to weave reality to break others instead of protect them. That, I resolve with everything I have left, will never happen. Never. Not stopping Nikolai is not an option. Not being stronger than him is not an option. I stand again, more steadily this time, and close my eyes. I know who I am. I've always known that. But I have my wounds. I have my scars. And I know the man and the woman who's helped start to heal them, who's held me tightly when I start shaking, thinking about my mother, about my father. I know the man who's patiently, mostly, showed me that I do have the willpower to be a weaver, who's taught me, who's loved me despite my temper, despite my flaws, who came to expose me in the rumors he thought were true, but instead saved me. When he comes, and he will come, I will be ready. When he fights Nikolai, I will be with him. I will match his strength. And we'll weave the storm together, side by side, strength by strength. This storm will not overtake my kingdom again. I raise my hands again, and this time when I reach for the threads of reality, they come to me more easily. They must, because not growing stronger is not an option. If weaving is rooted in my will, then my will itself will grow stronger. Maybe I don't have to know how to grow stronger. Just will that I do. I weave the falcon again, my starting point, and it's larger, the detail sharper, its wings cutting through the air with precision. But that's hardly enough. I need more than illusions. I weave the blades of reality again, forming them in the air in front of me, pouring everything I have into them. The blades glint in the air, and I move them slowly to my control. And it's working. I sharpen them with my will. I guide them toward the hutch and carefully carve down the point of one edge, making it into a bevel. A thin slice of wood falls to the floor. But it's not enough. I know it's not yet. So I'll practice until the light from the window fades. If I don't already know the weaving methods I'll need, I'll find them. I'll invent them. I'll practice until my hands are cramped and numb, until my mind is strained to its utmost. All I have for my husband and my child and my kingdom. Caleb once gave everything he had to me. Now I will give everything I am to him. All of it. And maybe this time, I will be my king's weaver.
Chapter 50. Armor. Caleb. My armor does not fit. I can wear the shoulder and arm pieces, the legs, but my torso will be unprotected. Morgan, who's followed me into the king's personal armory, frowns. So I weave the piece myself. Weave it into a reality where it does fit my shape. Morgan carefully sets the original piece back down. I'll teach you weaving along the way, I say, and head for the door again. The palace staff should have the preparations in motion by now. Provisions and horses should almost be ready.
Now?
Morgan asks, almost a protest.
Shouldn't you spend your time
increasing my chances of winning? I ask, and give him a look.
But I can't become a weaver in a day.
I think he might be able to a low degree with no precision. But I saw how he acted during our fight. He was very much the master of himself in that intense situation. We'll see. I stride out, feeling weighted down in my armor, but it's a step toward rescuing Torvin. I have to get to him. He's alive. I know he's alive. Though we're not physically close, I can still feel the resonance between us. And he never has been this distant from me. But I feel it all the same. Faint, very faint, but there. Whatever has happened, I can bring him back. But as I'm sensing that, walking down the corridor toward the palace entrance, I feel something else probing at my senses. Something that's not me. I stop. It's a slippery tendril of soul magic coming from the direction of the dungeons. Shit. I hurry that way instead, my armor, which I'm not used to at all, weighing me down. It's more lightweight than Torvin's, and I have more physical strength now in my body as Caleb gods. But I was only here a month to practice with this armor before I became pregnant. I've barely been practicing since. It's Sabella, I say to Morgan, forging through anyway, and he signals in more guards to follow us.
Is she escaping?
Morgan asks. I narrow my eyes. I still feel Sabella's threads reaching out toward me, but she's not trying to manipulate my mind, I can feel that. Just trying to get my attention. Well, she has it. I don't think so. I find Sabella standing near the middle of her cell, arms still locked together, hands in the mitts, still blindfolded. But there's hardly anything in the cell she can trip on. She turns toward me when she hears us, and I can't come quietly wearing this much armor. I can see through the barred window in the door, and she can clearly hear me.
Caleb,
she says. One of the guards rattles the locked wooden door.
You will address your king as...
I hold up a hand. What do you want, Sabella? She comes closer to the door, and the guards take up a ready stance. And I ready my weaving, to bind her quickly if she tries anything.
You would do anything for your child?
Sabella asks. Her voice is cracked and thready. She withdraws her weaving from me. And I don't see any more threads coming out of her now, soul weaving or otherwise. Anything, I say, glaring at her. Because she attacked me. She attacked me and my child.
You have shut off a part of yourself for months for your child, just for the possibility of your child.
That's not the conversation I want to have right now, or have here, or ever have with her. I have to save Torvin. Is she trying to stall me? She's standing right at the window in the cell door. I stare at her, my hackles all the way up, wondering what mind game this will ultimately be. I open my mouth to say I'm done here, but then she chokes, folds forward, leaning against the bars.
He has my son.
My stomach drops. What?
He has my son, Caleb.
And I understand. She's asking me if I do anything for my child? Because she'd do anything for hers. Oh, gods, gods. And she already has. This wasn't control by Nikolai through soul weaving, but through family. Let me into the cell, I say, and step aside as the guards unlock it. Sabella is close to the door, but she doesn't move until I nudge her back so I can enter.
Nikolai was never in the palace,
She says quickly.
He was in the town. For months. He comes and goes. He taught me over months.
Close enough to influence, not close enough for me to find him or notice what was going on. I so rarely go to the town myself, and I had no reason, I thought, to stretch my weaver's senses that far.
He's had my son for months,
She says.
Since you offered to make me your apprentice.
Gods of all the seasons. I squeeze my hands together. This was something else I hadn't seen.
Take me with you, Caleb.
I swallow hard. I can still feel the echo of her soul threads burrowing into my mind this morning. I can still feel myself slashing at Revayan and see the rage in the eyes of those she was stoking into violence. Sabella stands steadily.
He will always hold my family over me and yours over you. Take me with you, and we will stop him.
But she attacked me. She attacked the palace. She was behind an attempted coup. Sabella, she stiffens.
I won't apologize for doing what I had to do to save my son.
She had been crying during that attack. She'd begged me to give in to her. Gods, she'd begged me before her weaving reached my child. She'd begged.
If you want me to apologize,
She says,
you won't have my willpower. You can't. You know, Caleb. You know the needs of a mother, of a father.
Her son is the source of her formidable will, she means, and I can't separate her from that. Not and ask her to fight with me. I can't trust her. I know I can't. But maybe I can trust her to save her son. And I am running very low on resources and options.
Sire,
Morgan says from the door's window. A warning, his own plea. Voltaire had healed his injury this morning, an injury that she inflicted. Sabella lifts up her chin.
So weave my mind. Know that I won't turn against you. You have my permission. Weave my mind, Caleb.
I take a step back. I'm not a soul weaver.
You are,
She says, with a bitter laugh.
You wove my mind before. You can do it again.
But that was with your permission. But she's giving permission now. And was it soul weaving? I'd pulled her back to herself, not pushed her away from it. Is there more than one side to soul weaving? No, I say. I can't do that.
Sire,
Morgan says more urgently. He knows I'm leaning toward trusting her this far, despite the risks. Because I need to defeat Nikolai, and I have to make this call and make it soon. But if Nikolai has her son with him and threatens her son again visibly, Sabella will turn on me. I know it as surely as I know I'll have to stop her again. And this time, I might not be able to keep her alive. Not in that desperate of a fight. I bite my lip, thinking hard, then exhale sharply as an idea. An absolutely crazy idea comes to me. Stay here, I say
To Sabella.
She makes an exasperated sound. Because where else would she go? Already in this cell. Whatever else, Sabella, we will get your son, I say, which is probably more promise than I can give. And she slumps, even while her body stays tense.
Take me with you, Caleb.
Stay, I say and stride out. Morgan, can you run ahead? I want to see the Acrian delegate, Lady Denya. He gives me a look but takes off at a sprint. Revayan, get Voltaire. Meet me in the same meeting room as earlier. He sprints off too, and I'm left with Chiron and Aislan, who press closer as I make my way up toward the meeting room, each step growing heavier. Gods. And I can't handle this. I can't ride out like this, weighed down with so much steel. I start to unbuckle my armor.
Sire,
Chiron protests.
You will need.
I have to be able to breathe and move and not grow tired just walking. I turn to look at him, at his handsome, gray, stubbled face. My weapons are my mind and my soul. My armor is my weaving, which is also probably more than I can promise, but it's what I have. He doesn't look happy about it, but he takes the pieces of armor as I unbuckle them clumsily and hand them over. I have half of them off by the time I reach the meeting room. I see Morgan approaching with Lady Denya, and Valtaire hurrying toward me from the other direction. Valtaire looks me over, half out of my armor with my padded garments beneath. I wave them inside the room and wait until the doors shut. I'm leaving Sabella here, I say, at the palace.
Yes,
Valtaire says, watching me closely because he knows there's a catch somewhere.
We already talked about that.
I'm leaving her free. I turn to Lady Denya before I see his protest. Nikolai Metriel has her child. Sabella is behind the threats we've had in the last week, at least, behind placing them here if nothing else. I want you, please, to watch her. She is a soul weaver, you saw that. Denya's mouth thins.
I won't directly get involved in the politics of the Barellan court.
And if this keeps Barella from falling to Nikolai Metriel, which is one step closer to Barella falling to the Dowager Zenara too? If Zenara takes Barella, how long do you think it will take her to bring Acriel into her power too? With the steps she's already taken? Denya glares at me, but she drums her fingers on her thigh, looks to Valtaire, back to me.
I felt her strength, your apprentice. It isn't small, but I do believe I can subdue her, if needed, or at least slow her down. Yes, I do have that experience, as I said, with dark weavers.
With all my respect, Lady Denya,
Valtaire says tightly.
Caleb, you want to leave the palace in the hands of a soul weaver who already just tried to take it over, and another weaver who belongs to a rival court?
You'll be here, I say. And Elsira. And Sabella, she knows I'm going to get her son as well. I'm going to try my utmost. She won't endanger that. I don't know that for certain. I can't know that. But I have to trust that far. I have to know this palace is safe too.
You have my word,
Lady Denya says.
On my life and on my God's favor, with all my respect, Lord Valtaire, that I am not interested in taking your palace.
She touches a pin on her collar. What's probably an Acrian religious symbol. He nods in acknowledgement, but he's not happy. I know he's not happy. Take every precaution you need, I say to Valtaire. But truly, are we safer than with her locked in a cell, thinking her son is in danger now that she's out of play and out of use to Nikolai? Or knowing that her helping now is helping protect her son as well?
Gods.
Valtaire rubs at his eyes, but then rolls his shoulders, straightens.
All right. Go. Go bring Torvin back, all our people, and Sabella's son, and drive that fucking monster into the ground.
I will. And that is a promise that I can keep. Will keep. I finish unfastening the rest of the armor, Islan moving in to speed it up, making another growing pile on the floor. Valtaire only eyes it as I head off again. Back down to Sabella. Because I have to, at this last moment, be sure, and know that she's sure of my loyalty too. I approach the cell door again, and she's right there, still waiting. Sabella. She straightens.
Your Majesty.
It hurts, that title. It hurts, because I know she never wanted to turn against me. It hurts because I know she did anyway, and didn't trust me enough to help her. But then Torvin hadn't either. And that's Nikolai's poison, making people doubt everyone around them. And most of all, doubt themselves. Like I've been doubting myself too. Doubting Torvin, doubting my apprentices. And there I had reason. I press my hand to my stomach, a reassurance to me, to my child, because I know I'm not going to win against Nikolai in my doubts. I can't. Open the door, I say. The guards are reluctant, but Morgan, who was in the meeting room and heard our conversation just now, moves around me. He opens the door and Sabella hesitantly, still blindfolded and bound, steps out. Morgan looks to me, then grabs the keys from a guard and releases the mitts on her hands and the iron on her wrists. He unties the blindfold, and I almost hold my breath for an attack, biting my lip, watching for any signs of weaving against Morgan or anyone else, hoping I'll be able to stop it in time. But Sabella just stands there, her eyes welling.
You're taking me with you?
No. Sabella, I can't. You know I can't. He'll try to use you against me again. I'm leaving the palace in your care, and you have my word, my utmost. All that I am, Sabella, you understand me. I will do everything I can to bring your son back to you. I press my hands to my stomach. I do understand. You have my word. She squeezes her eyes shut.
But
I can't face Nikolai knowing the palace is still under threat. And I can't face him with you, knowing he'll use your son against you again. I hesitate. Do you know if he has other apprentices? She shakes her head.
I don't know.
Then I trust you. Hold the palace safe. I'll bring back my husband and bring back your son. Her jaw is still locked. Her eyes growing harder, like she'll just follow us anyway. I step toward her, hold out my hands. Despite Morgan's flinch. Sabella takes them, like she didn't try to take the palace this morning, like she didn't try to kill me. Well, but she didn't want to. Trust me, Sabella. If you go with me, it lessens all of our chances. You know that, don't you?
But you can weave me.
I'm not going to weave you against your will. Or even if you say I can, weave you against your own mind. You said I can't ask you to apologize and still be effective? I can't weave you against your own symphony and think you'll be effective either. If you're not in your own truth, Nikolai would still turn you against me, even not knowing who you are, because you wouldn't know who you are either. You wouldn't be able to stand against him at all. She shakes with her sob, her hands tightening on mine, a shaky inhale. She knows this is true. Better than anyone. She has woven souls against their will. She knows the doubts that bring people down. She knows the doubts she used to fell me. She meets my eyes, and she knows what she did. She said she wouldn't apologize for wanting to save her son. I won't ask her to. This isn't freedom. She knows that too. But it's a step.
I will hold the palace safe,
She says.
On my son's life, for your return.
I nod.
Bring him.
She swallows, her eyes starting to burn again.
Bring him back to me.
I press one hand to my stomach and nod again, holding her eyes until she lets go. Chapter 51, Training. Irava/Caleb. I'm Irava right now, but my body is still Caleb's. My legs unused to a long ride, near shaking on my horse. I might hold an illusion of being myself as Irava, but I want all of my senses with me right now, all of my concentration if I need it. And I haven't worked up the courage yet to try to unweave my reality as Caleb back into Irava. I think I can do it. No. I know I can. My body and my soul know the way. But there's a part of me that's terrified I won't be able to come back to my body now, not after being apart from it for so long. And these last months, I've been Caleb more often than I've been Irava, so at least I shed the plate armor. That at least isn't weighing me down, though Morgan managed to talk me into wearing some of the guards' leather armor they wear within the palace, which is at least some protection, still more than I want, but much, much less heavy. My eyes stay locked on the road ahead. I will find Torovan. I will defeat Nikolai. And I will bring my husband home. The night before we rode into the evening, then lit the road with one of Ronnie's flares. and rode partly through the night, only camping when the horses needed rest. And we all were exhausted. Today we're headed again toward Nikolai's estates, Ronnie taking us on the same path Torovin took before. But I don't think Torovin is at Nikolai's estates. That's too far. I've been watching the resonance between us grow stronger the longer we're on the road, so he's not still traveling. I have to hope, when we reach the end of Ronnie's guidance on the road, that I can find Torovin by our resonance too. I can vaguely feel the direction now, and we're still headed the right way. But though I'm straining this morning, sore from the ride and hardly with enough rest, I can't slow us down. I can't. Morgan rides beside me. And to keep my mind from worrying about Torovin and about Sabella being with Voltaire and Elsira and my mother back at the palace, I've been teaching Morgan the basics of how to weave. No, you have to sense for the threads of reality around you, I say. It's like relaxing. With intent. Don't grab them. Let them flow to your will. Morgan's face is tight with concentration beneath his helmet, and I know he wants this badly. And I know he can get it, I know he can. But we're trying to condense weeks of study and careful practice into a few hours.
Like this?
He extends his hand, and I feel the faint stirring of power as he tries to touch the threads of reality around him. Yes, yes. Now pull the threads, coax them into the shape that you want. Something simple, like a pebble in your hand. I watch grinning as a construct of a lopsided pebble weaves into existence in his palm.
Ah,
he says, like he's shocked it even happened. He holds up his hand, his eyes wide.
Ah, Caleb.
I see it. Yes. And it's a small point of joy watching a new weaver start to come into his own. The sun is high overhead when Ronnie, riding ahead of me with some of the others who'd been at the ambush, slows.
Caleb?
He calls back.
I think it's ahead. This looks like... Yes. It's not far ahead where we came upon Nikolai in the road.
I check and tighten the straps of my armor. And maybe I am glad I have it. Even the leather armor. Sitting back in the saddle, I sense ahead of Ronnie, reaching out, trying to feel the reality around me. I sense the earth that's lately been harvested, and the long history of fields. I feel Ronnie and the 2 garrison soldiers with him on their own mounts, nervously looking around. But I don't sense anyone else. I don't sense any unreality weavings either. I glance aside to Morgan, who's moved on to being able to weave the illusion of a leaf. When Nikolai tries to control your mind, root yourself in your own reality. Know who you are and know your strengths. That is how to beat him. Morgan straightens in his saddle and nods, and even though I don't sense anyone ahead yet, we move forward with caution. Ronnie and the others still riding ahead until they signal us to stop. There are scorches in the grass, a patch where a small fire must have broken out, but someone stopped it. The ground around the road still looks trampled, torn up. Ronnie stares at a broad scorch mark, his jaw tight.
They didn't leave the bodies.
I dismount and move toward the center of where the battle had been.
Nikolai stood there,
Ronnie says, pointing toward a bend in the road ahead. There's a hill to one side and a slide into a shallow valley on the other. I extend my senses again, and I can feel the seething realities here even days later. There was panic here. There was anguish as people were pushed against their wills. I gently touched the wounded threads in the air. Nikolai was not kind to reality here, and I sense gods. I move forward until I crouch on the road, one hand on the ground. Torovin. He was here, right here. I can feel his anguish too, the echo of his fear. Can I sense him nearby? Where's he now? I close my eyes and focus on the resonance between us, then slowly stand, slowly turn toward the direction that's been tugging at me all morning. To the north, I think, and slightly west. Ronnie won't know where to go from here. From here, it's all me. Mount up, I say. He's not far. I know he's not far. With a certainty I can't name, and I've been trying to think through, in the moments when I haven't been teaching Morgan, or haven't been lost in my own fears, how to defeat Nikolai. I've been trying to think through what Sabella said too, that I do know soul weaving, and what if that's true? And what does that say about my ability to defeat him? I struggled to stop Sabella, but was able to once I rewove my reality as Caleb. Once I rewove the reality my soul needed, once I brought the threads of my symphony into true, I rewove Morgan's body by listening to his soul. And yes, I did shift the threads in Sabella's mind. And though I haven't rewoven my own body back to Arava yet, what makes me know I can is that I'll search my soul to reweave myself then too. I'm searching for my truth when I do that. And finding it. I'm Caleb again now. And now my body feels good in a way I haven't been able to feel in months. And no, it's not the same as before. I'm still carrying my child and all its possibilities within me. I'm still able to have that child when I'm ready. And that is a difference, but one I'm settled with. One that feels right in my soul. The feel of me is right, and that is its own truth. Something I can anchor and center myself within. If Nikolai's soul weaving pushes people away from their truths, is there a soul weaving that pushes people towards theirs too? We ride on, and I begin to search the reality around me for any signs of what happened since Toravan and his party were taken. A gnarled tree near the road holds a quiet unease. A sharp bend and then a dip in the road ahead holds a shudder of anxiety. Then the fields spread out before us, some already harvested, some being worked now by workers who look as we pass but don't stop. Should we ask the workers if they saw who passed before, if I can't find Toravan now? But ahead in the distance, the blocky shape of a manor house appears, sitting on a hill. It's set off from the road, but visible all the same. I feel the resonance between Toravan and me, and it's strong, and it's in that direction. He's in that house, isn't he? He's there. And is Nikolai still there too? I can only hope. It's afternoon now, and we're all tired from the journey, from the ride. Morgan probably, from his strain at learning weaving too. Morgan reins in beside me.
He'll be able to see us if he's watching for us.
There's no cover on the way toward that house. I nod. No, we don't have the advantage of surprise here, or strength in numbers. There's only the few of us now. But I have my will to see my husband safe, and our kingdom safe, and Kian and Arya safe. And Aldrich. And now to rescue Sabella's son, too. All of that will have to be enough, won't it? It will have to be. We ride on toward the manor house. Chapter 52. The Dinner. Caleb. We're halfway to the house when we crest another shallow hill, and I rein in again, studying what I can see of the manor and its outbuildings. I know I'm not going to win this with a fair fight. I know I'm not going to win with a straight-up attack. I can sense Toravan now like a tug in my chest. I think he's being kept in a room on the second floor. Can I sense Kian or Arya? I try for a few moments, precious moments, sitting here on this hill, as I know Nikolai and his people are watching. But my connection to my apprentices, though strong, isn't at all what my connection to Toravan is. And this close, I feel Toravan's will like a crystalline force. He's focused, he's intent. Does his will feel stronger? We ride on, and not long after see riders coming out from the manor house gates. I hold my magic ready, my hands, with the reins resting on my thighs, ready to drop them and weave when I need to.
Caleb Aylin?
One of the riders, a rough-hewn man, calls from a distance. It's been half a year since anyone's called me only that, not Caleb Aylin Verandre Braze. Yes, I say. and Morgan beside me stiffens. I don't feel any threads of mind control weaving around this man ahead or from the 3 others with him. But there wasn't mind control for every attacker at the palace either.
We're to escort you to the house, sir.
As if I'm not a king. I'm wearing a leather helmet, not a crown. But everyone in Barella knows who I am. On whose orders? I ask.
Lord Nikolai Metrial's.
Well, at least he's not hiding. I nod, and the 4 riders surround our small party, settling in to escort us the rest of the way. No one talks. And though our horses are tired and needing rest again, we move at a brisk pace until we reach the courtyard of the manor house, riding onto cobblestone pavement that's badly in need of repair, with stones missing and grass growing up through the cracks. I slow my horse, taking care of where he steps. I look around for more of our enemies but see no one else. The riders who escorted us in are dismounting, acting like they're taking us to visit a country lord, not taking us into a war zone with hostages. Morgan rests his hand on the hilt of his sword, but I catch his eye, shake my head. My guards and the few elementalists and me might be able to overpower these riders here, but I sense much more life inside the house, and in the outbuildings too, especially the stables. Is that where our people are being held? Or is that where Nikolai's people are waiting? I look up at the house and my soul feels the tug of Torovin's soul there. Since we spotted the manor house, I've been slowly gathering my thoughts about how I couldn't hold myself against Sabella's attacks on my will, because my sense of self had been fractured. And when I wove to heal that fracture, I could push her will out. Nikolai uses soul weaving to impose his will on people and steal their sense of themselves. And I've been churning on how my soul weaving helped people, Sabella and myself and Morgan even, know more of who they are. I think of the synchronicity I felt when Torovin's willpower joined with mine to unweave the vortex churning toward the palace. We'd been deeply tied together, our strengths amplified, and I gave my willpower to Torovin to fight Nikolai in the council chamber. Our combined strength didn't come from one of us controlling the other, like Nikolai was trying to do, but from being laid bare. When I teach my apprentices, I'm not just showing them how to weave reality, but helping them find their own wills, their own truths, and there is a resonance between us. I feel Kian and Arya here too, though I still can't pinpoint where. In the house, I think, though I'm still not sure. But all of that is soul magic, isn't it? Has soul weaving been a part of weaving all along, but we've only learned to fear the worst part of it?
My lord is waiting in the house, sir,
one of the riders says. So I dismount, and so do my guards.
He says only for you to enter, sir,
the rider says, as he and the other riders dismount too. I glance at Morgan and Revayan, and the others behind me. I'll go alone, I say. Stay here. No one protests. No one here is a fool. Morgan takes the reins to my horse, and I follow the rider into the house.
Torovin. There's a knock on my door. I start from where I sit on my bed, propped up with a pillow against the headboard. But I haven't been weaving these last minutes, giving my will a break, a chance to rest. My will has grown. I know it's grown. And will I be ready to face Nikolai again? He hasn't come in to see me all this day. No taunts, no threats. If he sensed me weaving, he hasn't shown any signs. Maybe he wants me to grow stronger. Maybe he wants the challenge. He's just predatory enough that I might believe that. If he didn't work from the shadows and play mind games. No, he doesn't want me stronger. He's just waiting. And I'm terrified I know why. I don't think the knock is Nikolai now. He would just come in, like he did before. And I'm right. The solid-built woman who enters is the same woman who's brought me food these last days, who's brought a wash basin, who's emptied my waste pot. This time, she's come with 2 other armed men, and my hackles rise as she motions to me.
Lord Metriel wishes you to attend him.
He wishes me to attend him. A lord wishes a king to attend on him. I rise anyway, and hope she doesn't notice the tassels I've been steadily slicing off the tapestries on the walls in my practice. But she doesn't even look. This is the first time since I came that they've let me out of this room. They escort me down the musty corridor, past rooms thick with swirling dust. It's late afternoon, the light slanting toward golden, and the whole place, wherever this is, has a hush. I hear voices somewhere, though, distant enough that I can't make out whose they are, Nikolai's or otherwise. I don't think this is one of Nikolai's family's estates. It looks too ill-kept, almost abandoned. Does this house belong to one of his allies? I don't think we rode far from where he captured us on the road, though my memories from that time are hazy, and I don't really want to think about them. I need my willpower focused just now, because if I see a chance to take Nikolai down, I will take it. They lead me to what must once have been a grand hall, but now feels cavernous and dim. It's lit only by a scattering of high windows and a handful of oil lamps that cast flickering shadows on the stone walls. But my foreboding grows as I squint in the dark. I can feel, I know who I'll see before my eyes lock on him. I know the space he holds around him, the gentle reality he commands. I've known that since I've known him, even if I've never felt it this way with my weaver's senses before. He came. He's here. Caleb. And across from him, in the center of a table that's been spread with what looks like a decent small meal despite the surroundings, sits Nikolai. My heart falls like a stone. Caleb's eyes meet mine, and they're hard in a way that makes my chest tighten. Is he hurt? He doesn't look hurt. But something is different. Something's shifted. He's wearing the leather armor of a palace guard, his pale face a little burned from the sun, his hair flattened like he just removed a helmet, and I see the helmet next to him. Why, by all the gods, is he eating dinner with Nikolai?
Sit,
one of the armed men with me says, and points to a place beside. Not Caleb, but Nikolai. I swallow, and slowly make my way to the table, pulling out the chair. Sitting beside this man I want to kill. But does he hold some threat again over Caleb? I can't strike out without knowing.
Torvin,
Nikolai says pleasantly. But I hear the edge.
How good of you to join us. I was just about to explain to Caleb the terms of our arrangement.
Caleb. I'm half afraid the food is poisoned, but Nikolai's been eating with relish. As if he's not holding my husband hostage. As if I just came to dignify him with a visit. So, carefully, I cut into the roast hen and begin to eat. There's no weaving within the food, that at least I checked for. And I know Nikolai noticed. I didn't miss his smug smile. The staff brought me fruit juice instead of wine, and that detail, while I'm glad of it, twisted my insides. And earned me another smug look from Nikolai. He's chatted about the countryside, about the harvest. He's asked me how the harvest festival is going. The nerve of him. As if we've known each other for years and been friends for years. As if he hasn't hated me from the start. As if he hasn't threatened me or my child or taken the son of my apprentice and then bent her own will against me, used her to start destroying Tarovans and my trust in each other and in ourselves in my palace. I haven't yet seen any signs of Torovin here, and I start to ask about him again. But Nikolai holds up a hand.
All in good time.
I'm done with this game. But I can't know what traps Nikolai's set in place, what measures he's taken to hurt Torovin if I try to attack him now. I'm about ready to storm upstairs anyway. But then I feel Torovin coming closer. The sense of him grows stronger until it's right here. He's here. He's just now walking into this hall looking a little rumpled and disheveled. Still wearing the undertunic and trousers from the armor he rode out in. His hair mussed, but bound back behind him, clasped with what looks like a tight weaving. Did I teach him how to do that? One of the men guarding Torovin waves him to the table, but beside Nikolai, not me. And that's another threat.
Torovin,
Nikolai says.
How good of you to join us. I was just about to explain to Caleb the terms of our arrangement.
Whatever arrangement that is, it can't be good. I watch Torovin's eyes flash with a rage he quickly suppresses. I reach out with my weaving as he nears the table, looking into the symphony of his soul, to see if it's been altered. It has. But not in the way I'm fearing. His soul feels stronger, brighter in a way I haven't seen. There are scars there, too, from Nikolai, shredding into his thoughts. But I don't repair them, and Torovin's symphony seems to have flowed around them. He's still holding himself true. Torovin gives me a small smile and sits beside our enemy.
Eat, Torovin,
Nikolai says and passes him a tray of meats. Torovin takes it and eyes the half-eaten food on my plate. Then he begins to heap his own plate. Nikolai nods, then waves his fork between us.
I wanted you both to be here, to know the good news, but I have agreed to foster your child.
I start my last bite sitting painfully in my throat, but he goes on.
It's really the only way to ensure lasting peace in Barella. I'm even willing to teach him that the common people should, in the end, have more say in their lives. Isn't that what you want, Torovin?
Nikolai's not weaving Torovin's mind now, I know that. He's not trying to weave mine. And with Torovin here, does Nikolai think he could stand against both of us again? What threat is he still holding over us? Nikolai meets my eyes.
My people have instructions,
he says.
If I'm attacked, to kill everyone else on this property. Your apprentices, all of your mages, your soldiers, your guards. I think they're important to you, are they not?
Where is Arya? I ask. I hadn't asked before. I hadn't wanted to distract Nikolai from my goal of finding Torovin. Where are Kian and Aldrich?
Safe,
he says.
Like you are both perfectly safe. I only want to have a talk and a meal, and we'll all leave here much more secure in our safety and our futures.
You're not raising our child,
Torovin says in a low voice. No, I say, watching Nikolai. He doesn't want to raise our child. He wants to give our child to the Dowager Queen. Nikolai shrugs, taking another bite off his half-eaten plate. I've only picked at my food, but he's devoured his.
I see no political difference. The child would be properly educated and be prepared to rule in their time. And as I said, Torovin, we can even teach this child about your reforms, within reason.
As if my child is a dog he wants to train. I take another bite too, trying to buy time to think. From the tightness of Torovin's anger, Nikolai's brought this up before. May we stay the night, I ask finally, and consider your proposal? Nikolai nods, as if he was expecting this. He wipes his mouth.
Torovin, is your room adequate? Of course it is. It's a suite for honored guests, though the house itself isn't what it used to be. But you can stay there.
He turns back to me.
By the way, Caleb, I haven't mentioned that Acreal has been sending me its weavers. They aren't wanted there, so I have been offering to take them in, training them. They will be of good use to Barella, I think.
He has weavers. He has more weavers loyal to him? I stiffen in my chair, meet Torvin's eyes.
You may meet some of them tomorrow. You can add them to your apprentices as well.
And this is why he's not afraid of us. This is why we're eating a meal at his table, a meal I'm sure is not poisoned. Why would he need to poison us? He's already threatened our people, and now he's threatening the kingdom, because he's controlling those weavers, isn't he? One way or another, he is. Did Lady Denya know about this? I don't know. And now I have the uncomfortable thought that I hope Sabella is enough to overpower her if she did.
I am only wishing to serve the kingdom,
Nikolai says, looking between us.
I have only ever wished to serve the kingdom.
And you thought you were serving the kingdom by murdering my father in his bed?
Torvin asks quietly.
We all make mistakes,
Nikolai says. Torvin twitches, like he's barely restraining himself from attack. And I tense too. There's a chance Nikolai's lying about the threat to our people. But I don't count on it. I can't. And Torvin lets out a long breath and eases his tension too. We just need to get together, alone, because I have been thinking about soul weaving. And if Nikolai's raised the stakes with his weavers now in play, I have something I want to try. Chapter 53. Soul Weaving. Caleb. Nikolai's people lock us in a room. The fading light of evening, the only light out a narrow window. Too narrow to climb out through, even if I hadn't been Caleb right now. Even if I hadn't been pregnant. The bed is rumpled, and there's a feeling here. A sense in the room of increasing wholeness. I turn to Torvin.
You shouldn't have come,
he says. I'm still sensing the room. Sensing to make sure there's no malicious weaving here, I see a flurry of charged reality around the tassels in the wall tapestries. Around the edges of the furniture, which are all shaved into untreated wood. Some smoothed into rounded corners.
Caleb, he says. I said you shouldn't have.
Of course I would come. I feel the realities of two of the guards who brought us up still outside the door. Listening? Probably. So I weave a shell around us, which I won't let sound pass through. Not unreality, but a filter of reality. Torvin feels it because he looks around himself.
It's safe to talk?
He asks. I crush him in a hug and he rocks back, taking a step before he catches me, rights his own balance on me. With his hands on my arms, his eyes widen.
You wove your reality.
Yes. He grins.
Gods, Caleb, you did it.
Like this right now is the most important thing in all the world, gods. I love this man. I pull back to look at him more fully. Your will is stronger, I say. I can feel it, Tor. Gods, I see what you've been doing all around the room. What have you been doing? He gives an embarrassed shrug, but his eyes on me are intent.
He's not going to win, Caleb.
No, he's not. His eyes flick between mine, his brow furrows.
What happened?
He asks. So I tell him about the attack at the palace, about Sabella. I watch his hands tighten into fists.
I will kill him.
He growls.
I will kill him.
I take one of his hands, and I feel the symphony that is him start to grow discordant, grow less sure as he thinks about Nikolai. I wrap both of my hands around his, but he focuses back on me.
You wove yourself during the battle with Sabella? That's how you defeated her? Yes.
I'm staring into his eyes. Does he understand that significance too? But he doesn't have all the pieces. When I wove Sabella's mind before, when I was checking for mind control weaving, that was soul weaving, Torvin. He rocks back.
No, you weren't trying to control her.
But it was still soul weaving. I think in our fear of the mind control weavers, we've forgotten something vital. It's how I saved us from Nikolai in the council chamber. Torvin, I wasn't just stating my truths. I mean, I was. That was part of it. But those truths, that is soul weaving, I swallow. And can I weave you? His eyes flick between mine, and I start to see fear there before he blinks.
You want to control me?
No. And I think whatever you've been doing here...
Practicing. He said he wanted to raise our child, Caleb. You heard.
His voice breaks, and I press my palm to his cheek, against the rough stubble. He can't have our child, I say. He shakes his head hard, leans into my touch, closes his eyes, and twin streams flow down his cheeks. I don't know what happened here yet. I don't know what Nikolai said to him. But the energy of this room, the reality seething here, is of a man who's determined to be more, to be fuller than he was, more rooted in himself, and more embracing his own possibilities, at any and all costs, to any and all gains. And he's done that. That is so very clear. The way he's carrying himself is even different. Like the mage's medallion on his chest, they left that when they took his armor off, or he took it off, holds a greater truth for him now than it did before. You were soul weaving, I say. He flinches. No, Tor. This is what I mean. You were increasing your willpower, increasing your strength, focusing on your truths, yes?
I was practicing. But maybe.
I stretch up and kiss him, and he makes a noise, grips the back of my neck, kisses me back like he's been drowning. And my body responds, heat flowing in ways it hasn't in months. I bite my lip as I pull back, resting my head against his. We can't be together here, not now, not yet. Not when we have to be alert, not when I have to try what I need to try to know if it might work, to get us out of here, to stop Nikolai so he doesn't hurt anyone else. Much as I want to be with my husband, in the way I've needed to for months, I press my hands to his chest. Fight against the urge. You wove your soul into your own truths, I managed to get out, trying to yank my mind back to this singular focus. You strengthened your symphony of your soul threads. And Torvin, I think that might be how we break his hold, in ourselves and in others. I want to try to heal the wounds he wrecked through your mind. To strengthen your soul, too. I want to see your truths so you can see them more clearly, if you'll let me. And then I want you to do the same to me. His fingers tremble in my hair, his eyes are wide, his breaths shallow. This is what he fears above all. Losing control. What was almost taken from him. So I give him my willpower. He can weave me first. He looks around him, seeing what I'm doing, his brows knitting.
Caleb.
Take my willpower. And then I'm going to talk you through how to weave my mind and my soul. He shakes his head.
Caleb.
I trust you, Torvin. He takes my will. I feel my power flowing into him, and he draws in a shuddering breath. We've done this before in casual practice, which, true, almost always ended in bed. But this is different. He's stronger now. And he's far, far more attuned to his magic than before. If he spent all of these last days strengthening his will, honing in on who he is and what his power really is, then his understanding of weaving and his precision has grown too. You can learn weaving in books, yes. You can learn from a teacher, but you will learn most of all from yourself. And now he's holding all of his will and all of mine but what I need to live. His lips are pressed tightly together, and I see his eyes shining in the dimming evening light from the window. Can you see my symphony? He's quiet, and I know he's looking. His chest lifts, then he says a reverent,
"Oh."
I grin. Oh, yes. His lips are parted as he looks all around me.
"This is what you see all the time?"
Not all the time. But if I look, yes. And my ability to see it's grown stronger. Lately, but I only really started to see it after the first time we fought Nikolai. His eyes meet mine, then he looks around me.
"I see your threads. In your thoughts. Is my looking hurting you, Caleb?"
No. He reaches one hand toward mine, and I grip it while he holds up the other near my head, not quite touching. What do you see? I ask. He squints.
"You're a song. Like the most complex song I can hear, in so many harmonies. And oh gods, the child."
The child is safe.
"I know. I see. But if I touch any of your threads..."
You won't harm the child. His mouth pinches like he wants to argue, but then he nods.
"No, I won't. Caleb, should I be looking for signs of mind control?"
I don't think so. And I'm not even sure you need to look for anything off or out of true. But, Tor, can you hear my truth? Can you see my strongest threads? He looks around me again. When I wove Morgan, that's how I found the truth of the body he needed. I heard his symphony and brought his body into harmony with it. That's how I wove mine. Torovin shudders, then reaches out.
This is your truth."
My breath catches. Love, like a warm summer breeze, delicate and gentle, hums in my soul.
"And this?"
Another thrum in my soul.
"This, I think, means you never give up. And you don't, Caleb. You don't ever give up. You didn't give up on me. Even when..."
He swallows.
"Even when I was keeping the letters from you."
I squeeze his hand.
"I love you,"
he says. And with this awareness, with him holding on to me, with him seeing my threads, the threads within my soul, thrum louder with that love. A feeling so intense I almost can't breathe.
That did something,"
he says shakily.
"It shifted some of your mind threads. Caleb."
But I feel stronger. I feel the cracks in my soul aren't as wide now. All of my doubts from our ride on the road, all of my fears in my rush to get here, feel less urgent. He looks me in the eyes again.
"I love you, Caleb Aylin Verandre Braze. I love that you want to protect me. I love that you're trying everything you can to be who you are and have what you want, all of it. You are strength, Caleb. A strength I don't have."
I feel the warmth, the soul hum, increasing until he gets to that part. "No, Tor. That's not true."
"It is."
"No, Tor." He stares at me, lost a moment in his inner battle. Then he hands me back my will. And hands me his.
"Weave me."
I take his will gently, cradle it inside my own soul, because I know how hard it is given. I know the trust he's giving me, and I open my eyes to his symphony. He is the brightest song and the deepest ballad. He's a heart after my heart and all his own. He's been wounded, yes. And maybe the feeling of weaving Sabella's mind hadn't sat right with me, because I was moving threads, but not moving her soul itself. This is weaving, but it's not weaving. I can see his threads, but it's my soul doing the magic. "I love you, Torovin Braze." He shudders. and now his eyes are running freely again. I love that you will never, ever back down. He laughs.
That's what I said about you.
But it's your truth too. I love that you want to heal your kingdom with all that you are. I love that you see me, no matter what body I'm in. I know that, Tor. And I'm sorry for that wound. That was mine. I didn't want to give that to you too. I feel my own soul energy lessening and, okay, that's still a wound. But I can weave my own soul too. I'm myself. No matter who I am, I'm myself. And I know that too. I steady and watch his symphony continue to grow, to gain more nuance, more complexity, more wholeness as the parts that were dimmer brighten. I love that you want to protect me too.
Even if I'm lying to you?
He murmurs. I can't cast that blame. He coughs. A sharp bark of laughter. And something else eases in my soul. He's not holding that against me, my lying to him when we first met. I hadn't thought he was, but, well, some part of me was still afraid of that. Afraid that when I couldn't be with him in my full body as Caleb, that I was still living that same lie a little, and that he'd hold it over me. I let go of my side of his soul, because it's becoming too beautiful for me to stand. I give him back his will gently and wrap my arms around him, and he wraps his around me. I can still feel his symphony weaving in and around my own. We're stronger. I don't even have to look to see that, to feel that.
This is how we fight, Nikolai?
He asks.
By knowing our truths. I hadn't thought, Caleb, I hadn't thought I had any deeper truths.
I brush his cheek. Because I don't have words, no words left at all. And kiss him again. When I pull back again, I say, I think this is how we free the people he's controlling. We see their strengths and echo them back to them. If he's fighting with fear, well, we'll fight with every good thing a person can be.
You think that will work? That won't just strengthen the wills of our enemies?
I bite my lip. I don't know. I step back out of his embrace, though I'm still craving the warmth. But it's heating into need again for me, and I have to think. I didn't feel him weaving during dinner, I say.
No, I don't think he was.
So whoever he's controlling here, I don't think he's controlling them all the time. He does have to sleep. And maybe he can shift people's threads out of their truths so they're not a threat to him. So that they follow what he wants. Or maybe they're just afraid of him, like Sabella. And when he needs to control them more directly, he can actually bend their wills. I pause. Fear is a powerful incentive. Torovin grunts, runs a hand over his face. The light from the window is almost gone. He turns back to me.
Do we do this under cover of darkness?
I can't think of a better time to try. When we're both still full of our own willpower, our own strengths, our own truths. Nikolai said if we attacked him, he'd harm our people. Well, we'll just have to find and free our people first. I think a moment, and mentally add the Acrean weavers if they're here too, anyone who's ever been harmed or manipulated by Nikolai. These are the people we need to find. I kiss him once more, for all the luck we'll have. Let's go. Chapter 54. Binding. Caleb. Nikolai thinks our fear will hold us, but he certainly doesn't think this room will hold us on its own. The door only has 2 locks. He barely even tried.
Do we try to soul weave everyone?
Torovin asks in my ear. I hesitate, not yet reaching for the locks. Would it work on everyone? Controlled by Nikolai's soul weaving or not? Sabella hadn't been controlled by Nikolai when she attacked the palace, not by mind control, but I had woven Sabella's mind, and that hadn't stopped her from attacking the palace, not when she was still bent on saving her son. I swallow a tightness rushing at my throat. And how many more of Nikolai's followers has he threatened too? We won't have time to figure it out, not now anyway. We have to get out and find our people before Nikolai knows we're out. No, I say. Not everyone. Do you remember how to bind someone with a weaving?
Yes, though I didn't much practice after you taught me.
He grimaces. Bind me now. He hesitates, but then I see his threads reaching out, tightening around the whole of my body, closing in until I can barely move. He's immensely careful about it, closing very slowly. Then he lets go. You bind them, I say. I'll knock them out. That takes more precision by far, and that I haven't taught Torvin yet. He's gained that precision in the last few days, but we don't have the time to practice now.
There are 2 guards at the door,
he says, turning back to it. I'm still holding a pocket of filtered sound around us so the guards won't hear us. I hold up a hand and drop it now, extending my senses past the door. Yes, I still feel the 2 men on the other side of it. I widen my senses and feel more people in the rooms around us on this level, but the farther I sense, the less clear my picture is. I reach again for my sense of Kian and Arya. And here now, I think I feel them downstairs, though I can't say exactly where. But that's where we'll need to go. Okay, ready? He nods. I hover my hand in front of the door and sense for the reality inside the locks. And instead of making them click, that satisfying opening I usually do, I ease the bars over. Then I feel for the handle in the near dark and slowly open the door. There's lamplight in the corridor, though it's dim. And only 2 guards? I'm almost insulted. Torvin behind me twitches his hand now that he can see the guards. I feel his threads gathering to bind the 2 guards even as I'm weaving the air away from their mouths so they can't cry out. Both struggle as Torvin wraps them tightly in his bindings. Then I weave the air inside their bindings in a way that Aldrich showed me, changing the reality of the air within. The 2 guards slump, and Torvin lowers them as quickly as he can to the floor. They'll be out for at least an hour. Don't breathe that, I whisper as we step past the guards, and Torvin releases his bindings. He looks down, moves more quickly. There are more people in the rooms off this hall, but I need to get to Arya and Kian before we can circle back and see if they're ours too. I have to know they won't be used against us because they're the greater threat by far, unless Nikolai will bring his Acrian weavers into play right now, in which case I'm not going to think about that. I weave the reality around Torvin and me, muffling the sounds of our steps. He twitches when he steps on a creaky plank, but I wave at him. We're fine. We're halfway to what I think are the back service stairs when a door flings open and a stocky woman steps out. Torvin's mouth tightens. Does he know her? Was she one of his jailers? She turns to go the other way, then stops, turns toward us. She opens her mouth, but I have her air in a moment, and Torvin has her bound. We're laying her out when a second man comes out.
Adina, you didn't close the door.
He gets off a shout before I can take his air, too. Torvin binds him, and I have him out in seconds. But they're precious seconds now. Run! I'm not sure where Nikolai is in this house. He could be in any of these rooms, though I don't sense his malice nearby. But then it's a lot harder to sense anything certain through walls or where you can't see. We run down the rest of the corridor, and I'm still weaving the reality around us, trying to muffle our steps. But another door opens near the end, and lamplight floods out. There is no time with any of them to sense if they're under Nikolai's control. So we bind and incapacitate the next man. We reach the back stairs and thunder down, because now it's a race against time. I half expect Nikolai to be in the corridor below, just waiting for us to run into his trap, but no. We meet more people armed as guards and take them down the same way. At least we're good at that. We're moving in sync again. And that raises my hope. Torovan moves to the end of the short service corridor as I step over the unconscious bodies.
Where is Nikolai?
He asks, his voice tight. I focus again, stretching my senses through the estate around us. I don't have a connection to Nikolai, but the feeling of malice is stronger here than it was before. Is he near? I don't know. We just have to press on. I turn in the corridor we're in now, lit by a single oil sconce on one wall. There are several doors, and another short corridor leading off of this one. I sense Kian and Arya closer here. Well, and if there were guards in this corridor, they were guarding something. I head down the short corridor, and Torovan follows, his hands already up to weave the bindings again. A shout comes from the way we just came from the stairs. Shit. I look back to Torovan. Can you bind them and change their air?
Don't know the air.
Then just knock them out, however you can. There's no time for more. I rush down the rest of the short corridor and, finding 2 locked doors, try to sense what's behind them. I feel Kian close, like he's hovering behind the door, trying to listen to what's happening out here. Does he sense me? I weave the lock on that door and carefully push it open in case he tries to attack me. Kian! I hiss. Kian's hands are up to weave. There's no light in this room, only the dim light from the corridor behind me. He's staring at me, but his hands haven't gone down. My hackles rise. Kian? I ask again. And finally he shakes himself.
Caleb?
Kian, are you well? I must check you.
Caleb. Gods, you're here? It's actually you? They have the king.
I know. I move inside the room, swinging the door shut again, and barely have time to sense a binding weave coming at me from within. I deflect it before it reaches me, then fumble after it in the dark, catch it, trying to unweave it without seeing.
Arya!
Kian yells.
It's him!
He shouldn't be shouting, but I feel him moving and I follow. I weave a small illusion of light in the air. It's never been easy to hold light, as light is a seething, volatile reality, and always on the edge of unraveling or exploding. But it's enough to see by now if I concentrate, enough to see a disheveled Arya huddled in the corner, glaring at me.
Traitor?
She hisses at me.
No, it's him. Arya.
She looks to Kian, back to me, her jaw tight, hands up and ready to weave again. Gods, my stomach tightens. I don't sense any of Nikolai's threads coming into the room from elsewhere. But when I look at Arya's symphony, it feels jagged. Arya? It's me, it's Caleb. I try to brighten my illusion of light and manage it a little. She stands fully, takes a step closer. I don't dare try to weave the threads of her soul, not now, not when I don't know what's happened to her. And that suddenly seems like a vitally important part of this. I can't weave a person's soul without permission. I can't. Because that, too, would be no better than Nikolai. Arya's lip trembles, then her face crumples, and she launches herself at me. I almost flinch to weave again, like she might attack me. But she throws her arms around me, then flinches back, yelling.
It's not him,
She shouts.
He doesn't feel like it's Nikolai.
I catch and unweave the chunk of solid air she throws at me. Kian turns to me, uncertain. And, oh gods, had Nikolai pretended to be me? Was that how he got her out of the palace? Or had Sabella done that? I don't know. But she wasn't expecting me to actually be built like a man. I wove myself, I say. I wove myself in the palace. I re-wove my reality as Caleb, Arya, look at my soul. Can you see my soul threads? And I reach within me, plucking on the strongest threads, trying to amplify who I am into the room around me, hoping it will do any good. Arya stills again, trembling. I'm sorry, I say into the near dark. And we don't have time for any of this, but I'm going to make the time. We have to have the time. I'm sorry I couldn't keep him from taking you. Her face twists.
Sabella led me to him in the town and said it was you.
I swallow. I don't want another of Sabella's sins weighing on my soul. Another of Nikolai's sins. But I nod. She is his apprentice too. He has her son.
What?
Kian asks.
Where? Is he here?
I hope. I don't know, but I hope. And we have to get to him again before Nikolai does. We have to get to all of our people. Arya bites her lip, still staring at me like she doesn't believe I'm real.
I won't.
Torvin bangs into the room, and we all for a moment freeze. Arya looks between him and me, then covers her mouth with a cry.
Caleb, there's more guards.
Torvin says.
There was an elementalist.
Did you?
They're all down. I wasn't gentle.
And how many does that make so far? Are we taking down Nikolai's people one by one? Will that be enough?
Arya, let Caleb fix you.
Kian growls.
Like he fixed Sabella.
But he trails off. Because obviously I hadn't fixed Sabella. Arya shrinks back, and probably rightly so. My shoulders twitch with the tension I'm trying not to show. Kian swings back to me.
Then weave me,
he says.
Nikolai got into my head too.
I swallow. And is there time? Torvin's watching the corridor. But I delve into Kian's symphony. It's not all as it should be, and I don't have time for subtlety now. I tug on his threads, pulling them into true, where I see they're not. Though some don't want to move as easily as others. In his mind, I find the scarring of mind control like I'd seen in Torvin's, like I'd seen in Sabella's. Kian shivers. I find his strongest threads and resonate with them within my own. His strength and his courage, and his absolute determination to be the best he can be. Kian straightens, dragging in a breath. His soul moves into a better harmony, if not completely whole. But I watch him watching me do this. And that's why he wanted to know. So he can help Arya too. Because she does trust him. And now he starts to weave himself. The threads in his soul strengthen. And the threads of his mind, the ones I couldn't budge, start to move back into true. But this sort of weaving, I'm finding, takes time, takes the need for a person to resonate within themselves. This isn't going to work how I'd thought. Did we just start a fight we ultimately can't win?
Caleb,
Torvin insists.
I'm okay,
Kian says. He's crying. But then I know that feeling too. I grip his shoulder but don't touch Arya. She's huddled to Kian, though, watching us all warily as we move to the door.
What did you do?
She asks.
That was more than his mind.
It's soul weaving, I say, but the good kind.
There's a good kind?
Her voice ends on a squeak. She watches me like I might still be Nikolai, might try to attack her at any moment. Torvin eases the door open, and then braces himself, his hands up. There are 2 more people running toward us. We take them down.
Master Aldrich is in the next room,
Kian says, and I breathe out. Okay. Arya is still shrinking away from me, and God. That's a wound Nikolai made that won't quickly heal, will it? I swallow. Kian, do you know where they're keeping the soldiers? I ask. The elementalists?
I think in the stables. I heard someone talking about the stables.
Weave me.
Arya croaks, gripping my arm.
Caleb? Weave his shit out of me.
I meet her eyes. You're sure? She nods. I don't touch her mind. I don't even touch the threads of her soul, jagged and discordant as they are right now. I only look for the strengths I know are there, to who I know her to be, and then find those same resonances within myself and pluck the threads in my soul instead. You're stronger than anything he can throw at you.
But I...
She's crumpling. Torvin rushes down the corridor again, and I vaguely hear voices. He needs me. But so do my apprentices. And I have a hunch what Nikolai's levers over her are. You can never let me down, Arya, not in who you are.
But I lost control, and I couldn't tell it wasn't you, that he wasn't you, and I thought you said we were going to fight him. Fight Nikolai, I mean. Then I got confused, and I wanted to fight with him, Caleb. I fought Kian on the road.
She's rising again into panic. I can't help her right now. I'm too close to the source of her pain. Kian, I say. He holds her to him, his arm around her back. And we're out of time. I know we're out of time.
Caleb!
Torvin calls. Go, I say to Kian. Go to the stables, both of you. Get our people free. I don't know that I'm not sending them straight into Nikolai's arms, but maybe Kian can help her if she's away from me. Kian and Arya start to move. I turn and weave the lock on Aldrich's door. And inside, I find him tense. His braid undone, his gray hair loose around him. His jaw set. Was he controlled by Nikolai too? Will he attack me?
About fucking time,
he says. I hold up my hands. Let me check you. He glares at me.
Not before we take that shit down.
Well, and that's far less restrained than Aldrich usually is, but at least he's aimed in the right direction. Aldrich stalks out after me, and I hurry back toward Torvin. Gods, I say, staggering to a stop before I trip on the bodies, 7 of them. Torvin looks at me, at Aldrich, back to me. Where is Nikolai? Why hasn't he tried to come after us yet? Where are his weavers? If he says he has them. The dread in my bones is rising again. We have to find Sabella's son, I say.
Sabella's son?
Aldrich asks. He pauses, putting it together.
Then Sabella was his agent in the palace.
Yes. We have to take away his leverage.
The door toward the inner house bangs open. I whirl to see Cass, Torvin's guard, raising his sword with a yell.
Chapter 55, The Taunt. Torvin. Cass. He's rushing at me, his sword raised to swing, his eyes wild, like he doesn't know me. No, like he does know me and hates me. I weave a blade of hardened reality and catch his sword on it before he can strike, then weave his sword in place in the air, like I did with the dagger flung at Caleb at the feast. Cass growls, trying to pull his sword free. Cass! His eyes won't meet mine. Cass! I feel Caleb's threads reaching out to him, plucking the threads of his soul. Cass shudders. And I reach out too, to this man who's been by my side all the time I've been the king. There's a resonance between us, clear to my mind's eye, and strong. I hold it. Cass, look at me. He does. He finally does. Then looks stricken, looking up to his sword frozen mid-swing, his knees buckling. No. This was Nikolai, not you. I know you, Cass. You are loyal to the core. That, said while eyeing the thread of loyalty in his soul, makes that thread stronger, more resonant. I think I'm getting this. Caleb calls the soul a symphony, but I think it's a river. The river can be dried up or flowing in a way that erodes its shore. But it can be diverted back to the flow it needs. And Cass's river is flowing stronger again now.
Nikolai.
Cass manages, trembling. He lets go of his sword in the air. Caleb takes the handle.
I have it. Unweave it.
The sword is heavier than it looks, and Caleb's not used to that kind of weight. As I unweave the reality holding the sword in the air, the point drops heavily toward the stone floor. Caleb grunts, but catches it before it reaches the floor, and maneuvers the handle back toward Cass.
Take it.
Cass looks up.
I trust you,
Caleb says.
Keep him safe.
Cass swallows but reaches for the sword, shoves it into its sheath. Fall in, I say. Caleb, where next? Do you know where Sabella's son is?
I don't even know that he's here,
Caleb says, wiping at his mouth. He looks toward the other door, the way Kian and Arya went.
There's a boy upstairs,
Cass says.
I heard him talking once to someone else. He wasn't happy.
He narrows his eyes, looks at me, and I see wariness again.
Nikolai used an illusion of you, sire. When he talked to me.
He did the same with Arya and Kian,
Caleb says tightly.
But of me.
I want with everything in me to charge down that corridor and find Nikolai Metrial and end his miserable life. But Caleb is right. We have to gather everyone Nikolai could use to control us. We have to.
And the Acrean weavers,
Caleb says. He presses a hand to his forehead.
Gods. Do we just free some to be controlled again while we're freeing the others? I shouldn't have let Kian and Arya go. Why hasn't Nikolai come after us yet?
We'll figure the Acreans out later, I say, and head again for the stairs. I want to find this child and get on with it. But upstairs, we look in each room and find them empty. The fear is worming again in my soul. I catch Caleb's eye. He's not here. Nikolai, or the boy. Does Nikolai know we're looking for Sabella's son? Does he know that child will be a lever over us as well? I don't know the child, and I don't know Sabella as well as I might. But I'm not going to let Nikolai threaten the life of anyone else's child either.
Caleb. Torvin.
I stiffen. Nikolai. His voice is distant. Coming from downstairs, I think. He yells again.
You're not being good guests.
I look to Caleb. And yes, we just wove ourselves stronger. I can still feel that strength within my will. And yes, I spent every moment of the last few days practicing, doing everything I could to strengthen my will. But hearing Nikolai calling out, knowing that we're going to have to fight him and that it's just ahead, sends all the fears spiraling in again. I couldn't defeat him on the road. And yes, Caleb is here just now. He's with me. But he told me he barely defeated Sabella, his own apprentice at the palace. We might have grown stronger, but our enemies have too.
Do you hear me?
Nikolai shouts.
Come outside.
He's choosing the ground, which means he knows he has the advantage. He's forcing the fight, which means he knows he will win. And maybe this was what he wanted all along. Maybe he's playing with us, making us think we have hope, only so he can dash it. My breaths are turning shallow. Caleb grips my hand, squeezing tight. He looks into my eyes, and I straighten again as I feel in his soul the man he thinks I am, which might be better than the man I actually am. But maybe not.
You have the will, Tor,
Caleb says.
He's not going to win this. He's not going to control you again.
But the words just feel like platitudes now, like an aching echo of hope in the dark. Now that I know I'm going to have to face this again, when I've failed twice before.
I was wrong,
Aldrich says, and I turn.
I told you that you couldn't be a weaver, but I was wrong, for whatever it's worth.
He's actually admitting it? Old anger mixes with old despair and wells up inside me. But the old refrain in my soul, that maybe he wasn't wrong, isn't coming now. Because I know it's not true. Gut deep, to my very depths, I know it's not true. I already am a weaver, and I know I'm stronger now than I was before. I touch the weaver's medallion over my heart. Nikolai let me keep that, and was that meant to be a mockery? My fingers close around it. Then I reach into my soul and feel the harmony of the power within me. It's mine. Mine to hold and mine to use. Mine to protect my husband with, and our child he carries. Mine to face my enemy and not back down. Nikolai will never take that from me again.
Chapter 56, Rage. Caleb. The house is empty, though the corridors are still lit. We're nearer the main stairs, but the stairs are open. And that feels more like Nikolai would want us to do. Rush headlong into his trap. So we go back down the service stairs and wind through the main house, tensed for an attack that doesn't come. I stop muffling our steps. Nikolai knows we're here. And with his ability to weave souls, maybe he even knows where we are. No matter that he hurts people with his weaving, he does know how to weave souls. I glance aside at Torvin, then take his hand. Winding my fingers tightly in his, they fit like they've always fit when I'm Caleb, both in my body and my soul. Like they haven't fit in months. Outside, I can hear the late autumn cicadas calling. It's the only thing that breaks the silence of an empty house. We reach the front doors I came in through. The doors are propped open, the cold of an autumn night nipping the air. And outside, standing back from the house, but facing it, lit by the torches and lamps they're carrying, stand Nikolai and his forces. He's not at the front of his people as I scan for him, but I find him near the back. I flick my eyes over the crowd. Some of our soldiers are near the front. And God's? There's a boy, maybe 11 or 12, with pale, cold, reddened cheeks and wind-mussed blonde hair. Is that Sabella's son? I have to assume. I tighten my hand in Torvin's. Nikolai set the boy right in the front, right in the center of the crowd, where we will have to plow through to get to Nikolai. The boy is holding a long, jagged dagger and glaring at me like he's ready to kill. I swallow and spot Revayan and Ronnie, and my heart sinks even more. Others are people I don't know, but I can see the threads coming out of Nikolai. Sinewy mind control threads to almost every person here. He's not taking chances tonight, but I don't see Kian or Arya, and maybe we thwarted his plans enough to deprive him of them at least. Oh gods. Can I even hope? But as we step out into the yard, I just barely see threads zipping toward me from the side, and before I have time to react, I can't move within a binding. I shred it, it's normal weaving, but a second binding takes me just as quickly from the other direction. I hear Torvin grunt and know he's dealing with the same. And Aldrich, I can't look. I'm shredding out of the binding again because what if Nikolai knows Aldrich's trick of weaving the air into gas too? I whip around and see Torvin struggling out of his binding too, but having a tougher time. Aldrich is out on the ground. Gods. not seconds into this fight, and we're already one weaver short, and I'm ready this time and shred another binding coming at me, but only just barely deflect a swooping taloned bird as it comes from my other side. And I have to spin to put up a shield of hardened reality to stop a fireball from Ronnie. Yes, I can weave souls, but it wasn't as quick as I thought or as easy as I thought. It's easy to control someone, to hit them with fear or guilt, far less so to get them to believe in their actual potential. Torovan cries out. He's holding his arm, looking down at it, and I see his fingers holding his forearm are red. But he turns, and with a cry, blades of reality spring from the air in front of him, shooting toward the attacker in the shadows. No, I yell. Because what if it's Kian? What if it's Arya being controlled again? I hear a yelp to my left and spin in the other direction. I can just barely see the outline of a person as someone else tackles them. Someone out here is still on our side. And I haven't seen Morgan yet.
You can't fight me,
Nikolai calls.
Do you need another demonstration? Do more people have to die because you can't admit that I'm better than you?
I don't know if he's talking to me or to Torovan or both of us, and there are dozens of people around him. We can't bind them before others attack. We can't knock them out without fear of hurting them. But I have to get the boy away from them at least. Whether he's Sabella's son or not. I reach out and bind the boy, gritting my teeth, pulling him as quickly as I dare toward me. There's a moment of silence, a moment where I keep pulling the boy while deflecting another attack from my right. The boy screams, and I falter. Am I hurting him? But it's a scream of pure rage. Then the line comes rushing toward us, and I pull the boy all the way to me and see the threads in his mind, the tangle of Nikolai's soul threads, fully enmeshed within his own. There is no time to be subtle, though I'm sorry about it. I find the connection between my soul and Sabella's still there, a faint ring in the distance, very faint. And I resonate that toward her son. He trembles, and Torovan grunts above me as he stops another attack. I duck my head and cover the boys, and feel something whistle past my ear. I look up to the shouts. The oncoming attackers have almost reached us, and I bare my teeth in my own growl, throwing up a solid glass wall of reality all around us. Torovan shouts as one of his air blades hits my wall on the inside, and the blade ricochets back toward me. I unweave it with the thought and turn back to the boy. I need a few more moments. Your mother sent me, I say. I'm taking you home. I need to weave you out of Nikolai's control.
She doesn't want me.
Sabella's son screams, and the force of it rattles my soul. I don't even know his name. How could I know Sabella for months and not know that? But then, she didn't talk about him more than she had to. And now I know why.
Let me out!
He's still held in my binding, thrashing to get out. I hear thumps against my woven wall, and I have to concentrate to steady it. To hold it against the people screaming, beating against it.
Reveillon! I see Reveillon, and my heart lurches.
There's a connection between us too, faint. But it's been growing this last week as he's been guarding me. Reveillon, you know me! You don't want this! He shudders. The attackers have daggers, and they have swords. One is pounding a shovel.
I can protect your family,
Nikolai shouts, amplifying his voice over the roars of his little, vicious, stolen army.
I can't protect them if you're trying to take my people out.
He has no people. The threads spinning out of him show me that he has tools he wields. The attackers hit the wall again in front of me, and I twitch. It's like the Great Hall all over again. Me holding out against Sabella's forces. Sabella's son screeches. I weave my binding so I can reach for his head. And I hate this. Oh gods, I hate this. I don't want to do this. But I reach into his mind and, resonating the threads of his soul, push Nikolai's threads out. It works. It does work. Gods, it works. The boy looks up at me, trembling, and I let his binding go and pull him close to me. I've got you. I've got you. I don't tell him he's safe. I'm barely holding back the thumps, the roars, the screams against my woven wall. I look up to Torvin. Take him! The boy looks up and his eyes widen at the sight of his king. He grew up in the palace. He does know who Torvin is, though he left before I arrived. The boy runs to Torvin's side. Good, good. Did I soul weave for good just now? I have to believe that. I look up and almost recoil at the wall of rage that surrounds us, Rivain still cutting futilely against my woven wall with his sword. What does Nikolai hold over him that would make him turn from protecting me to attacking me? Ronnie sends a gout of fire straight at my wall, scattering the people near him. I do know what Nikolai has against his soul. I swallow. To stop this attacking crowd, I have to wrest control from Nikolai. I have to free these people from his control. But how do I do that? When that takes thought and time, when invading a mind like I just did feels dangerously close to what Nikolai does, even if it was to save that child, I don't want to do that again. Well, I have to. But Nikolai's still only trying to control the people he's sending at us, not me or Torvin. So I hold, desperately trying to think, but I won't be able to hold long.
Torvin. The world outside of Caleb's woven wall is a nightmare. Fists and swords hammer against the clear reality, the impacts shuddering through the stone beneath my feet. I see the faces of my own people, their eyes glassy and filled with a rage that isn't theirs. They're fighting against me. Did Nikolai use an illusion of me or Caleb with them too? What is he making them see or think? What is he making them fear? I'm a weaver, and I know how far he got into my mind. But these people aren't weavers. They don't have even that level of willpower resistance to him. I want to reach into their souls and show them it's not true. Whatever Nikolai's telling them, the fear isn't true. But every time I try to reach for that in just one of them, something new startles me, makes me turn. I can't concentrate long enough, and every blow clangs with that personal failure. Again. My forearm is throbbing with a cut that I don't think is deep, but it's pulling my attention all the same. I almost trip on Aldrich. Then Caleb shoves at me the boy who was at the front. Gods, he must be Sabella's son. And the boy clings to me. I wrap an arm around him, but hardly have any comfort to give. Here I am again, facing Nikolai, and he has the upper hand. Caleb! How do we weave them? I shout. How did you free the boy? But he's braced, his hands out and fingers bent to straining, panting with his effort. He's turned the wall around us into a complete circle, open to the air above, but surrounding us with glass. Aldrich is down, but I don't dare try to see what happened. If he's still alive. I'm just bracing too, waiting for the wall to come down, holding the child to me, but not knowing how I'll be able to protect him when the people rush in. I start to give Caleb my will, but he shakes his head.
No. Hold your will.
Did you hear me?
Nikolai shouts above the chaos.
You can't fight me.
He's right. I can't fight him. How do I fight him like this? I can try and throw my reality blades beyond Caleb's wall, but how many of these people are innocents? I don't want to fight my soldiers or my guards. The coward, placing them all before himself, between us and him. The coward. My anger is heating again, melting the fear that's held me these last moments. Then I feel the threads, oily and familiar, descending on me. Caleb wove a wall around us, but not above us, and Nikolai's threads soar right in. I stagger as they hit me, winding into my soul, and I can feel them trying to take hold in the same way they did before. But I've already closed those paths to him. I can't touch the threads, but I hum with the threads of my own soul. I am a king. I am my husband's husband. I am a weaver. I am not going to be controlled. Right now, I am the protector over a downed Aldrich and Sabella's child too. A child who's been used far too long in this monster's plans. I will protect them all, because that's who I am. Some of Nikolai's threads slip off of me, but others find the fears still there. The fears buried deeper, the cracks still inside my soul. Nikolai killed a king. He lured my husband here. He captured all of us weavers. He stole this child, and he can steal mine too. And I can't hold out against his threads forever. I know I can't.
Caleb. My focus is a single burning point. The wall. Hold the wall round me. Keep the people Nikolai is controlling out. Keep Torovin safe. And my energy is draining. Is this what Nikolai wants? This? To wear us down? I shudder and try to strengthen, to hold, to reinforce my willpower, enough to hold the wall and try to fight back. Nikolai wants us diminished. No matter if we die or not, he wants that. But I can't catch enough of my own willpower, my own breath to attack. And I could attack everyone around us, but not without hurting them, not without killing some, I fear. And Nikolai knows that. I don't know how to fight him. My soul is blazing. I know that. I know that. I can still feel the strength from Torovin weaving my soul. I know he feels it in his too. Should we combine our wills, as he wanted to just now? But then, at which target? How do we take Nikolai down without him harming someone else first? But he will keep gaining ground, little by little. He'll keep wearing us down. And God's? I see his threads coming toward us, passing me, to bury into Torovin's mind. Tor. I turn. Can I weave Torovin's soul to hold him steady, to push Nikolai out? Torovin freezes, but every line of his body speaks of rage, and his eyes are still locked past me toward Nikolai. He's fighting, and I have to hold the wall to keep him safe while he fights. Something has to break, and it has to break soon. I scan the frenzied crowd of attackers, searching for a weakness and opening anything. Revean bangs against the wall to my left again, catching my eye. He's fighting. His eyes aren't wild anymore, but scared. He doesn't want to be attacking. Of course he doesn't. Revean! I yell, and push what little I can spare of my will at him. At knowing him, he falters. I look into the blaze of his soul and see the depth of his strength. I strike that chord, and he arches back. Then his whole body shakes as he comes back into his eyes again. Revean looks around, looks at the sword in his hands. Don't kill them, I shout. He sheathes his sword. He spots one of the soldiers and wrenches the man back, spins him to clock him hard on the jaw, then moves to the next one. Okay, that's something, but I don't know the others. Soldiers from the town garrison. Ronnie. I reach for his soul, but recoil at the fracture I find there. He's sobbing openly, screaming at me, screaming at Torovin, but mostly at me. The noise of all the shouts has become a constant roar, but I pick out Ronnie's voice among the rest.
You killed him. You killed him?
I swallow. Yes, I do know what hell Nikolai's using to make him fight me. Me who let Torovin ride out without me, who let Torovin get captured. And the man Ronnie loved was killed by his own hands, controlled by Nikolai. I hear a scream behind me and turn to see the boy rushing at me, tears streaming down his face. Nikolai has his threads in his mind again. I have just enough time to weave a barrier between us before he crashes into me.
She doesn't want me because of you.
He screams against it. I almost lose my strength in the wall I'm holding around all of us. I almost let the chipping swords crack it. I manage to pour enough of my will back into my construct wall, dropping my inner barrier. I catch the boy, holding him tight, rolling him toward my side when he tries to shove at my stomach. I weave a shield over my belly and binding around both of us to hold us together. Your mother wants you, I say, and reach to touch the threads of my caring for Sabella within my own soul, and the threads in my soul that are my deep, growing love for the child that I carry. The boy shivers violently, and Nikolai's threads slip again. Then Nikolai withdraws the threads he was using on the boy and sends them again to Torovin. Torovin braces, face still set, his brow beading with sweat. He's still fighting. And gods, but I wish I could give him my strength this time, but I'm barely holding the wall around us and now holding a sobbing boy. I hear voices rising to my left toward the outbuildings and look in that direction, but I can't see past the chaos. Revayan's taken down 3 men, but then another man slashes at Revayan's leg. He goes down with a cry, and the people around him turn to start beating on him. No! I try to weave a shield over Revayan, but then the people attacking him turn to beat against my wall again. There are so many of them. So many. And Ronnie screams, shooting fire straight at me again, trembling my slipping control over the wall, making the threads of my reality construct too volatile to hold. I'm screaming, half in rage, half in despair, because I know my wall is going to come down. I know I can't save all those I care about. I know I can't save everyone. I don't even know if I can save Torovin or the boy or myself. Then Ronnie jerks, stiffening, and falls over. I spot the weaving around him and look back to Torovin, but he's still razor-focused on Nikolai. I glance out through the crowd and just barely see Nikolai's grin drop into a frown.
Caleb.
Kian! Kian! He's rushing toward us from the left with Morgan, who's fighting off the attackers with his sword as best he can, with Kian's help. Where's Arya? I shout, stiffening with the fear that Nikolai has her again, that he'll use her against us. And knowing if he does, this fight is over. Kian yells,
"She's getting the..."
My wall shudders, then cracks, then falls into pieces, the threads unraveling. I scramble to pull the threads back in, to weave them into something less volatile, to keep them from exploding around us and killing us all. I reach around the boy as he ducks under my arm, scrambles back toward Torovin, and I can't track that now. I weave the unraveling reality into an actual metal shield, then have just enough time to raise my shield to stop the shards of reality flung at my head. There's another weaver. That attack came from the right this time, away from the stables and outbuildings where Kian came from. Was Kian wrong? Is Arya under Nikolai's control again? The weavers who first attacked us, they'd stopped. I thought we took them down. Or someone had. Was I wrong? Or is this Nikolai himself? Deciding he's done with weaving minds and wants to finish this? Finish me? Another man crashes his sword against my shield. And I grunt, weaving a much tighter wall around Torovin and the boy and Aldrich and me. And then finally lower the heavy shield, but don't unweave it. I might need it again. I'm wearing down. My energy is flagging. And Voltaire was right when he said at the palace that I hadn't had enough time to recover from fighting Sabella before riding out. The night I spent on the road, restless and hyper-vigilant, and having to pee every damned half hour, was not truly rest. I spot the weaver who threw the shards at me in the crowd, an older woman I don't recognize. She's striding forward. She'd been behind Nikolai, and his mind control threads to her are strong. Her clothing isn't Barellan, but a sturdy common wear. Not court wear like Lady Denya's, but a similar cut all the same. Acrean. She must be Acrean. She sends her shards of reality at me again. There are no tears on her face. I'm not one of her kings, and neither is Torovan. I doubt she'd shed any tears if we died. And the boy? Does she know she's attacking a child as well? Torovan's holding the boy tightly to him now, but he's still wholly focused on fighting Nikolai's control. And the Acrean weaver is obviously being controlled. I look around my shield long enough to glimpse at her soul. She's broken, like Ronnie. And trying to weave the soul of a stranger on the battlefield isn't going to help just now. Keon bellows and rushes at her. Oh no. But he's not trained for actual war. Keon has her bound and on the ground in seconds, and gods, I am proud of him. Morgan, fighting beside me, yells,
"We freed some of the soldiers. They're getting our horses." The rest.
He rushes to stop a man from attacking Torovan's side of the thinner wall around us. Torovan is still locked in whatever battle he has with Nikolai. I look around me, panting, and strengthen my wall as another elementalist rushes at me, shooting tiny spinning spheres of water toward my head. The water pings against the wall, ringing it like a gong, then splashes onto the ground as Revean manages to push up enough to slash the elementalist's legs from behind. I almost feel the injury myself. If I hadn't been a weaver, that could have been me. I've sat in the same common room with that mage for months now. I helped give him his mage's medallion. Maybe some of the attacks here are local commoners too. Some might be house staff. Some might be Nikolai's own retainers. And how long until the people knocked out in the house wake up and join the fight against us? Morgan said the freed soldiers were bringing horses. But won't they just end up controlled too? And there's no way we can run. We can't run and leave Nikolai still out there, alive and only growing stronger again, still fighting against us, still turning the people and their fears against us. We have to end this now.
Chapter 57, Bright. Torovan. Nikolai's will is a physical force against my own, a constant grinding pressure. He isn't just whispering doubts now. He's screaming them. Every fear I have, every failure, every tiny break in my soul, he finds and pries it open.
You can't protect him. You left him alone in the palace to be attacked. You failed on the road and brought him here to die.
I see it, a vision as real as the stone beneath my feet. Caleb, overwhelmed, his wall shattering again, a dozen blades finding him, sinking in. No. I can't turn from the vision, but the vision is agony. But it will not happen. But the wall around us did fall once, I know that. I see Caleb distantly, crouching dully, one hand on the ground, his heavy shield propped in front of him now. I see his threads holding the wall, and he's constantly tuning its strength. One cheek smudged with dirt where he must have wiped it. His hair mussed, his spectacles crooked on his nose. He fills out his borrowed leather armor, but he's a scholar and a mage. He's not a soldier. He's strong, yes, but he hasn't trained for outright war. I have to help him. I have to get out of this deadlock with Nikolai I'm in and help him. But Nikolai's threads have me locked in place. As soon as I think of moving, his attack intensifies. I'm vaguely aware of the boy glued tightly to me too, who's also depending on me. And my guilt for not being strong enough to fight Nikolai off, to help Caleb anyway, is shattering my soul. So I reform it again. Because I'm as strong as I am. And right now, that strength is holding. I feel something at my ankle, a pressure against my boot. The boy? I can't look down, but the pressure comes again. And then, willpower flows to me, just waiting for me to take it. Aldrich. He's alive, gripping my boot, and he's giving me his will. I take what he gives, and it's enough that I can breathe again, can unclench my jaw, can blink, can take a single step forward before the relentless assault of Nikolai's attack locks me down again. Can I push back? I have to push back. Can I weave Nikolai's soul? But he's not being controlled. He's the one controlling. Still, he's in my mind. He knows enough of my thoughts to know what levers to push. He's focused a lot of attention on me. I can see the threads, just faintly. But he's also still controlling those near to us who are still attacking. That's a lot of minds to weave. Nikolai, I say, just a whisper. Will he hear it? I swallow, and he's not close, and there are so many between him and us, but I try to see the threads of his soul. Is he still a symphony, as Caleb calls it? Is his river running anything close to true? I see the blaze of his soul when I look at it, the furious fire within him. But he's burning so hot, I'm not sure I can even touch his threads without being scorched. Nikolai, I say again, and reach for the only thing I can think that might change anything, that might change something in me. Because I am strong enough to do this. And if it took Caleb reaching his deepest truths to defeat him the first time, I have to reach deeper still. I have to make new truths. Nikolai, I forgive you. I feel for just a moment his hold on me falter. Just enough that I can step up beside Caleb and get a better hold on the boy. Caleb looks up to me, straining to stand beside me, his teeth bared.
We have to end this, Tor. Gods. We have to end this.
A figure blurs past me, and I focus. Morgan, who I'm just now realizing has been defending my side of the wall against the attackers for minutes. Minutes? It feels like hours. Days. Nikolai screams, and the threads he hurls at me now are enough to make my vision darken.
Caleb? Nikolai weaves his cry into the air around him, his fury like a physical blow. I shudder a step back, and Torvin just falls. No. Tor! The boy's falling with him, but then realizes enough of what's happening to help me catch Torvin, keep his head from hitting the stones. You have him, I ask. Help me lower him. Torvin's eyes are open as we both lower him to the stones. He's dead weight, even if I can see his eyes frantically moving, his mouth open and moving like he's talking. I pour my willpower into him. Take it. I feel something brush against me and I jump, reaching for my sense of the wall, but I don't feel it. I let go of my wall when I sprang to stop Torvin's fall. Morgan's to my back now, still defending us. The crowd of attackers has grown smaller, so many of them, too many of them, on the ground. And Kian's caught the weaving of my wall and is unraveling it this time. I press my hand to Torvin's cheek and look around us, bracing for another wave of attacks, but But no one is attacking. Everyone who'd been screaming and pounding against my wall is suddenly reeling like waking up from a drunken sleep, because all of the threads Nikolai has are now focused entirely on Torovan. Fight him, I say, turning back to him, pouring everything into him that I can. Fight him?
I am.
He manages, and turns his eyes just a little toward me.
Take it back, Caleb. Take your will. Take him down.
He shoves my will back at me, and I don't want it. Not if it means he might lose, and I might lose him. But if Nikolai's distracted, if he's not controlling anyone else, that means I might have a chance. If the only person on the line right now is the person I love most in the world.
Take it!
Torovan cries. It's a command, a desperate plea, and I have to trust. I take my will back in a rush, then turn toward Nikolai and charge. I dash across the field, my legs heavy, but moving. The closer I am, the stronger my attack will be. Will Nikolai divert from Torovan to attack me, to make the people he's controlling attack me? But Nikolai's attention is fully on Torovan. And Nikolai is crying too? Gods. What did Torovan do to make him cry? I weave a binding around Nikolai, but he flicks his chin and it shreds away.
I'll kill him, Caleb,
he says. His voice strained, almost too low for me to hear.
One more step and I'll kill him.
I don't stop. You can't kill him, I say.
Do you want to watch me try?
He sounds exhausted. There are deep shadows beneath his eyes, ghoulish in the flickering torchlight. The people who'd been wielding the torches have mostly scattered. Some torches have been planted in the ground. One or two are smoldering on the ground itself, smoky in the grass, still damp from an earlier rain. The people who'd been behind Nikolai, were they all controlled by him too? I see a few still beyond him, watching me approach, their eyes eerily vacant, until one man lifts his hands, and I'm not prepared for the reality blade until it grazes my cheek. I stumble, trip, but manage just barely not to fall. But I slow my rush. And Nikolai's smirking now, even through his strain, not looking at me.
They're all weavers,
he says slowly.
Acrean weavers. They are loyal to me.
He pauses.
I'm about to stop your husband's heart.
I swallow, but don't take the bait. Why the hell would they be loyal to you? You're trying to bring weavers down in Barella.
I'm trying to bring you and Torovan down. There's a difference. You want to take from us what is ours.
Take power from the nobility?
You would strip this kingdom and all its nobles of their power until it means nothing, Caleb.
I stop, bending over, trying to catch my breath. Eyeing the Acrean weavers. I'm exposed here. Should I weave another wall around myself? But Nikolai is barely sending any threads to the Acreans, all his focus again on Torovan. But my energy is draining too.
Tell me you'll give me your child.
Nikolai growls.
Promise me. Swear on your soul. Swear on anything that means anything to you, because if I don't believe it, I'll kill him.
But he hasn't killed Torovan yet. And I'm starting to hear the desperation in his voice.
Why won't he just die?
The words ring out into the night, and two of the Acrean weavers shudder. Do I dare step forward again? I don't see any threads to the Acreans now, but as soon as I step, two of the Acreans hurl a binding weave at me. I unweave the bindings in the air.
I don't even need him,
Nikolai says.
You're a king. You could be the regent for your child. Marry me. Or I'll marry you. It doesn't have to be a choice.
I'm too tired, too angry. too absolutely done with this to argue with him. I weave reality beside his neck, forming a blade aiming at his throat. I push it in, and it stops. The other Acrean weavers are showing more signs of life now. Half focused on me, half focused on Nikolai. They're shielding him. He's controlling some of them, but barely. Most have just bought into his lies, whatever those lies are. It's why he hasn't given a fuck this whole time. He's not scared of us at all.
This is why you can't win,
Nikolai snarls, finally turning to me.
You're not creative enough, Caleb. You never were. You can see what's already there. But you can't weave the people around you to make what you want happen.
I take a breath. But I can, and maybe I've been going about the soul weaving wrong. Here in this battlefield, I can't weave everyone's souls. And some are too broken to fix quickly. Some might not want to be fixed. But I can shine like the beacon I am. I weave my soul. I weave my heart. I light my energy on fire. Everything about me that makes me me. That makes my apprentices, makes my guards, makes my husband fight beside me. Fight for me. Fight to protect those I love, too. That makes Sabella trust me to bring back her son, even after she attacked me. I'm here. I am here because I need to protect my kingdom. And every damned person in it, all of them. I pitch my voice to Carrie. Acrean weavers are welcome in Barella. Nikolai does a double take. Because no, he wasn't expecting that, and he narrows his eyes, but doesn't look at me directly. Any weaver may have a choice to become a court mage, I go on, or to live as they choose. And I don't care, I truly don't care, if they're soul weavers too. Because so am I. I'm a master mage. And Nikolai is not. He finally looks at me, and I watch as his threads for a moment falter. I know the other side of it, Nikolai. If you're the darkness, I'm the mirror. I step closer. If you crush their will, I give them space. That's the other side. You can't have a strong weaver without strong will. You can't, Nikolai. You can't take their wills and still have them fight strong for you. Sabella had control, but not the strength to use it. Not until she thought her son was under direct threat again. Not until she was fighting for her life. Taking that small bit of willpower back to herself. Maybe that was strength for Nikolai in that moment, but in the end, I know Sabella is in the palace now, holding back any and all threats that oppose her. I know that in my soul, because I know her soul too. Nikolai pulls his threads back from Torvin and stops, seething, turning to me.
I have the power, Caleb. I have the willpower to rule a kingdom.
You're not going to rule, I say, stepping closer again. Zanara will rule. You're still allied with her? If you have Acrean weavers, if you're the one kidnapping weavers at the border, your people, not hers, and that bit of information clicks everything into place. You want to build an army that only you control.
Weavers are strength,
he says.
You know that.
But you've taken their wills, Nikolai. I throw out a hand toward the Acreans, who are not looking as lifeless at all now. Who are looking between Nikolai and me? How well do you think they'll serve you? And you get enough people, and you'll have to control them constantly.
I'll train others to control them.
I feel behind me my resonance between Torvin and me, the distance between us shortening, strengthening. And I feel to one side my resonance with Kian shortening too. And to my left, Arya. Who's managed to stay out of the worst of this, but who's coming closer now? Is she Nikolai's again? But no, our resonance is still strong. All Nikolai's threads now are held to himself, held and ready, waiting to spring out at me. But he hasn't struck yet. Behind me, Torvin flares into a blaze, like I know my soul is still projecting. It takes a few moments, but I see Kian start to blaze in my mind's eye, too. He's always learned so fast. Then I feel another, much lesser blaze beside Kian, but still growing. Gods. Morgan? I think that's Morgan. It's not about control, I say. It's about trust. Nikolai looks between all of us. Then all his soul threads shoot out of him at once. Not toward me or Torvin again, but into the Acraean weavers, who jolt with the assault but regain their focus quickly. I don't weave a shield. I reach along the soul resonances between myself and those I care about, and I pour my love along them and my trust. I believe in them because I know them, and I believe in myself. After a moment, I start to feel my trust in them come back toward me. They trust in me too. Soul weaving. This is what soul weaving was meant to be. Like Torvin and I stood together side by side and wove away a storm, trusting each other completely. I feel his trust in me now, comforting as an evening hearth. I know he feels mine, and Kian, and Morgan, and Arya, where I'm reaching too. She's stepping closer now into the remnants of the torchlight, her face determined. But then I don't need to look at her to know that. The Acraean weavers don't attack. Nikolai's threads are weakening, thinning in the blaze of us. He can't control people who know their truths, and we're all bright with different truths than what the Acraeans have been told, have been manipulated with.
You're the king?
One of the Acraeans asks, looking at me.
Don't talk to them,
Nikolai screams. Whether at the Acraeans or us, I don't know. One of them, I say, and nod to Torvin. He is the king. The Acraean kneels. He holds up his hands to Torvin.
Asylum, my lord. Please.
Nikolai hisses and steps back.
I've given you asylum.
You're a soul weaver,
One of the women says to him, but then looks at me.
A dark soul weaver.
I brought you out of that hell of a kingdom.
Nikolai snarls, turning around to them.
You fight for me. Kill them.
Two of the Acraeans jerk as Nikolai's threads still reach them. But the others near them weave quickly to hold their arms in place.
Kill them!
Nikolai screams. He whips around, pointing toward the guards and elementalists and common people he sent to attack us earlier, who he used as shields. But those who haven't scattered are watching us now. And I think we might be blazing enough that even those without weaver's senses might be seeing it. Nikolai sends his threads at them anyway, and they do take in a few hearts. But they're still much weaker than before. I step closer to Nikolai still. And so does Torvin.
I told you I forgive you,
Torvin says, and I jolt. Was that what made Nikolai go crazy and attack him before, and Torvin forgives him? For what? For killing his father? For threatening our kingdom? For threatening me and our child? Gods, I don't, but Torvin blazes all the brighter for it.
because then you can't hold that over me. You can't hold my family. You can't hold my husband or my child or my father or my mother. You can't have them, Nikolai. They're not yours. None of them are.
My breath hitches, and I know I'm dimming a little, my soul rearing up into conflict because no, I don't forgive this man. He cannot have that from me either. That's not his. But Torvin keeps walking forward. He holds out his hand and weaves a sword-shaped blade of shimmering reality into his grip. Nikolai starts backing up. He throws out his hands, trying to catch Torvin in a binding weave, but I reach out and shred the weaving to threads. Nikolai tries to hurl his own reality spikes. Kian unravels them, and before I can reach, Arya catches the two he doesn't get. Nikolai backs up again, but now the Acraeans are behind him, clearly not wanting to be on the wrong side of this. Surrender,
I say.
And you'll live out your life in a place of our choosing, but you will get to live. I don't want him to live, but if we have weavers around him trained in the other side of soul weaving, I don't think he'll actually be a threat. He looks between us. At Torovan, then me, then down at my pregnant belly. Nikolai screams and hurls every thread he has, every soul weaving thread, every woven shard of reality straight at my stomach. I throw up a shield wall and pluck every resonant thread in my soul. Torovan dashes forward and slices Nikolai's throat. Nikolai's soul threads shudder, flicker, then go out just grazing against my shield. His regular threads, his shards, are unwoven by Kian and Arya, again before they can reach me. And for a moment, for a drawn-out moment, everything is still. The autumn cicadas buzz in the distance.
You're pregnant?
One of the Akrians asks.
You're the weaver who weaves between a woman and a man?
Yes.
He was trying to kill your child,
another says. And then spits on the ground. And then, one by one, they all spit. And then kneel. Torovan, standing over Nikolai's body, trembling, lets go of his blade of reality. The blood it held on the blade falls to the ground. He sways. I jolt from my stillness and let go of my shield wall, rushing to him, wrapping my arm around his back, letting him lean on me. Leaning on him.
I didn't forgive him, he says. Not as much as I thought.
Oh gods, this man. I press my face into his hair, holding him to me. Trembling. My body not believing it's done, but it's over. I check Nikolai's lifeless eyes on the ground. His mouth still open in rage. I can feel that his possibilities have left him, and only the lingering sense of his fading reality remains.
Yes,
Torovan says, looking up at the Akrians.
You are all welcome in Barella. Let's go back to the house for the night, and then tomorrow we'll go home.
Chapter 58, My Weaver. Caleb. In the aftermath of battle, Torovan and I lean on each other on our way back into the manor house. But everything, it seems, needs to be taken care of at once. The wounded need tended to, Aldrich and Ronnie and Revayan among them. And Morgan ends up busy as the only elemental healer we have just now, though he protests that he was never formally trained. Then one of the Akrian weavers says he can weave reality to heal, and that is something I'm going to be asking to learn from him. The Akrian herds Morgan away to one corner of the great hall where the wounded are being laid out, barking orders. Morgan, with a look back for my nod, follows. Sabella's son, who stayed near Aldrich when we came inward to fight Nikolai, now lets a shaky Aldrich lean on him. His name, I learn, is Jonan. Kian is hovering near them too and has an anxious eye on Arya, who's helping pile dropped and bloody weapons in one corner, to be cleaned and sorted later. And the Akrian mages, maybe fearing that if anything happens to Torovan or me, that their own fates will fall too, ring Torovan and me like a halo of guards. Torovan is still favoring and trying to hide his bloody forearm. He didn't let Morgan see it, but I hiss when he removes his hand. His shoulders square like he's going to dig in. Morgan, I call across the hall.
There are others who need help more than...
If you die from an infection, your mother will invade. He snaps his mouth shut and holds still as Morgan jogs back over, gives his king an openly reproachful look, and then begins to heal the cut.
Are you injured?
He asks, turning to me, looking chagrined that he hadn't asked before. He glances to my cheek and I touch it, my finger coming away a little sticky. But the cut's no longer bleeding. Still Morgan moves to me, barely waits for my nod, and presses a hand to my cheek. Did you take down one of the first weavers who attacked us? I ask.
The woman wasn't paying attention,
He says.
I knocked her out with the butt of my dagger.
He glances back toward the wounded.
She's over there.
I tense. Was she Acrean? Or maybe someone Nikolai brought with him from his own district?
She's not one of ours,
one of the Acreans says, following where Morgan's pointing. Torovan, I say. I think Nikolai was the one taking weavers from the Acrean border. He as much as confirmed it. He wanted to inflame our conflict with the Acreans, I think, and take the weavers for himself. Torovan's jaw tightens, but then he blows out his breath, glancing toward the still open doors. Nikolai is dead now. Maybe Torovan's mother is still out there. But Nikolai, her sword, is dead.
Close the doors in between people coming in,
Torovan calls.
Let's get the hearth fires built up. Let's get the hall warm again.
I shiver, my adrenaline finally fading enough to feel the bitter chill. I move closer to Torovan, brushing against his own body heat. While he was talking with the Acreans, I sent some of the soldiers who asked to sweep the house of all the people that we knocked out. Maybe they'd been controlled or coerced too. But maybe they hadn't been. But I see one of the guards I sent coming back from the inner corridor now with a young man in tow. Tall, lanky, his black hair tousled against his chiseled, light-brown face. He sees me looking and comes toward me with purpose in his eyes. Torovan sees the movement and tenses, but the young man holds up his hands. Bows even while sidestepping two more soldiers crossing the hall toward the weapons pile.
Your Majesties, I'm Gardellan Mar. I'm a weaver.
You're from the village near the border, I say. He opens his mouth, nods.
Are there more?
Torovan asks.
More weavers he took from the villages there?
Gardellan nods.
2 more, an older man and a woman. They attacked you, they were controlled, but I resisted Nikolai's control. Mostly.
Then those were the weavers who'd attacked us at the start of the fight. I look over toward where Morgan has gone back to helping the injured and the woman he pointed out before.
So your will is strong,
Torovan says, clapping the young man on the shoulder.
Would you like to come to the palace to be a court mage too?
Torovan looks to me, but he hardly needs permission for it. Gardellan looks almost embarrassed.
I was hoping, yes? I was hoping to get away and come to the palace and ask you.
He looks to me and bows again.
Master Mage.
Torovan waves to me, a tired smile on his lips. And it is good to see a smile even now. So I give Gardellan the oath of a court mage, then turn to the Acreans. I know Torovan said they could all be court mages, but do they want to be? I don't know what hell they left in Acreal to think that Nikolai's service would be better. Or I don't know what choices they had or didn't have. I'll have to find that out. But for now, I say, come back to the palace in Barella with us, or leave if you want to. You're weavers. Your will is your own. Only 2 of the Acreans say they don't wish to go to the palace. And the way they're moving, like Torovan and I might change our minds and take them with us anyway, makes me think they hadn't had a choice before. My jaw tightens. Nikolai is dead, yes. He's dead. And yes, I did go back and look a second time. I want to go now and stare into the eyes of the man who killed my husband's father, who caused so much pain in our kingdom, who tried to kill my child as the last act he had in the world. The Acrean spit on the ground, I want to spit on him too. But tomorrow morning, we'll burn the dead. Already we're unraveling every plan that Nikolai wove in his weavings made of fear. Those weavings were fragile in the end. Tomorrow we'll send Nikolai back to the gods if they'll have him. And the rest of our dead, who are still being counted, which others might join in the night if the healers can't heal all their wounds, or if they're already too far gone. We won today, yes, but it wasn't without a cost.
Torvin. We're on the road the next morning, a somber and much slower parade than when I rode out. We left some of our people behind, send up in ash this morning to return to the gods. Some of my soldiers and the elementalists, one of my guards. But Cass, his leg half healed and bandaged tightly to keep him from moving it much, not that he's paid any attention to that advice, rides by my side, and Caleb on my other side, staring ahead, his lips pulled tight, his brows drawn down. But he catches me looking, and his face softens. My weaver. We're bringing back the Acraeans who wish to come with us, the weavers taken by Nikolai at the border, and some of Nikolai's own people who have decided to have a change of heart. Caleb and I went down the lines of all of them this morning too, soul-weaving those who led us to clear the rest of Nikolai's immediate influence. We couldn't, though, fully clear the trauma. A few did not let us weave them, which was their choice. Most of those we left behind. And I truly hope they don't cause more trouble in the countryside, but I couldn't in my heart drag them back to a prison in Barella. Not when they were likely just longer under Nikolai's control. Two, though, we're bringing back as prisoners. The woman who brought me my food, who continued to try to attack us after she woke up, and one of the riders who brought Caleb in to the manor house. And I know from my mother that some people are just not good in their core. We ride all day, stopping only for short breaks, at our slower pace, then camp for the night. We don't have enough tents, so Caleb and I have to share, but I hardly mind that. The feel of him against me, the smell of horse and road dust and his spicy, earthy musk. He's eaten no cinnamon here, I swear, but he still smells faintly of cinnamon too. We're too exposed, too crammed into our tent to truly be together. But when we get back to the palace, I plan to not leave our bedroom for a solid day. Though I fear my kingdom will have other plans.
Caleb. It's evening the next day when we reach the palace gates, and that night I spent tucked next to Torvin in the tent, with barely enough room to fumble in the dark, and days' worth of fear and need to burn between us wasn't enough, though I savor every moment we have, because I wasn't sure we'd have those moments again. But we're almost home. Torvin sent riders ahead of us that first day to tell Voltaire and Elsira what happened and that Nikolai is dead. And now, as we ride through the gates, all of us dusty and tired and ready for this all to be over, I see Voltaire, Elsira, and Sabella on the steps waiting. Kian, who's decided it's his job to look out for Jonan, Sabella's son, stands up on his stirrups and waves to Sabella.
Here, Jonan, your mother is here.
Sabella puts her hands to her mouth and rushes forward as Kian hurries to help Jonan down. But Jonan manages on his own and dashes into his mother's arms. We managed to convince him, I think, that his mother hadn't abandoned him. But I didn't weave his soul or his mind any more than I had to in that desperate battle. Those wounds will be Sabella's to heal, however they heal. She looks up to me as I rein in my mount and get down on shaky legs, the ground unsteady beneath me. Elsira hurries over, grabbing the reins with one hand and my arm with the other. No trouble here? I ask.
No trouble,
She says. Her eyes are burning.
You killed him. You did it. You killed him.
I nod to where Torvin is dismounting to an equally fierce-looking Voltaire. Torvin killed him, but he's dead, yes, and on this, the second day after Nikolai's death. I might be finally starting to believe it's over. I look around to the courtiers gathered in front of the palace, far less than there'd been when we rode out. I see my mother and my eyes suddenly sting. And my mother's crossing the courtyard to me, wrapping her arms around me, travel grime and all, pressing her forehead into my shoulder. I feel her shoulders shake once before she composes herself and draws back. She cups my stubble-roughened cheek with one hand. I sniff hard. I did it, I say. I saved him. I look to Torvin and I know, that Valtaire's trying to argue him into giving a speech, and I know he will. Because tired as he is, that's the kind of man he is. That's the king he is. His people first. Always. And he saved me, I say.
People of Barella!
Torvin bellows. He's looking for me and I squeeze my mother's arm before I move beside him, twining my fingers in his. I watch the brilliance of his soul brighten when I come near, and I know my soul is brightening too.
Our enemy who killed my father, and tried to kill my husband, and tried to kill our unborn child, has been defeated.
He can't say more because the cheer that goes up is thunderous, rattling the stone walls and the ground beneath us. Because of him, and I know, even if it's only a little, it's also because of me. I spot the Acrian delegate, Lady Denya, in the crowd, and watch as she recognizes some of the Acrian weavers who are just now riding in behind us. She holds a hand to her mouth, and I can see her eyes are shining from here. That wasn't in Torvin's message he sent ahead, because that was always going to take more nuance, more explanation. Denya's eyes move to me, and she gives me a deep and solemn nod. I nod back, because she helped keep this palace safe too.
And even though we still have those who would stand against us,
Torvin goes on, finally, when the crowds start to quiet.
We were saved by our weavers' hearts. That is how we stood against our enemies. And we will stand again. But now we have a feast to attend. We didn't get to have our last harvest festival feast to send us off into the next year. Let's...
And the crowd, in their roar of approval, doesn't let him say another word. Chapter 59, Resonance. Caleb. I'm in his arms, in the quiet, in the softness of our own bed. And being with him again, being with him in my body now, God's. I'd almost forgotten what that worship felt like. He's holding me now, like he doesn't ever want to let me out of his sight. Though I know that tomorrow, he'll go to the marathon of council meetings both he and the ministers and lords and ladies threatened each other with after the feast tonight. And I'll be in the common room with my old apprentices and my new apprentices and testing the Acrians who've already taken the oaths of a court mage and are now ready to learn the court of Barella too. And I'll learn from them. We'll both be doing what we do because Torvin's the king and I'm the master weaver. But he's my king and he's a good king. And I'm his master weaver and I'm damned good at that too.
Can we not be busy for a day?
He asks into my hair. We wouldn't be us. He coughs a laugh and I snicker, but he sighs, runs his hands down my arms, kisses my neck, and I know, tired as we are, it won't be long before we're embracing in a different way again. And one more thing, one tiny thing in the face of all we've just faced, worms its way into my chest, into my heart. A weight upon my soul. I turn to him, press a hand to his heart, and the weaver's medallion he's still wearing, Tor. I don't want to have more children. He grips my hand, brings it to his lips.
I know.
I take a shuddering breath. It wasn't a mistake to want the child growing within me. I want that child with everything I am. But while I'm still Caleb now, and while I know I will reweave myself as a Rava again when I'm ready, I'm not ready. He brushes back my hair, leans in to kiss my cheek, but then stops, knowing I'm serious, knowing I'm trying to lay out this last thing between us. I gather myself. But it's my duty. If I can...
It was never your duty.
His eyes flick between mine, dark and deep in the lamplight.
Did you think that? Do you still think that?
Mostly, no. But also a little.
It's your duty to be the man, or the woman, I love. Nothing more, Caleb.
I grip his hand. I don't regret...
I know.
I move closer, leaning until I rest my head against his. I can feel the resonance of his soul. His symphony quieter now, focused and interweaving with mine. But his love is there, like the driving note beneath it all. He doesn't apologize. There is no need. I don't apologize. There's been no mistake. Only two souls who had cracks that needed mending, slowly mending each other. What should we call her? I ask, resting one hand on my stomach. Or him? He's quiet a long moment, then softly asks,
Could we name them after my father? Either Darian if he's a boy, or Daria if he's a girl. I
snort. And if he figures out he is a girl, I pull him close, kissing him as thoroughly as my tired body will let me. Because he is my heart. All of it. And I'm all of his too. Thanks so much for reading, and I hope you enjoyed A Weaver's Heart. The story continues in An Elemental Husband out in 2026.
Read my next books as I write them on my Patreon at patreon.com/novaikalem. Want to stay up to date on the latest books? Sign up for my newsletter at novaikalem.com/pages/newsletter.